listen to this. Bad boy. Come on.
Time to learn to swim. Every time you look around, pain is the only what you find. You're still dreaming head up high, trying to leave him all behind. Your black eyes betray you empty. Your tears can't heal you empty. But even the years go by, you're still smiling. I hear you empty.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Pro League.
Superman shots in a row. Everything's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, open it.
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for him though. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for you know, all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. It is the third and final day. Unfortunately, we've made it here, but luckily there are some great games to close this one out. I'm joined by the greatest himself, though. It's going to be Harry. We're back. I mean, are you ready for this? Obviously, to kick it off, it is going to be a big one. We have the man themselves, Hellraisers, the Polish team that has actually had a bit of a bad season, really. They've been struggling online in recent form, and coming into this, do you expect this is going to be a shake-up? That's obviously going to be quite a big game to kick things off. What are your quick thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm fairly wait, are we covering Hellraisers or NiP versus VP? What are you on about?
Wait, it's VP, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
You said Hellraisers.
Did I say Hellraisers?
That's why I'm so confused.
I thought I said VP. I thought I said the Polishmen themselves.
We're off to a fantastic start. But,
well, this has gone well.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which one of us is crazy.
I swear it was you, but maybe it was me.
It's the Mandela effect
you know
in
what?
action.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll figure it out. Yeah, NiP versus VP going to be the first game. We got the schedule on, or we can look at that in a minute. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. I think it's going to be the big one. There we go.
That'll shut you down, boy, talking about Hellraisers.
That was you. No, you've got this the wrong way around. You've got this.
Come on, mate. Amateur. This guy.
VP versus NiP. Going to be the first two maps we see, and then we've got G2 versus Mouz, which I'm very much looking forward to both of these, actually. I think they're both going to be very good. There's a lot that we can look at in terms of the standings as well, how they're going to be impacted on the back of this, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that can go on there. And I mean, here we go. We can look at this right now. Is that Mouz, they currently find themselves in third. They're going to be coming in up against G2, who didn't really have the best of starts, but since then have started to rise their way on up. If Mouz go ahead and pick both up, we can actually see them just go straight up into first place. Even if they win one, they're in a very good standing to make it to first.
And that's the crazy thing as well, because obviously Mouz Sports, they've been looking pretty good, even though they had the departure of Nico. And now as well, we see another change. The new fifth is in the lineup. It's all been switched about a bit. This is where it's going to get interesting as well, because Rops, I believe, or how are we going with this pronunciation?
I mean, that's the thing, right? He's new, so yeah. I don't know what you want to... Should we go with Rops?
You want to go with Rops?
Yeah, let's go with that. That sounds good.
I mean, he's been causing a bit of a stir, obviously, over in FPL. He's been doing very well recently, proving that as an individual player, he is incredibly useful. And
only 17 as well, so incredibly young, and that is a great thing, because then you can just mold them into this killing machine, which, would be fantastic. So, all that good stuff to come, but first we are going to be looking at NiP versus VP. And the maps today, we're going to go in with the symmetrical map choices, which is quite nice. I believe it's going to go Nuke, Cobble, Cobble, Nuke.
Always scary, obviously, for Observer out there. Yeah. Jacob's going to hate himself for that one, obviously, Nuke.
Struggled on Mirage yesterday. Nuke's a whole different ballgame.
That's a low blow. You did all right, Jacob. There was no need for that. Come on, Harry. But yeah, obviously, it's going to be an interesting map pool, as we are going to see both of those come into action twice. Will be good to sort of see how both of the styles of play are going to come into effect, though. Obviously, kicking it off with Nuke as the first whole shebang. I mean, we sort of spoke about this a little bit earlier on, sort of off camera, but predominantly Ninjas in Pyjamas used to be a very effective Nuke team, but this was a while ago.
Yeah.
Now coming back into the fold with obviously how things have switched up, it's going to be interesting to see how different everything will be for them there, because Virtus Pro, I mean, they've been struggling in terms of recent form online, especially. On Nuke, though, do you feel like this is still going to be Ninja Pyjamas coming back to that older days, reliving that, especially with Draken in the lineup now, or is this where VP just have a little bit of a reformation and actually lock it down?
There's a lot of factors playing into this. You know, it's something that we were speaking about earlier, is the fact that VP aren't having too much of a good time lately. I mean, when we kind of look back, like you said, old Nuke, and even when Nuke was reintroduced back in 2016, they did very well on it off the bat. Since then, I believe the last time they played it was in October. They just kind of, stopped playing it for a while when they were, kind of teetering off towards the end. Coming back into 2017, they've really only played it a couple of times, and the only team they've actually won against has been VP. So it's been a bit of a struggle for them. I mean, they have got the advantage at least of already beating Virtus Pro on this map, but that's up against a VP that hasn't looked, to even be a shadow of its former self.
It's true, they've been struggling a lot there recently. And it's scary as well, because right now they're very low down the bottom of that, as the rankings, as we saw, getting close towards that relegation zone, which would mean they could be forced back into Mountain Dew League, which would be a shame to see them actually back in that spot. And obviously, guys, the finals are coming up very shortly for Mountain Dew League. If you want to check that out, be up to date with all the latest that's going on, you might as well follow it. Stay up to date, we're getting towards the end of that there. And as well, if you do miss anything else that goes on over at this channel, head over to our YouTube channel where you can stay up to date with all the stuff going on there as well. Obviously, all the VODs will be posted. They're going out. We're live there, the same place, same time, every time of the week. So you might as well stick around and subscribe. Ring the bell while you're there as well, because that is going to alert you in case you think, oh, I've got a notification. It's Harry on my screen. You want to tune in, you want to check some of that. It's always good to see, right?
Yeah. Alternatively, you. I mean, I'd say you got a lot going for you. The facial hair.
It's true.
I'm digging it. But I think this match in particular is the one I'm looking forward to, despite the fact we've got a great one up next. I've always been a fan of seeing NiP versus VP kind of matches, or even
it's kind of
either one,
matchup, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're two very kind of old school teams that have played it a lot up against each other, and they're two that should be fresh in people's minds as being ones who do have these kind of periods where they're very inconsistent. NiP perhaps, spanning maybe a couple of years, whereas VP kind of maybe a couple of months at a time, and then they'll very quickly come back into this. I mean, VP still, very, very, I think they're top 3 right now on the HLTV rankings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're not a team you can underestimate. They just need to start to pick things up, because they still have yet to win a game in April. So, yeah, and it's not like they haven't been playing. They've been playing. They just haven't been winning.
And I mean, that's quite scary as well, because when you look at it, obviously, they do have that 3rd place ranking on HLTV, but currently throughout this season of Pro League, it's sort of reminiscent of what we've seen before in Pro League. They struggle quite heavily because it's an online season. It just seems like they really can't get over the hump of the fact it is online. They struggle quite heavily. They're very low down towards the bottom now, peeking into that relegation zone. They need to switch things up. Obviously, they had that loss against Hellraiser in the start of the season. There's been quite a few upsets that have actually come through that were interesting to see. We saw that when they went up against Kingwin as well. We expect them to win there. They lost that. Lots of the times they've been losing these matchups, you're just kind of like, right, they should have won that. What's going on? Where can these questions be asked? And it was the same to be said about NiP at the start of the season.
Yeah.
They just literally didn't win a map. They went all the way down. Then we saw Hef removed from the lineup. Draken added. And that was the turning point. That was where, since then, they've actually been performing a whole lot better. But obviously, you've still got to look at it there. Surely, on paper, Virtus Pro should be winning this matchup. They're the team that have had the longer lineup. But I mean, it's starting to even ask the question, is that lineup consistency even worth it anymore, if they can't actually find a way to start closing things down?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Like you said, I mean, with NiP, something that does normally happen is when we see someone join, they pick things up for a while. It's just how long can they sustain it? They go through the honeymoon period, and then straight away, it's almost like divorce, gone, boom. They really struggle bringing anyone in. They, from speaking to the kind of people that they have brought in, a lot of interviews that came out, they always say they make it a very easygoing atmosphere to ease into, and they always say it comes quite naturally. But with the rest, of the 4 ninjas, it just doesn't quite click. They don't quite cement together. And normally, we see them get dropped. We've seen the likes of Disco Doppelin, Makalele, Pith most recently, removed from the roster in the past, and now we've got Draken trying to fill, that 5th ninja role. And, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Draken. I always have been. Casting all the last season of the Mountain Dew League, a lot of this season as well, kind of seeing him on Epsilon back in the day, that was a spectacle, to say the least. So, you know, I've been heavily invested in him from the beginning, so I think seeing him on NiP is a great thing. I think he can bring a lot to the table.
Like with that, because he is that AWPing role, it's actually a lot more beneficial for them because they haven't had really a dedicated AWPer in a while since sort of, I mean, if you look at that, yeah, it was when Makalele was back in the team as a dedicated fifth. I mean, he did sort of resurge for a little while. We saw like a couple of weeks, I believe, where he was playing with them, but just kind of like as a sub, right? And they were definitely playing better when they did have those AWPers in the lineup. Yeah,
exactly. That's what I was going to say. Makalele did bring a lot to the team, and that's why everyone was very surprised, you know, when he did eventually, you know, have to depart from NiP. It came as quite a shock to a lot of people because they had picked up quite considerably since bringing him in. So, yeah, no, it has been interesting to kind of witness, though. They're fall from grace almost, and it's ever since Verflaren left, if you ask me. He was the man holding it together. What a beautiful specimen he was.
That's true. It's kind of like the glue, keeping it all together, and then as soon as he left, it was crumbling. They've tried to fix it multiple times, but it's never really worked out. So it was always a little bit interesting there. I mean, moving our way through as well, obviously, it's going to be interesting to see more so how he can actually play on a map like Nuke, because he does have the position to actually try and take those fights towards outside. But that's kind of his only angle of attack. I mean, more so, CT half, he can defend, you know, sort of outside once again, but we're not going to see too much of him in terms of AWP setups, most likely towards ramp. We haven't really seen NiP go for anything too crazy like that in a while. It's been very just sort of normal, standard play, quite methodical. And the only thing is, I wonder if that will come back to hinder them, because it will be very easily countered. You know, it's about 2 smokes. You can completely block off all lines of sight from outside when you're taking that outside control. Say 4 VP, if they just have those 5 AKs, want to try and take aim battles. That's the only thing that I'm going to be interested to see if that will hinder them because of that. Also, as well, more predominantly, I think one of the things we do have to touch on that's quite a big point is the fact with the latest changes that have come into effect now, obviously the Negev, that's allowed back in competitive play now, but that is only at the cost of 2k for a weapon that is inaccurate for the first, I think it's like first 15 rounds, then it is 100% accurate. So you do have to hold down the trigger. I mean, and allow it to,
I think it's been banned from the Pro League, so
has it been taken out of Pro League?
we don't have to worry about that. Okay. But I was kind of really looking forward just to seeing, you know, so Valve
it was used in America Pro League last night. It was used in the
it might have been, because it was announced this morning. It was the Western Player Council.
Ah, there we go.
Like negotiated with ESL, and they basically said that it's not going to be played within Pro League.
There we go.
Which I think, you know, would have been fantastic, just because then Valve can finally witness the
how terrible idea it was.
How much of a just abysmal decision that was. You know, they just wanted people to experiment with it. It's almost like a test. It's almost like they need a test client.
It's true. Much like we had in Source, where there was the beta client.
Yeah, it's not like that doesn't already exist. But, yeah, I mean, speaking of exist, actually, he's someone that I really wanted to come on to next. That transition was seamless.
That was good, mate. That was well done.
Yeah, him on Nuke has been a spectacle to watch lately. He's been just playing amazingly, you know. I mean, he's normally kind of one of the more consistent, but maybe not kind of top of the board players. Lately on NiP, he's been kind of one of the defining factors. When we saw them versus VP, that when they won last time, 16-5 was the scoreline of that. Granted, VP weren't really there, you know. Like I say, they're a shadow of their former self right now, but Exist played phenomenally well. You know, he looked like a combination of both Get Right and Forest back in their prime. He looks actually insane. It's amazing to see. I think we just need to kind of see, you know, the other names on the team step up, and Draken is a nice bit of, you know, an injection into that. I think if we see the kind of Exist, Draken, and then Forest combo really kind of carrying things through, then this could go very well for NiP here on Nuke.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see sort of what they actually bring to the table there in terms of strategy as well. But on that T side, a lot of this map does revolve around getting control towards outside. We've actually got some smokes that could help you if you're trying to get some of these takes off. So I'm going to have a look at those, and they might be able to aid you in your pugs over on ESEA.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy. Now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
There you go, one of those very useful smokes to block off control towards Garage or Mac, as some source players used to call it. But this is the thing, right? That's going to be very useful up against a player like Draken.
Yeah.
Because there isn't too much he can do. Sure, he can situate himself towards CT Red. He can play a little bit further back and just try and watch the cross. But 9 times out of 10, we're basically just going to see him playing around Garage, trying to get that information, trying to shut things down, right? It's very simple to remove a lot of that CT side line of sight. quite easily. You know, there's about 3 smokes you can do that just completely block off all of outside, or you can just remove garage and then just smoke over and just push it if you want. I mean, a lot of that fight towards secret in that outside area, I think is going to be a big amount of contention. I mean, with Nuke, just as the flow of the map, I mean, kind of the outside area of Nuke is sort of the mid of the map. That's why it is quite hard to see a lot of those battles going on. I think that will be interesting to see how that affects things, obviously.
Yeah, you know, I think ever since the changes came in, you remember when the rafters were added, now loop all the way around up towards heaven. We don't really see them used in the early stages, and that's because when you do get that smoke, you know, the wall of smokes down towards outside, it's still so strong at being able to get players in through secret. Usually, instead, we if anyone does bother to go rafters, it'll be a little bit later into the round to sneak up in towards heaven, go for some sort of split in towards the A site, or alternatively kind of hit ramp from the, you know, with the surprise factor. Usually don't really see anyone overextend past the rafters too much early on, and that's because when that wall of smokes goes down, the guy up there's still incredibly vulnerable to the AWP that's outside. So, you know, I imagine, like you say, if we do see any outside pushes coming in from VP, we're just going to see a nice little wall of smokes go down, because it's very, very easy to do. As you just saw in that smoke tutorial there, I mean, there's one for you if you ever find yourself against Draken in a pug. Yeah, I mean, they'll just be able to get the wall of smokes down, head outside, make their way down through secret, and that B site is fairly easy to kind of take now with the different layouts that we see. The one thing is you know, we kind of see Exist sometimes playing over towards that ramp here, and he's gotten very efficient at just being able to hold that, you know, lock it down, like just an impossibly amazing. I can't think of the word. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. Immovable object. That's him. That's Exist.
For BP, is the unstoppable force.
That
it's
is
the
true.
age-old question, right?
Yeah.
Who comes out on top in that scenario? Or does it just null each other? Nothing happens.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess we're going to find out when we finally get into this. We were told, actually, that the reason why there's a little bit of delay was because someone couldn't find their phone charger to authenticate with Steam, which is probably a pretty quality reason, if you ask me. Pretty justified. But, yeah, no. So, okay, going into this, and what would you say your predictions are? You know, how do you think it's going to go, on Nuke at least?
I mean, honestly, right, it's kind of shocking to see, because we've seen VP, I mean, still, per always, at LAN environments, locking it down, still having good showings, right? But online, this season, it's just been really quite abysmal. And to be honest, I think like it's going to be unfair if I don't hedge my bets towards NiP and just say, purely off sort of more nostalgia for Nuke being here and them sort of, as they were, a very, very fabulous team back on the older style of Nuke. Coming into this one, if they do have a little bit of that form reminiscent, have good use of all of their players, as you say, they exist as well. Another player that just needs to pop off. I mean, more so as well, like I'm not expecting to see too much actually from Drac in terms of firepower, because he's just quite a consistent player in terms of what role he plays. He's just very useful overall. I mean, he'll just hold his ground. So I'm thinking, as long as everyone actually steps up, plays their role to a nice standpoint, you know, not over too zealous, not trying to go too confident or anything like that, but just plays it out as they should. I think NiP should be able to close this one out. It's going to be a close matchup, to say the least, but I think NiP might be able to edge just ahead on Nuke to start this series.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, after we kind of saw VP play the other night when they were up against LDLC, they were on Nuke, and yeah, they got ruined there as well. Even when you think back to Star Series, they never got more than 5 rounds up against anyone they played against, and you know, just kind of immediately bottomed out. So, yeah, I'm going to have to hedge my bets at least on this first map on NiP. I think that's going to be the way that we see it. Like you say, if everyone just plays their role, then we're going to be all good. But that's the thing about VP. They are very up and down, even literally over a matter of, you know, a game. Like one game, they could be just the worst team you've ever seen. The next game, they are Virtus Plow. And, well, we're going to be seeing this as we head now into the pistol round. It's going to be underway. VP over on the CT side, NiP kicking things off on the T side.
We'll see how this one will unfold. Obviously, as well, you can see Exist has gone for a little bit of utility play with the rest of his side. Obviously has that armor Glock to play with. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, there is no kit on their side. They've gone for these full kits of armor. Obviously, Nuke, a very easy map to rotate, so it's not going to hinder them too much as long as they can try and retake that site in a fairly timely fashion. Pasha situated himself over towards ramp by the boxes. He's going to peek up. Can he actually do some damage, though? His role was to just try and slow them down there as they've taken a fair bit of map control already. You can see them actually pushing their way through and towards that B-bomb site. Can they find the frags, though? Freiburg will kick it off. Absolutely brutal there as he takes down Pasha, but Bayali will respond with 2 frags of his own, Harry.
Yeah, Bomb is going to get planted over towards that B site. Neo's got a lot of ground left to clear out. And, well, Bayali, there's no stopping him right now. He's going to be on 3 frags, still alive and kicking. Finally dealt with by Freiburg, who's looking for a third of his own. And actually, down goes Taz. It's Neo and Snacks in the 2-on-1. Freiburg, the last hope here for NiP in this pistol round. He's got a reload, trying to stay alive in the vents, but they haven't dealt with him yet. Finally going to go down as Snacks does around the corner. The crossfire set up. A little bit uncomfortable there in that 1-on-2. NiP, they get the bomb down, but the defuse is going to come in as VP, they pick up the pistol.
A little bit awkward as he danced around. I thought he was actually going to somehow be able to pull something out because it just took him so long to find that frag onto him. But obviously a little bit too low. He does fall. Redeeming factor is they will get that bomb plant, so they'll have a little bit more cash to play with sooner rather than later. Now then, interesting buy coming out from Virtus.pro. You can see actually going to invest quite heavily on the SMGs there. They do have 3 of them coming out. 2 of them actually being MP9s as well, so it's more risky. Yeah, you know, you can't really hold on to those into the following rounds. So if NiP did actually go for more of an aggressive burst style play and wean out those 2 SMGs, they might be able to find a bit of a crack in the armor, Harry.
I think the MP9 is a phenomenal gun, and I wish it got more love, so I'm actually a huge fan of this buy from Neo and Pasha. Much love their way, and actually we're going to be seeing NiP heading out towards outside. Now Snax is positioned over here towards Garage. Neo's now in secret as well, just ready to make some noise in that nade. Find some damage, but it's the MP9 roaring into action, firing shots down range. Now looking to try and retreat on back as he does get pushed. And NiP making their way in through secret, but they got to watch out because where Neo is, he could have tried to come in from behind, but it looks like instead he's just going to opt to play things safe, rotating down over towards this B site. Snax, though, still a huge threat here out towards that side. They didn't clear him out. Get Right, meanwhile, making some presence over here towards ramp. Pasha just holding it with the MP9, and actually Freiburg first to go down, hitting the deck as Neo pushes out wide with the MP9, finds the initial frag, and has bought some time for the rotate to come in. Pasha, you can see, made his way back into the ramp, so he can quickly now come down in towards B. And as they find Get Right, he, of course, lurking over towards the ramp there. You know that there's at least one player here for NiP, and Neo is going to go for the backstab, finds the first exist, goes down. Forrest unable to get the work done with the Glock, and then Pasha to finish him off. That is VP. They keep 5 players alive, cash farmed up on the back of the SMGs, and they find that second round.
Yeah, good to see. Obviously, the thing is as well, the only issue with that MP9 buy is that it is very effective against unarmored players. You can tear your way through them a lot quicker than you can with that UMP just because of the high rate of fire, right? But the thing is, coming into this round, it's very, very much a hindrance, as you don't really have the range advantage or the armor penetration that you have with that UMP.
Just you wait and see, Jackie. Just you wait and see, I promise.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if somehow they do pull this one out of the bag, but it should be unlikely, obviously. Not going to be as effective as those UMPs. Up close and personal, Bayali will try and take that control towards outside. Meanwhile, seems like they're going to go for those smokes straight through the skylights to try and take control of A site, possibly later on into this round.
Bialy now going to take that peek. Exist first to go down. The refrag trying to come in from Forest, but he can't connect it. Bialy going to be peeking out wide, but does finally go down at the hands of the Galil on Forest. Equalize back out of 4-4. Get Right, meanwhile, get a dispatch of Taz, but they don't account for Snax, who's just been playing Garage perfectly. Watching these angles. Freiburg going to be getting that bomb down. Pasha sneaking up the ladder. His huge biceps holding him up. Well, it's him and Neo locked in this 2-on-3. The MP9's going to have to step up in a big way. Flash comes through and Pasha's going to take the peek, but down he goes at the hands of Freiburg, and Neo next to fall. Get Right with the UMP, proving that maybe I was wrong as it reigns supreme over the MP9.
Thing is, though, it is not doom and gloom at all because they can instantly rebuy up. So you play that out more as a scout round, you don't need to reinvest. You just stick with those SMGs because you know even if you do loot it, you can now get out these 4 rifles into this. Following on, Bayali will actually go for the MP7 though. Made sense because he didn't have as much cash as the rest of his teammates. So he's just going to work with what he can afford. Still could be a bit of a nuisance though if he transfers some tags over and then Snax could pick them off towards outside. Let's see if NiP are going to try and slow this down a little bit more though. Right now, just holding more of a default. Playing 2-2 as they just hold by T-Spawn. Not really using that utility just yet. They are just waiting to see if there will actually be any aggression on display from Virtus.pro. Everyone holding their ground fairly smartly though. More of a slow style into this round. There's those outside smokes that we were talking about earlier. Block complete control off from Garage. You just push your way through. It's actually Draken that will be leading the charge as he slowly makes his way down through secret. Snax is there though, and he can be such a sneaky nuisance. But Draken will spot him out and exterminate him, allowing himself safe patches now towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, Get Right going to be the thorn in their side as he stays up towards A. Bialy rotating around with the MP7. Bit of a questionable buy, but he makes it work as Freiburg going to go down in a blaze of glory. Bialy continuing his aggression, looking to try and prove us wrong as the MP7 picks up a second and a third. Down goes Exist. He's making this investment worth it. We can see that Forest is there. Get Right's coming in from behind as well as he rotates in towards Hell. Neo might get caught off guard. He's looking the wrong way. Forest just dispatches a Bialy with expert precision. Down he goes. Get Right looking to try and make this lurk worth it as Neo hits the deck as well. And very quickly, NiP, they've flipped this whole situation on its head. Now they find themselves with a man advantage. Bomb out in the open still over towards B, but they can afford to get it down. Taz going to find himself in the 1v2.
A bit confused right now. I'm not sure where he wants to situate his attack from, as he will try and go for a little bit of an information play. Peeks out, struggling to control his recoil there, but will actually find the frag on towards Get Right. Knows Forest is trying to go for that quick bomb part now as well, and actually takes the push into him, spots him out, was able to take him down, and will get another round on the board for VPs. They instantly bite back. They will claim the third round, and this will do some damage to the economy of Ninjas in Pajamas as well.
Yeah, now the bomb plant should mean they can afford to buy up into this. It's going to be a little bit weird because Exist a little bit low on cash, as is Freiburg, so I imagine we're just going to see them stick with the UMPs, but everyone else going to be on rifles. A little bit of utility as well for them to play around. Pretty much everything they're going to need heading into this, so hopefully not going to impede them too much. You can see Freiburg has only got the Tech 9, but still it's a very versatile weapon. You can use that to be very mobile as well on your pushes, and Freiburg towards that side. Not really the ideal place for the Tech to end up, but he's just lining up smokes for the time being as they look to try and recreate this great wall of smokes towards outside once again, and that's going to hopefully allow Forest and Exist to gain some ground towards outside. But Taz, he's going to be going aggressive on his own over towards Hut.
Taz will actually get the opener as well. He's able to fight through with that level of aggression, takes down Get Right, and instantly takes the man advantage for the side of VP into this one. There's those outside smokes, though, working flawlessly, apart from Forest, who was caught off guard by Ali as well. Will claim another frag. Snacks keeps on rolling through as he shuffles his way up towards the A site, gets another kill on towards Freiburg, and just leaves Draken on his lonesome. Confused about how his teammates have been executed oh so quickly. He will fire back, though. Headshot on towards by Ali. But it's still going to be 4 more men he has to take down if he wants to chance into this round. Probably realizes that it's going to be a very hard task. Or just try and back off and reposition himself here.
Yeah, going to be heading towards that side. Now, they know that Snacks was out here, so he's hoping he could find this kind of one-on-one engagement. If he doesn't, then he's already whittled that clock down enough into a situation where he can potentially save. But if he can find a frag on a Snacks here, which I think is the overall idea, then he does put it down to a 1-on-3, and it just makes it that much more achievable. But 35 seconds left to play around with. Snacks has already fallen back passively in towards that A site, well into the crossfires of everyone else on VP, but actually he's in danger of being caught out as he does just reside in the corner of Mini. No one here actually able to trade this out, so if Draken does spot him, that could have netted him the advantage. Neo as well up in heaven, but with only 15 seconds left and counting, it looks like Draken just going to decide to save, falling on back and towards CT spawn very passively. Not going to expect him to be here either because, you know, why the hell would you? So he will be able to hold into the AK at least, but VP, they're going to find themselves a 4th round.
Good stuff as well. They work their way through. Now the damage is completely done to the economy of Ninjas in Pajamas. It obliterates what they had to play with. It's going to be so very awkward, as Draken is the only one that could actually save a rifle as well. So it relies heavily on him to do anything into this actual round. If he can actually get a couple of opening frags, though, they can scavenge some weapons, maybe make a play off the back of that. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of an aggressive style hit coming out from NiP into this one, as they don't have the utility to try and play it slower. Probably just a ramp burst, something along those lines, try and take outside control. Yeah, they're just going to go for the outside push. He obviously has the AK, so he can take those aim battles if necessary. They're going to completely try and distract those. They burst their way through. Snacks is there to attempt to dispatch. Molotov will go in, that slows them down slightly. But can he actually find these frags without getting any casualties on the side of VP?
Yeah, they've been quick to rotate Bialy around as well over towards Secret. Now they have this crossfire between Snacks and Bialy, and you can see actually, looks like Taz even getting in a position where he can chime in and get his hands on some of the action. 3 players with an earshot of outside, and actually Taz now falling on back. So it is Snacks and Bialy to hold off outside. They know there's at least 1 or 2 players here, and Draken, as he finds that first, Bialy going to peek up, desperately trying to equalize things out, but Draken going to claim 2 lives on the back of this AK. Oh, okay, make that 3. A nice quick peek. Neo going to go down as he falls at the hand of Draken. Now it's Pasha and Taz, 2v4. Draken's put in an enormous amount of work. He's looking to do that much more. Taz is on the corner, peeking on out. Does find the first one to get right. Draken looking for this 4th frag. Goes in for the spray, but Taz says no. Going to get 3 of his own. Finally taken down by Exist. As now it's Pasha and Exist 1v1. 40 seconds left to play around with. Plenty of time for Exist to make his mind up. And a lot of options available to him here.
Stands by with Pasha as well. You can see debating, just waiting it out for the right moment. He is going to just try and play for the late round retake here. As soon as he gets past that bomb, he knows that it will be a commit towards the B bomb site. Can try and take the fight there. He has the kit. That's going to be quite an important factor. 2 flashbangs as well. That extra little bit of utility could actually save his hide into this one. Exist is directly below him, though. The vent has been popped. Now he knows where he is. He will drop down. Can't quite adjust his crosshair. Exist will be able to just rip his way through him. Had the better position into that matchup. And that is a crazy round to be picked up by NiP. Off the back of Draken's individual performance. Great stuff. He was the only one that actually had a weapon. He teared his way through enough members of the side of VP to leave them weakened. the remaining members of NiP could actually shut this one out. And you can see that damage in effect here as well. Look at the buy they've had to go for. It is very all over the place. You have an AWP on Snacks, the UMP over on Bayali, a Scout in play as well, and a Mag 7 on Pasha. Taz just left with what he could actually scrape out of the round in the CZ as his sidearm. Not a very efficient buy, and you imagine they should be punished unless Snacks can actually really kick this one off with a bang.
Yeah, Pasha is going to be going aggressive with that Mag 7, and we know he's very deadly with it. Pop Flash going to come in from Get Right, but Pasha looking away, and down goes Get Right. Loaded with a face full of lead. Pasha now picking up the AK, quickly traded out by Draken. He just shows no signs of stopping right now. Falling on back to rejoin the rest of his team. I think he's trying to grab some extra utility there, and through the smoke does pick it up, and now he's going to be relocating, looks like towards outside instead. They're fully aware that a little bit of aggression did come out over towards ramp, and Neosynth has fallen back. Well, meanwhile, we've also got Bialy. He's over towards mid. He can easily peek on out if this outside push does come in, so they need the smokes down to separate it. Snack's going to be watching from heaven, and he can see over the top of that smoke if they decide to take that corner wide. He's just going to hop down at perhaps the wrong time. Bialy rerouting over towards Secret. He's going to have a lot on his plate as the Swedes now round the corner.
Freiburg, yep, tiptoeing his way down. Is going to be entering the domain of Virtus.pro, though his teammate actually gets killed as Bialy had the better angle. We'll be able to take 2 for 1 as he gets traded out by Forest in the end there. Leaves them in a 2 versus 3 situation. Slightly favoured towards VP at this point, but it all depends on what Forest can actually bring to the table here. He will make his entry towards that B bomb site, but Neo with the Scout. Such a crisp headshot actually comes out as he lands it, taking him down. This round should be as good as done at this point. Draken was low, also gets eliminated by Taz. And once again, NiP will get 1 round on the board, but then they get reset. VP as well, off the back of what was a very awkward bite. Close it out. So NiP basically broken. I mean, Exist is the only one with too much money to play with, so they basically are just going to have to go for a full save or at least a light pistol investment. Actually, they go for the force around this. They're actually going to buy up. There's only going to be 2 weapons in play. The rest of them just on pistols, but they've got more utility than I expected them to. If they try and play this one slow, there is always potential.
Yeah, and Draken crucially going to have that AWP. He's been doing great with the rifles. Let's see if when they got him on his more signature weapon, he can make it work. Does spot out. Snacks towards outside, but he can't quite connect that shot. Now they know where he is, and actually he's going to reposition. The other side of the rafters there, just can't quite connect the shot in through the grating, just locked in its eternal duel towards outside. Snacks just going to play things safe, does fall on back, doesn't want to re-peek that same angle twice. Already missed a couple of shots, both of them being given the opportunity, but not able to find it. In the meantime, though, Get Right. No one knows how he does it, but he's better to get in the back lines quite significantly. Already down in through Secret. Now he's over at B. It looks like they're going to be sneaking on past, trying to gain control of outside once again. The wall of smoke's already down, but they haven't crossed. Only Get Right down there for the time being. Draken watching the aggression in from behind. NiP, they seem a little bit pinned down now towards outside.
They're not going to be going for this boost play. Draken actually put up on top of the red there. He can peek over and finds the frag on towards Snacks. And that's that AWP removed from VP. This could be quite an impactful factor. Bialy, though, will fight back, takes down Forest. This Pasha as well going to try and move on as he executes Get Right. Ripping his cranium clean off there. Leaves them in such an awkward spot. 3 men left as they make their approach down towards B. They have slipped in, luckily, but they have been detected. The CTs are completely aware of their location. Exist peeks from window. But once again, Pasha proving far too strong as he will hit him with a right hook and takes him down.
Oh, he's not done yet. Going to go in swinging, and actually Draken's gun just sticking in through the vents. Pasha going to go for the knife, but he doesn't quite get it. He's going for the left hook after the right, and now it's all on Draken, who somehow survives the left-right good night, still alive and kicking with the AWP. 10 HP in a dream, looking to try and hold on to it, looking for another no-scope, but no Taz. Fancy feet on the ladder. Does manage to survive, and they pick up both the AWPs. Now they've got a double AWP set up in play over on the side of VP. We did see Neo earlier on with the Scout, so he's going to be picking up the AWP now, looking to take that perhaps over towards ramp. Of course, you know, double AWPing on the CT side, incredibly viable. Having someone, you know, locking down outside and then someone on ramp with the AWP is just incredibly strong. You can rotate a player around and, you know, kind of utilize the guy on ramp to watch outside if you lose that initial AWP. And, you know, it's very good to kind of juggle these positions around. Meanwhile, on the side of NiP, they've got no money. They're going to find themselves with their backs against the wall, and Draken actually dying after the time means he only has $250, so we might actually see them have to force buy into this.
Yeah, very awkward round, to say the least, for them. It's not been great so far. They definitely have been struggling on that T half. And this is interesting as well, because as you said with that double orb setup, I mean, the only real secondary place you can situate it to is over at ramp. But it's always a risk because, I mean, we've only ever seen NiP go for, I believe, 1 or 2 ramp bursts, and those have been on ecos. We saw it in sort of the first couple of in the first pistol, where they would burst their way through, just trying to overwhelm the opposition. If you do just have an AWP there, they might be able to overwhelm him. We're going to need to see some kind of communication going through there, a little bit of support on that. He won't be able to just sort of solo take the fight. But it'd be interesting to see how this actually does boil down. Right now, Bayali, I mean, he's been tearing it up. We saw that even in the first couple of rounds. Bayali was the one getting all of the frags on the board single-handedly. Draken as well. He's kind of been the only one that's actually had a rifle for a lot of these rounds because he's just been saving one. Yeah,
I mean, the other thing about Draken, though, is you got to give him credit, right? I mean, he's someone who be coming into this saying how his AWPing's really good, and right now he's showing he can rifle just as well. And that's why, you know, I've always been a huge supporter of his, is because you know, there are a lot of AWPers where it seems like, you know, you give them the rifle and they're a lot less confident with it. The skill gap between them on the rifle and the AWP is quite significant. Meanwhile, Draken just isn't one of these guys. I mean, you know, you can give him anything, and he's a murdering machine, just capable of smiting down even the toughest opponents. But anyway, heading into this, it looks like they're not going to opt to force buy. Draken only with $250 will probably be relegated down to Tech9 and Armor into the next round. Snacks with the AWP outside. Just going to be a shooting gallery for him and exist. Well, he's the first one on display. Down he goes. Snacks looking to try and get himself some mounts for the wall. And already you can see Get right up close and personal going to go down as well. Snacks on the roll with the USP, swapping things out, just taking his engagements up close and personal, almost like it's a pistol round, going to be on 3. And now it's all on Freiburg, who does go down at the hands of Bialy. 7-2. VP picked that round up in a flawless fashion, quick, clean. And that's exactly what they needed to boost their economy that much more.
Very quick, though. I mean, they just battered their way through. You can see now, obviously, as well, they are going to be buying up into this one. NiP will invest and go for the buy, but the only scary factor is, because Draken's money was so low because he died after time, he physically can't afford a rifle. He will have nades to use here. Luckily, that will help out NiP a little bit more into this round. But no rifle in play could come back to hinder him. He's actually been performing very well with a rifle as well, so it's a shame he doesn't have one in his hand into this round. But let's see how this one is going to boil down anyway. Right now, the first frag will go the way of Snacks. As per usual, it seems he's been a machine with this AWP. Switching up his pace, though, actually went for a hut push with the AWP of all weapons. Very interesting to see. Pasha coming in from the sideline as well. They could actually go for more of a pincer play. They've taken so much map control early. They know that the T's actually have to be funneled towards outside, as they physically cannot go towards ramp or in towards radio.
Yeah, this is the advantage that double AWP set up as well. You can see Neo taking Snacks' old position. Now just going to be trying to lock down outside. Smokes do go down to prohibit his view, and he's going to have to fall on back as a result. But NiP, they've been relegated to such a small portion of the map. So many angles left to clear, and with 55 seconds left, time's going to be a bit of an enemy for them here, unless they can dispatch some of these players that are pushed up. I mean, look at Pasha, look at Taz, both of them going to be immediate threat. Snacks, meanwhile, as well over there towards B. It's Pasha to find the first exist, and Freiburg both go down. Taz now closing in on the bomb. It's all on Forest. He does spot out one player, but he's got to worry about Taz. He actually finds both as they go down. Trying to bring this back into the realms of possibility. Turns it into a 1-on-3. Got to watch out, because Forest, once he gets going, he is a bit of a monster. Now you can see that Snacks has rotated down over here towards B, and it's no problem. Forest walks on in, unaware and bewildered, as Snacks mops that up.
Going to be another round going the way of VP as they close it out. Good stuff on display. This was actually a nice little double kill from Forest. But this is the thing. I mean, we're seeing a couple of big plays coming out from them more individually. But it's at the end of the round when they really can't close it out. It's way too far gone. And still at this point, NiP are really quite far behind. This is going to be another round picked up by VP, you would imagine. They should be claiming number 9 here, as Ninjas just don't have anything to work with. Sure, they've got the utility, but even then, we've not really seen them use it too much. More so, the only time they have actually used those smokes are towards outside to try and zone out the AWPer. That is it. We haven't really seen them try and go for an A-take or anything like that, burst your way through skylights. Just some ingenuity on display. It just seems very stagnant right now.
We're going to be trying to rush on in, but Snacks in the smoke. He's playing around, and Exist just going to roast in the fire and flames. Doesn't even react, and actually Freiburg walks into the flames as well. What's going on? As a mass suicide takes place in towards this A site, just walking into the smoke of Snacks. That's going to be Neo there to find that second, and well, they went down in a matter of seconds. Just the existential crisis, clearly too much to bear there for NiP, as they all just opted to roast in the fire.
Off to the Burns ward. Not a great situation to be in, but luckily the cash will resurge. They can get these buys out. It needs to be a difference maker now, though. They need to have some answers. Draken will be on the rifle. Obviously not too much of a hindrance, though, as we've seen, he's been performing very well with the weapon. Absolute artist with the AK so far. Snacks, though, he's been such a pain in the side of Ninjas. Every time they try and take that fight towards outside, he's been shutting them down over and over again. So they just basically have to try and deny that, or at least zone him out or find the opening frag. It's going to be a struggle. They don't have the AWP to try and counter it. Will be taking that outside control though. They want to just try and run the risk of going for aim battles here. But Snax, even up close with this AWP, he's been a lunatic.
Yeah, this time he's going to be zoned out a little bit. We're going to see a lot of pressure on Bialy to try and hold back the tide of Sweets. He's going to get one, but swiftly traded out by Freiburg, who does get tagged down low a little bit. Now Snax is going to fall on back, looking to try and play this over towards Heaven, but still maintain the pressure outside. It's Neo in and over towards Hell to get Drac, and you can see the trade doesn't come through from Get Right, who just has to hold it back, and Passive does equalize it back out into a 3-on-3 by taking down Pasha, but he hasn't dealt with Neo, and that nade, the slam dunk comes in. Forrest gets caught out from the backstab from Neo. And now it's all on Freiburg. 1v3, bomb's been dropped over towards Ramp. He's got to go and reclaim it, but it's right under the nose of Neo. Freiburg sneaking on up, does grab the bomb. Now just has to worry about Neo, and they're going to walk straight past each other, and oh no, basically giving him a back rub. Sputs out the first. Going to maintain this great trigger discipline. Finds Neo, doesn't bother trying to locate Snax, who is up and over towards the ramp, instead now making his way towards B. 1v2, Freiburg got to try and get this bomb down as time is running low. Both players going for the peek, but he spots out one. Down he goes. A Snax and Taz double peek into that to mop it up. They pick up the AWP, they save that in the next round. Double AWP still in play, and plenty of money on the CT side means that buying wouldn't be an issue anyway.
True. They will have that cash to come through. Looking good. Scary though. As obviously we are getting very close towards that penultimate round at this point, not too far away. And VP, they are just dominating. Best case scenario is Nuke could come back to try and get this into a 5-10 half, but even then I think that's pretty much out of the question at this point, as they've just been struggling. The cash is fairly broken as well on the side of NiP, so they can't really have too much to work with this round. They do have the utility. I doubt we're going to see too much use coming out of it. Right now, there's actually a lot of damage up towards Skylights. Could this actually be the round where they go for more of an aggressive A-take? They will be setting themselves up with those smokes. The smokes do bound over and actually land in there, but you can see the quick rotate from Bialy as well. Now, he can backstab here very effectively. Freiburg, though, towards Hut, will be peeking in. Flashbang goes over to try and allow him out. Can he find the opening frags? No one is going to be on that ground level. They are up high, but he will find it anyway. Takes down Taz. There's a response off the back of Snax, though. Another one going the way of Neo. The AWPs are starting to do absolute damage as Neo will double it up, takes another man down as Get Right hits the deck. And it is just Freiburg and Forest left to try and stay alive into this. Can they actually hold back the onslaught that is coming their way, though? Virtus Pro right now keeping this paint train going. Neo will peek in, takes pot shot, can't quite connect it, but luckily his teammate will find the frag anyway. And Forest, unfortunately, death from above comes his way as Pasha will spam into him.
Yeah, that was the first time we've really seen NiP do anything different. At this point, I'm even questioning, do they actually know any smokes other than outside? Because that just seems to be, they throw them, show that at least they still remember how to do that, and then a lot of the time don't even bother utilizing the smokes that have gone down. They just get thrown there purely to keep Snax and Bialy outside, which that doesn't even work. You see, then they just rotate Bialy in through secret. He peeks out, gets the information that no one's there, and then you see Snax rotate in. So it hasn't been working out for them. They need to try and deal with this combo outside. Snax and Bialy, they're both posted on up here once again. Snax peeking on out around Mini. It's going to be made aware of these players pushing on out. The wall of smokes goes down yet again, but no one from NiP to push up just yet. In fact, it's Get Right to go down first on the early aggression from Taz, and wherever NiP go, everywhere else on the map just gets infested with VP. I mean, they're doing a great job of pushing and counteracting NiP. And oh, okay, Forest and Exist going to get burned in the fire and flames. They're already down to a combined 35 HP, but they do at least deal with Snax.
Nope, Neo as well will find one though, takes back Drac, and there's Bialy dropping Forest though, and now things have gone from bad to worse. Not looking too fantastic as it is just Freiburg and Exist left. Make that just Exist at this point, as Freiburg has been completely removed from his element. Now Exist, trapped on his lonesome, luckily does have the bomb to play with, can upgrade himself to an AK here if he wishes to try and do so. We'll peek out. Timing's a little bit awkward for him there, so he will hit the deck off the back of Bialy. Now, you've hit the nail on the head with it, because, I mean, this is the thing. Smoke usage has just been so awkward. They're investing so heavily into that utility, but even then, the round we saw them actually go for the upright A-take, where they just burst their way out through Hut. They just do the outside smokes. That ace, and the thing is, we saw them burst in their way through. It wasn't even like it was a fake at that point. As you bursted your way through Skylights, you've made so much noise there. It was pretty obvious that you were actually going to go for that A-take into that round, even though they tried to make it look like a double fake. Why not just commit and at least use those smokes to block off the line of sight?
Exactly, right? The main way that they lost that round was from the push in from Heaven. If they just throw in one smoke to catch the other play in Heaven, then they would have had the sight. They actually get out onto it, they find the frags necessary, but then they get ruined on the push from Neo. This time it's going to be A aggression, the order of the day. Forest and Get Right between them find all the frags necessary. The A site just crumbles, but it snacks outside, showing he can wield the Deagle just as well as he can wield the AWP. Does Dispatch of Exist as him and Pasha find themselves locked in this 2-on-4. Snacks has been a monster that they just can't tame right now as he does rotate up. Get Right finally puts a leash on him and down he goes. It's all on Pasha, 1v4. Coming in through Squeaky, going to be molotoving off the vent. Will at least stop the play coming in from Freiburg for the time being. But now he's got to worry because this has been smoked. Time is fast running out and it's going to be against him. NiP figured out what they had to do in round 15, but it was too little, too late. Let's see if they can try and pick things up in the second half after a very quick break.
Well then, the first half is going to be going in the way of Virtus Pro. Very dominantly, NiP just couldn't close it out. I mean, it looked sloppy. We sort of touched on it throughout the game, but smoke usage seems to be quite a major factor. It just seemed like decision-making was all over the place. Lots of questionable plays coming out. And honestly, I just don't know why we didn't see more sort of confident style of CS coming through there as well. Take those aim fights into the early round. A lot of it was slow style CS, but they didn't draw out any utility. They didn't do much with their own utility. Yeah. It just looked kind of questionable. And that's the thing. The one round they do actually have some confidence scope. Look, let's just take A side, just fast. Push their way in. They clear the angles you expect players to be situated in normally, and they actually find the frags. They picked up the round. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's very weird. Maybe we should direct them over to the ESL YouTube channel where they could actually learn smokes for Heaven. Because, there you go. Apparently, they only seem to know the outside ones. It's all they kept throwing. And I get it, you know, they were trying to, like, keep the fact that Bialy and Snacks was so incredibly strong outside. They were trying to prevent the rotate. But with how Bialy and Snacks are playing it, it just didn't work. Because you already had Bialy down in secret. The second he takes the peek and realizes that there's no one there, then Snacks knows he can afford to rotate off. And a lot of the time we kind of saw Bialy push up towards red and start to watch the actual corner that they round out at T-spawn. So, you know, I mean, having the smokes down did nothing apart from waste 3 smokes that could have been used much more effectively elsewhere. Had they just smoked Heaven on that first push into A on round 13, I think it was, or round 12, then we would have seen him pick it up. Neo comes in from Heaven, finds himself 3 insane frags on the back of the AWP. But if there was a smoke there, they would have had the bomb down. It would have been a 5-on-3. A very, very winnable situation. And then when we see them go A in that final round of the half, they mop it up. It's just raw aggression. You know, VP don't see it coming whatsoever, and they pick the round up. But, you know, you can't figure that stuff out in round 15. You need to be thinking of that much earlier on. And it's not like they did anything too inventive. It was literally just rush A. That's the thing. It seems like we only ever saw 2 rounds of actual confident style CS of just, you know, it could be questionable, but aggression actually on display from there. The first pistol round when they took the hit towards ramp, it was just a fast ramp burst off the back of 1 flashbang, and then the fast hit towards A site. You know, sure, it's completely different because it's a pistol, kind of negates the fact of it being on the same page, but it's just interesting to see that was the only time they really had confidence in themselves to actually try and take those aim battles and win them out. Definitely interesting to see it boiling down like that. Let's jump back in though as we work our way through into this second half. This time around, Ninjas over on that CT half. Let's see if things will be different for them, if they can actually try and lock it down here, as they need to come out big on this pistol, or VP are very close to match point.
Yeah, VP not really making their minds up just yet. The smoke's going to go down towards outside, and that's going to allow them to cross. Now, these are, in my opinion, a better wall of smokes. It doesn't allow you to push in through many, but you only use 2. And you can see that's going to now allow them to make their way in through secret. Draken trying to watch outside from Heaven. Quickly going to be caught off guard as 3 players on the approach from Rafters. He's now going to have to fall on back in towards this A site, and now they're set up perfectly to split in towards A. This is a very nice idea from them. Neo to find the first on a Get Right. Already, they're kickstarting this the right way, but Draken looking to try and shut this down before they can get their foot in the door. Does find the first. He's going to get chipped away from the push in for a mini. Freiburg goes down. They got to watch out because Snacks and Pasha, they're both in closing onto the site, and in the blink of an eye, the round are going to be going the way of VP. Draken and Exist, the only players to do anything there for NiP as they get completely ruined.
To be honest, at this point as well, all VP have to do is buy up, have the range advantage, take the fight towards outside. You win that round so easily. Most likely just play slow at the very beginning of the round because NiP could go for more of an aggressive style play as they know they have to try and do something more shocking. They can't play it out like a rifle round. VP can just play for range battles here. They can just try and take the aim fights and most likely win them out purely because they have the superior arsenal. Seems like they want to try and take the burst towards ramp to the late round though. More just a slow default to kick things off as they expect Ninjas in Pyjamas to actually push into them. And they will do just that. Get right. Gives away the first frag of the round as Pasha can tear his way through with that AK-47. And now they already slipped their way down towards the B site. Sure, they are going to be spotted out, but they don't actually take any damage off the back of it. They're just tearing their way through NiP as another man will go down.
Yeah, the push still going to be continuing. Actually, Exist does somehow manage to find Neo, but in the meantime, I mean, just up against the torrent of rifles that are firing rounds their way. Freiburg looking like he wants to try and peek, but the second he does, never mind. Pasha was in position, but still goes down. And actually Exist finding another. But Tazasnax quick to mop that up before it can get out of control. They only keep 2 players alive, which isn't ideal. They got the bomb down. They've still got money to invest, and NiP won't be able to force buy anything up behind this. Curious to see if they do, because they might be able to kind of catch VP off guard. It looks like they are just going to try and play for the overtime, but that's going to require winning 12 rounds consecutively.
And honestly as well, I don't know if we're even going to see that AWP coming out, because Draken has only 1.8k at this point. They're not looking too good. I mean, we could see him just get completely shut down right now. Sure, he's gone for the taser buy as well. It's kind of interesting to see what he's going to do with that. I mean, that's kind of the only really interesting thing about this round, is it should just be a bloodbath on the side of VP, just tearing their way through everyone on the side of NiP. Very, very simply. Neo will spot a couple of players. That actually finds the headshot that you imagine he shouldn't have got. Will take them down. The nade gets dropped as well. Interesting decision-making coming out, but they're still picking up these kills as easy as can be. NiP at this point left with just 3 men left standing, Harry. I mean, they're trying to play together here, at least have some kind of edge over VP, but you don't imagine they're really going to achieve too much.
Yeah, we can see that Exist and Freiburg trying to make their way up in through Secret to catch Pasha off guard, but he's in a great spot just to eliminate this exact sort of play and guillotine any hope of a resurgence in this pistol round. Freiburg going to get caught looking the wrong way, and down he goes. Now Exist might be able to trade this out as he takes the peek. Pasha going to be tagged down low, but no, the aim punch proven to be too much. As Exist falls next, it is all on Draken, the man with the taser. While he's just waiting for the time being, Pasha making his way in through Secret is already tagged down low. There's players who look like they might want to go hunting, so he might be able to find one here in the vent. This is the best scenario for the taser to work, but no, Bialy faster on the trigger. You don't need a taser when you got Bialy on the MP7. 15-3, 12 rounds the difference, and the buy coming in from NiP. They do get the AWP up at least.
Yeah, luckily Exist actually had some money to play with, so they can get the AWP in play. But overall as well, I mean, it's kind of bad for their actual amount of utility they have. Very, very lackluster. They only have 2 smokes, that's it. Those are going to be used up probably in the first few seconds of the round as well, because they don't have too much of a read of how VP are going to play this. They're just going to have to lob those out. It relies quite heavily on Draken to actually try and slow down this opposition. He will have to back up a Forest towards outside, but he's been removed from the entire situation. Freiburg is low, but will be able to do some damage. Freiburg actually goes one better as well, finds 2 kills into this. This is a huge play coming out from man. Just what they needed to actually try and take the tide into this fight. Get right as well. We'll find the frag back on towards Neo. Sure, VP have the upper hand into this round, but it's slipped away from them very quickly as they're just left with this dynamic duo to try and win this one out. They are outnumbered.
Bialy be tagged down by Draken, who does finish him off with the USP. Now it is all on Snax, who does go down. Exist peeking out from heaven, finds that frag. So they do manage to find themselves a 4th, and they actually start to now impede the economy of VP. They should be able to get another buy down into this. And I mean, even if the cash was that much tighter and they couldn't afford to buy, we would still see them go for it anyway, I imagine, just because, you know, they've got an 11-round buffer. They're not really in any immediate danger. But, you know, we've seen NiP with bigger comebacks than this, so maybe.
I mean, that's the thing even then, though, sort of what you were saying off the back of that. They didn't even need to go for a force. If they know they're not going to have, you know, a complete full buy, they can afford to let a round slip.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They can just go, all right, we'll let this one go, then buy up to when we know we have actually a very effective buy. So the ball is most definitely in their court. They can do what they want without these next these following few rounds. It's basically, they have 10 rounds before they have to sort of worry at that point. But into this one, they're actually doing a fair bit of damage. They leave it to a 3 versus 3, make that 3-2. As Forest will go 6 so far with this AK-47. He is raining hellfire from above, and all of a sudden it is just Bialy left. He is trapped towards the A bomb site. Does have the bomb in his possession, luckily enough, and some utility to work with. We'll try and smoke down. So if anyone is going to try and slip through main, he can find the kills here. Get right will actually be dispatched. He snaps his neck clean off He's trying to keep this round in his favor. He's making it work so far. If anyone peeks into him, surely he should find the win if they go 1 versus 1. They need to try and pick together here. Try and play as a unit. Draken will just be holding with that orb. Flashbang goes out for Bayali, trying to force him to do something. Will actually blind him, peeks in. Oh, bit of damage transferred over, but not quite a kill just yet. The kill from behind. And then we have Draken actually landing the shot with the orb. They will find that frag, keep themselves going. So VP's cash now will be broken. But as we were saying here, it doesn't really affect them too much.
No, it's especially not seeing as they were able to get that down into a 2-on-1. Had we seen everyone survive for NiP, which is what we're going to need to see if they want to stay in this. I mean, they need to never ever feel like they have to hold back in terms of their utility. I mean, they're going to be able to force buy every single round regardless because, you know, they've lost if their money gets low. But yeah, I mean, they need to just try and chip away at the money. That's exactly what they did. So this round going to be no problem. They don't have much into it. A couple of pistols here and there. But they can still do damage. And that's the thing that NiP really want to try and avoid. So up on Draken being something that could be called into question if too much damage is done. But he's already found the first frag on a Bayali outside. Now Pasha just baiting this out. That Molly's going to miss horribly as he does actually now kind of force himself back a little bit here. Pasha takes the peek, hits the dirt. And it is a 3-on-5. Exist watching the push in through Hunt. Going to be caught with his pants down as he now falls. Freiburg trying to remedy this as he does combine along with Forest to find Snacks and Taz, leaving this all on Neo with a Deeg and a Dream. But it's not going to be enough. 6-5. NiP, they find themselves another round, and they're trying to close that gap.
Best thing about that, obviously, as well, is that they actually didn't lose too many men. There weren't that many casualties because, as you were saying, you know, it's really going to take their toll on them. If they actually start losing these rounds, where they're getting sort of 3-4 casualties every round, their economy is going to be fairly damaged. They'll take a massive dent, and that will slow down just how many nades they can get out. If they get themselves ever into a situation where VP can break their economy, that's where they could very easily lose that game. Off the back of that. But let's see how this one will go. Obviously, Pasha this time around trying to take very early aggression towards outside. He slips his way through their smoke. Posts himself up, though. Won't be going any more aggressive right now. Waits for his teammates to rotate over. They're just going to be trying to have a sniff around, see if they can spot out where the CTs are. Draken is in that elevated angle. You imagine normally he would actually swat down a couple of members of the T side, but he actually gets punished because of this. Freiburg can retaliate, finds the kill back on towards Pasha. Another kill going the way of Bayali. There's Get Right going to chime in there to keep it neck and neck at this point. It is 3 versus 3. In which favor will it go? Neo finds the headshot on towards Get Right.
Yeah, they secure that man advantage. Bomb still over towards that side, but it's going to be wrapping on in. And Taz, he deals with Freiburg. It is all on Exist. 1v3. Got to come up huge to clutch this out and keep NiP in this. Russ VP will be taking this first map, and they are very much aware of the gravity of the situation. Exist sneaking on out over towards Heaven. He knows there's players outside that he's got to watch out for. And currently, as they reside down in Hell, he's going to take the peek, and he will fall. Snacks to rip his head from his neck, and down he goes. VP picked that one up. But I mean, you know, with how we saw NiP play, was there really ever any doubt after that amazing first half?
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy, right? This is the thing as well. We look at it. VP have been kind of more so in a rut recently. They've been struggling pretty heavily. It's not looked too fantastic for them, right? You know, that's fairly fair in saying that. Whereas for NiP, they've been more so on the up and up. They've looked a whole lot better with Draken.
Yeah.
We thought, looking at Nuke as well as a map choice, that they would actually have, you know, a favourable sort of matchup going into this, but it was not the case. That first half, absolutely abysmal from the T side of NiP. There was no ingenuity at all. It literally just looked like we'd see early round fight towards outside, that they would lose every round because they'd just be walking into the same death trap of Snacks just beating on them, just punch after punch. It just looked questionable. I mean, can you name one thing else that they even did, really? Well, you saw the fast 8 take. That was it at the end of the game. The one time they actually had confidence behind them.
Yeah, I mean, their strategy, you know, their strat book right now consists of 2 pages with a bunch of smoke standing outside, just crudely drawn in crayon, and then on the other, it just says Rush A. And yeah, I mean, it didn't work out for them. The other thing as well, I mean, things didn't bode any better for them on their CT side. We saw some very nice executes coming in from VP. A lot of things that I think, you know, it's a shame we didn't get to see more of. This was probably my favorite clip. Neo kind of misunderstanding maybe how big the holes in that grating is meant to be. Not big enough for a nade, but alternate. Yeah, I mean, into round number 20. That was... Oh, right, yeah, sorry, round 16 was the first one I wanted to speak about. That was the pistol round, obviously, heading into the second half. VP, what they did is they smoke off the outside using 2 smokes just to block Secret. That denies anyone rotating in through B to, you know, clear out outside, because they didn't bother using that to actually go down into Secret. Instead, they send 3 players up rafters, and they send 2 up close to Mini to then push on through. And the peek comes out, they very, very quickly deal with Draken, who's watching outside, and then just split in towards 8, instantaneously grabbing the site, completely catch NiP off guard, picking up that pistol, and that basically is the thing that secures them the game. It takes them to 15 rounds ultimately. Then again in round number 20, we actually saw Draken watching outside with the AWP. They just sneak past him completely. Yep. He's watching red. They sneak down past Mini. They don't throw a single smoke to telegraph it either. It's a very ballsy play. It could have gone wrong, but ultimately it works out for them. And we never saw that same confidence, that same kind of off-the-cuff thinking from NiP.
I mean, that's kind of the story of the matchup there, obviously. I think you've just got to say, Counter-Strike is confidence. Without confidence, you've already lost. And it just looked like NiP went in there sort of timid. They were scared in a box.
Draken looked fairly confident, but everyone else was... they just seemed terrified of VP. They didn't want to try anything new. They always put their smokes towards outside because they were honestly shaking in their boots about what Snax was doing to them outside along with Bialy, so they had to put those smokes there as far as they were concerned. It just didn't change anything for them.
It's true. It was very odd to see it boiling down that way, but there is going to be the first map going the way of Virtus Pro, but there will be another map coming up soon. That is going to be Cobblestone. It'll be interesting to see if VP can keep this going and lock this down, or if the series could potentially shape up to a 1-1. Stick around. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with a second map.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com!
Superman shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's going to get a hit that headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. We just had the first map go down between Virtus Pro and Ninjas in Pyjamas. It was a one-sided affair where Virtus Pro just closed it out in a matter of seconds. Now we move in to Cobblestone. This is where things should be different. Harry, what do you think about this one? How's this going to go?
I mean, NiP did incredibly bad on Nuke.
Yeah.
There's no beating around the bush here. I mean, like, VP, they've been playing bad up until now, and that was a very, very triumphant return to form from them. I think if that continues on to Cobble, then things are not looking good here for NiP. That said, it is a good map for them right now. They've had some, impressive results on it. Even kind of games they've lost have normally been fairly close. Even when we look at when they lost versus Immortals, it was a 14-16 scoreline, which originally saw them in the lead. A strong performance across the board. And they just kind of threw the last, 5-6 rounds and did end up losing it. But as for, their actual performance, it's been very good. It's a good map for Draken, and that's what I'm particularly excited to see. Back when we saw him on Epsilon, it was a good map for them as well, normally due to dominant performances from him or Disco Doppelin. So, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this one, I think. NiP, they should be able to step up here. I mean, they've had good results in it, and Draken, he's going to be a key factor for them.
It's true. I mean, he was kind of the only member that was really living up to the hype.
Yeah,
in
definitely.
That first map, right? He was the only one that really did too much at all. Now, coming into Cobblestone, the only scary factor is I just don't know if they're going to have it in them off the back of what was a very hard knock to take on that first map. I mean, VP just dismantled them. They really did just sort of, they toyed with them there. I'm scared if NiP aren't going to be able to reset themselves coming into the second matchup.
Yeah.
And obviously, I think the thing is as well, quite an impactful factor is if VP actually open this up and get the first couple of rounds under their belt, I think NiP might just let it slip off the back of that. I think it will be, it'll be too far gone already. Yeah,
I mean, especially as well because Cobblestone's a very good map for VP. It's one they're very confident on, one they choose to play a lot. Some of the results that kind of spring to mind most recently is a 16-2 Fnatic on there, which, is quite a decent scoreline to say the least. Now, Fnatic not really, they've been a bit up and down, a bit inconsistent here and there, but for the most part, you can say that they're, I would say at least a more consistent team than NiP. So, bearing that in mind, not looking too great. But, I mean, you have seen the bad form from VP recently, and it's online. So, and we were saying how even in between, one game to the next, VP can switch up. There's like a switch in their brains, which just make them go from being amazing to struggling even up against kind of the tier 2 opposition sometimes.
It's true. It's very odd when that does sort of happen. Guys, though, if you are excited for this matchup, go over and grab your jerseys from the store so you can feel a little bit more comfortable whilst you watch Ninja Pyjamas get smashed on the second map. It could happen, or NiP could bounce back. Or ambiguity putting out there. Harry, how do you reckon it's going to go? Give me a final prediction so we can get underway with this game.
I think that I still think that VP are going to take it, but I would just say keep an eye on Draken. And then on the side of VP, keep an eye on Snacks, definitely. He's going to be the one to watch out for here for me.
I got to agree with you there. I think VP will be able to close this one out. Snacks was playing very well, as you said. I mean, overall, though, everyone just seemed on point. Everyone was very crisp.
It seems very well-oiled as well. That's the thing. VP it's very weird, right? Considering their very lengthy experience and time spent together, they still have these days where it seems like they're almost like a newly formed team, where just the communication doesn't quite click, and then that normally is where we see them in kind of their spots where they're struggling a little bit. But that game there, regardless of whether or not anyone was hitting shots, the communication was incredibly on point. Everyone was kind of playing their roles to a T, something that we said had to come into fruition for NiP, which struggled a lot. Draken very rarely even had the AWP. But yeah, I mean, on the side of VP, it was phenomenal. The outside hold on Nuke was something to behold. And some of the strategies they threw into it were great. I think coming into Cobble, a map they're even more confident on, it's just, watching NiP get destroyed in new and exciting ways.
It's true. Let's see if that is going to be the case, or if NiP can switch it up. Draken, he was kind of the only one with a very dominant performance. If he can live up to that once again, maybe they will have a lifeline. Obviously, the only factor is VP starting off on that T side. Could be a very detrimental factor. Look at this, though. Draken early on will actually take that fight towards outside, but gets completely domed. He gets taken down there by Neo. I mean, that is a deadly frag, instantly taking him down. As they actually keep this warpath going as well, Harry, they're going to sprint their way up towards that A. So actually, you can second guess themselves slow down. Pasha on the lurk, though. This could be huge. Doesn't actually get a chance to do too much with it, though. Forest will sniff him out.
Yeah, that was such a key frag. I mean, if it had just been Draken dying and that was it, then that causes so many problems for NiP. Luckily enough, they find the equalizer in the form of Pasha over towards B. And you can already see this effect this has had on VP. They've slowed down a lot. They were looking to rotate back over towards that B site. And, I mean, if Pasha had been the one to find that frag, then B would have been so easy for them to slide into. You would have seen NiP look so incredibly displaced. But they do lose Freiberg now over towards A. And, well, having him hit the deck early on means that they find themselves in a man disadvantage. And Cobble is not the map you want to be in this situation on. You can see Exist was thinking about falling back out of a drop, but instead he's actually going to relocate here. And now the push comes in, and it was a good decision by him to play up towards here, as it does allow him to fall back in towards the B site, keep the pressure on, and buy time for the rotate to come in from GetRight, who is going to be hot on the heels, but Snax mid-air with the knife. Watch out for this man. He's a living Genji ultimate, he is.
That's unbelievable that he's been able to get away with that. Thing is as well, not only has he got that nice kill, that even now is going to affect NiP mentally more so than what they had coming into this game, but look at the amount of cash he gets off the back of that as well. Absolutely crazy Snax has been able to pull that off. I mean, if you don't know where Snax is, he's behind you. That has been the age-old phrase about this man, and he still lives up to that as they close this out very quickly now. Moving on. Well, they're going to be able to pick up these following few rounds easily. Draken will take the fight towards side once more. Has the hand cannon in his hand this time around. Let's see if he actually will be able to do some damage there a little bit later on.
He doesn't want to stick around. Now falling on back a little bit, watching the push in through mid. He's the only player here trying to just be a pillar of resistance. Does get one, but Bialy quick to topple said pillar as he falls over towards long. Now GetRight's rotated around. He'll be playing up close in mid by the smoke, looking like he might just go on in. No utility to signal this to them, but Bialy faster on the trigger is quick to deny that play. A very GetRight-esque play. They're going to be going aggressive into the smoke and punished instantaneously for it. Now the rotates come in from B. You can see Freiberg and Forest both gearing up over towards A, but the bomb is already rotating back over to this B site. They are wary of this exact play, though, as you can see Freiberg making his way over, and they're just going to take the gamble. Forest rejoins them. They haven't seen anyone A in a while, so they're presuming it's the fake Exist. Here's the utility rating on it, and he's going to be up close to person with the CZ. Very quick to go down at the Mach 10 from Pasha. But now Forest with the Deagle, going to be able to find the first. The trade comes through. He gets himself a second, looking for the third, but Neo not going to allow that to happen. Mops him up, and that's VP to find themselves round number 2.
VP keeping it going as well. Obviously did lose a couple of members, so it was a little bit harder than they wanted it to. Did have to actually fight tooth and nail throughout that one. But obviously they can just reinvest here. They can go for the SMGs as well, as they do have that read on the economy of NiP. They know that they're still going to have much money to play with. So you can just get out that MP7, sorry. You can get the Mach 10 out as well. Just tear your way through very easily. Go for more of a fast-paced style of CS as they take their fight towards that B site. Lots of early nade uses there. You can see the splash damage coming over. Nearly actually blows GetRight out of the server, losing one just 25 HP. They have the smokes as well. Most likely, if they play it smart, they will divide the site in half, use those smokes, chuck them over, basically just completely blocks off all line of sight for the CTs. Then you go for the late round push in.
Yeah, GetRight just tiptoeing out of there. He's not looking too healthy. Tagged down at 25 HP on the back of that barrage of nades. And now the smokes are raining on in. Looking like it is going to be a B play as they dedicate themselves to this. Only one smoke down. They can use the AKs on these long sight lines, so they want to leave them open. They don't want to be in the situation where NiP can just maneuver through the smokes and put these pistols to good use. But with no one on the site, it's going to be handed over to VP entirely for free. And now this is where NiP are going to try and potentially find some exits, or they might just opt to save. I mean, they know that VP are going to be keeping those SMGs, so any frag they can deny is going to be more than worth it. I doubt we're going to see them go too aggressively here, and that's just because they don't want to allow VP to farm up cash. Essentially, it means that keeping this Mach 10 and actually investing into the MP7 is not worth it in the slightest. We do see GetRight go down, but that's only $300 recovered. This is where Pasha has to come up huge. But there are a couple of weak, unarmored friends around the corner. Down goes Forest. Freiberg got to trade that out, but then there's Neo with the AK chiming in. Draken rearing his head over the top of the stairs, and Freiberg trying to fall on back, bait and switch, as it does allow Snax to make his way out. Draken still hasn't acted yet. Missing a couple of key shots, will go down. So not only does the idea of not losing anyone not pan out, they actually all die in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, they all are going to get completely taken down there. I mean, the thing is, though, Pasha didn't actually find any kills for that Mach 10. And Bialy only got one with the MP7. That kind of pays for itself, essentially, though. But it looks like he will hold on to it. We saw how critical he was with the weapon, actually, on the 4th round of Nuke prior to this. So I'm not surprised he has actually just stuck with the weapon. He knows that he can be very effective with it. Has confidence, so he will just keep it on his person for now. Draken tries to go for an early frag towards mid. Peeks out. Does go for the pot shot, trying to get a bit of information, but he is immediately forced back. And you can see heavy mid-aggression actually coming out from VP here. They're contesting quite heavily to try and take control of it. Pasha will take a little bit of a hit, though. Locks him down slightly. But all that does is really momentarily slow them down. It's not really too much to write home about.
Yeah, now, the Draken's advantage, they don't have a counter-AWP up on VP, anything really to get in the way too much, and he's just going to be playing this out towards mid, waiting for anyone to walk unsuspectingly into his crosshairs, and Actually does just miss that shot, goes for the flick, and actually going to be tagged down very low on the back of it. Neo is still alive and kicking, counting his blessings that shot didn't connect earlier, and here's the wrap in from behind. They know where you are, Draken, and you've been abandoned as Get Right leaves him to fend for himself. That long flank comes in, and now they're in a bit of trouble, especially as Get Right there through the doors exists, just watching his Swedish brother die before his very eyes. But Freiburg does at least find some sort of consolation frag.
Does take them down there, but look at this positional play from Exist. So smart, trigger patience on display. Will find one frag before he gets taken down, unfortunately, by Neo. He was able to readjust and get the kill with the AK-47. 3 versus 2 as they make their approach towards the A bomb site. NiP do have a little bit of a crossfire setup to play with. I mean, they can kind of complement each other. It's not too fantastic, but it might work. Unfortunately, Forrest goes down. Neo for another frag as well will find a headshot on towards Freiburg. There's the bomb plant as well, so they just get an extra little bit of cash to boot going along with them throughout that round. That is 4 rounds now secured by VP. And this should be the 5th locked up as well, because NiP, they're broken. Their economy is pretty badly damaged. All they can really opt to do is invest into some pistols. And I mean, P250s in close range, sure, might be fairly effective, but they're actually going to go for more so of a deagle buy. A little bit of a deco on display. You've got 2 bits of utility. It's just the 1 HE and the smoke on Freiburg.
Now Draken's going to be going aggressive over towards Long, but the rest of VP, I mean, they're just over here towards this B site, gearing up. Pasha does miss the initial shot, now trying to fall on back, as actually that Deagle is going to be raining in some death from afar on the back of Forest. He is going to be tagged a little bit, but ultimately, I mean, he's got a good return on investment here in terms of damage done as he paints up Bialy, looking to try and do that much more. As him and Exist have the crossfire set up on a ramp, you can see that they've rotated a 4th player on round in the form of Get Right into this B site. Draken's been left to defend A on his lonesome. Molotov's raining on in. Snack's going to be the first to take the peek at Forrest. Well, he's going to remove his face for him. Forrest's going to be on 2 now, looking for a 3rd, but no, Taz quickly shut that down. These Deagles doing so much damage. Neo able to get 1 in retort, but he finds himself now 1v3. A lot on his plate left to do up against these naked and unarmored opponents. He makes his way to the site, but Draken, down he goes. That's NiP to find their first round, and in style.
Very, very nicely done there. Didn't expect too much coming out of the decode, to be honest. Didn't have much faith in it, but I definitely should have, as they have proven just how effective they can wield those deadly, deadly pistols. They closed that one out with a dominant affair. You can see VP, though, have to reinvest quite heavily. They will get the buyback through. Pasha is going to have the AWP as well. It's been dropped to him kindly by one of his teammates. They can try and wield them into this round. NiP, though, they've scavenged a lot of weapons. Those 2 Kalashnikovs are in their side. They've also got the AWP over on Draken. So it'll be interesting to see who actually comes out on top into this. This is more so one of the actual only couple of full buys we've actually seen coming out from either side. Seems like they're playing slower on the side of VP, though. You can see that mid-aggression on display. They're just trying to hold. They're not really trying to contest. Just more so if ninjas in pajamas get overly aggressive, then they'll find the frags. Towards the B side, same kind of story as well. They're just playing it slow, hoping NiP will make the first mistake.
Yeah, Draken going to be the one who could do some damage here as the peak might come out over in towards middle. Get Right on Long as well. Locked in this eternal duel with Neo. Just waiting to see who rounds the corner first. Now, Draken and Get Right do have this crossfire set up. So if any aggression does come in towards A, it's just a stalemate for the time being. The rest of VP over towards this B site. And right now, they're just waiting to see if NiP get a little bit overzealous. As you were saying, just holding positions, waiting to see if anything's given to them for free. And now the push going to be coming in over at drop. Freiburg playing this passively. Whilst this does sometimes work because now you've got players trapped here and isolated, you have to land these shots. And well, Freiburg struggles with exactly that. Down he goes, Bialy to find the entry, and that's going to open up the push in through connector. Exist got to try and wrap this up as Get Right. Well, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Draken, similar to what NiP are going to do to him, is going to get dropped. And well, now the trade comes in from Get Right. Thankfully, into a 3-on-3, make that a 2-on-3 as Get Right's going to be able to find himself a second, looking for the 3rd, tries to spray on a Bialy, who is tagged down low. Get Right beneath balcony, trying to fight for survival, but Bialy going to be cutting his life support. As now it's Pasha and Bialy 2v1. They flip the situation on its head and find themselves with the advantage.
As Forrest comes over to the scene, hoping he can try and deny this, but the bomb will be snuck down just in the nick of time. He leaves them in this 1 versus 2 situation, trying to create this 1 versus 1. He brushes over the top of the bonnet, but unfortunately for him, Bialy have the drop on him, will find the frag, and that is a huge round from Bialy there. Is able to close it out. Intense tense, though. Really down to the wire stuff. But VP biting back and being able to do the damage like that. You can see the effects of the economic damage that has been done as well now coming through into this round on the side of NiP. They don't have too much to play with. Sure, they've got the AWP on Draken and 2 rifles, but 2 of their players are caught with these measly pistols. Lack of utility as well, so it could actually hinder them quite heavily. And VP, seems like they're not going to run the risk of actually splitting up into this round. More of a Wolfpack style CS. They take a slow approach down towards mid early. Smokes go through to give them safe passage in towards the CT side of middle. Let's see what they can actually pull out of the bag into this round.
Geralt going to be flashing himself through. Does take the peek for information, but the timing a little bit off. Doesn't spot out the tide of VP players who have just poured on into mid. Long's been left open. Draken didn't take it aggressively this time. In fact, he's all the way over towards B as they switch up this A-hold with Forest and Geralt, hoping to complement each other a little bit better in this A-hold. And well, we can see VP, they did get control of the middle, but since then they haven't really done much. They've slowed right down. Don't want to play into the hands of NiP, but they're going to do exactly that. Geralt to find the first as Pasha does hit the dirt. No trade frag in sight just yet, and Forest still playing around SWAT. Going to be his backup, watching Long. The thing is, Deagle not going to be the best weapon to have in this scenario, so Geralt's going to instead opt to push down mid. This leaves him at the firing line at Long, but it does open up to the potential of Taz finding him in mid as they go barrel to barrel. Geralt going to be looking the wrong way. Taz on the entries gets the first, but then traded out by Exist.
Oh, would have been a shame if they actually got that follow-up frag there. Could have been a huge opener towards the A-bomb site, but luckily NiP are able to do so and actually slow them down. Exist arrives on the scene, though, hoping to cause a stir as he will fire a couple of pot shots. Does connect one of them into the head of Snacks. Will be able to eliminate him, but Bayali fires back, and all of a sudden, it's just a 2 versus 1. Draken, the man himself. He's in his natural element. He has the AWP in his hands, his favoured weapon. He can do so much damage. Web goes for a pot shot through the smoke, hopes to connect, but no one will fall just yet, and that bomb is going to be planted within the nick of time, just at the right second. Draken peeks out as well, but Neo, he's out in the open, just one more of an off angle, playing over by Wood. Finds an easy headshot. Draken wouldn't be thinking to check that. Actually does get punished, and NiP go down in that one.
Yeah, Geralt is gone, however. No sure what's going on with him, but hopefully we'll be back in a minute.
Knocked out the server.
Yeah, there we go. He's yeah, it hasn't left NiP. That's fine. We're all good. But yeah, 6-1, 5 rounds the difference. And VP looking to be in fighting fashion here on their T side. Very little presented right now on the side of NiP. What I can say, at least, is it does seem, in my opinion, to look a little bit better than what we saw on Nuke. There seems to be a little bit more structure to it. I just think now we're seeing, VP in good form, and that's the real issue.
It's true. I mean, this is kind of, there's always the common joke about Virtus Plow, but this is what they get into. When they get the momentum behind them, that's when they do play at their physical best. They become unstoppable purely because they just have a confidence high. They get themselves in this sort of mindset where they will take those aim battles and just somehow win them purely off believing they're gonna. And it's a shame to see, obviously, this early on, because as though this map is sort of notched towards the seaside and favourable, we still need to see NiP having some kind of resurgence. It's early days yet. We are only in round number 8, so there's definitely time for NiP to bounce back and possibly take the advantage in terms of the scoreline. But I just don't feel like we're going to see that much coming out from yet. It seems quite stagnant already, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I like the fact they did try switching it up a little bit in that previous round where they put Draken over on B. I don't think that, I think that's a good call, at least from them to make, because we've seen VP hit that B site time and time again, and they've been lacking some heavy firepower to kind of divide the push, and that's something that Draken can certainly provide on the back of his AWP. But yeah, it's just right now we are seeing a bit of a problem for them. They can't really contest mid, and that's something that, we like to see them get that information. VP doing a great job of, preventing exactly that. You can see they just leave 2 players there to hold it every single round. They wait for the timer to go down. Normally NiP have used up all their utility just, through being kind of scared of that brunt force push coming in from VP. So they've got very little left to hold on to, very little leverage into this. And, I mean, while switching up Draken on towards that B site was a welcome change and something that I feel like we can both get behind, you need to have a better decision-making process, something more impactful than just moving a player. We need to see these players now stepping up, and we have to see something, perhaps something just to catch VP off guard.
It's true, maybe a little bit of a shock and awe style CS for a spanner in the works. I'm very intrigued as well how Draken always goes for a taser on ecos. Without fail, he seems to want to go for that taser buy. A bit of a tidbit there. Thought I'd throw that out there. But anyway, Virtus Pro obviously going to be able to pick this one up, you would imagine. Not too much of resistance is going to be brought to the table by ninjas in pajamas. I mean, maybe they walk in, Draken gets the taser kill, and it all goes downhill from there. But you never know. Could be an electrifying round.
Yeah, it could. Well, we can see actually Draken to be utilizing this over towards drop, waiting to see if anyone peeks their head over the top which case you will be able to deliver a couple of 1,000 volts. Actually, I don't know how many volts are in a taser. That might be too much or too little, but who knows? Probably someone. Anyway, Snacks to be able to open this up. Freiburg able to get one on the back of the USP, but that's going to be all she wrote, as this is already going the way of VP, as you would expect. We've seen them win rounds where it's been far closer. Bomb has been dropped up on the boxes, and Draken with his trusty taser over in drop, trying to pick up one chance frag. Now, actually, this isn't a bad scenario for him. You know, if anyone does bother coming in, the taser's great for this exact kind of angle. Might be able to find himself an AK to either hold on to or make this round a little bit costly and just delay VP's economy having that chance to build up. Because actually, when we look at it, it's not that strong considering that they are up 6-1. So any damage he can do going to be worth its weight in gold here for NiP, but as they pour into the site, I doubt we're going to see anyone take these close-range engagements. They know they haven't cleared out drop, so I imagine that's going to be their first port of call if they do go hunting. But I just don't think they're going to.
I mean, they don't really need to.
Yeah.
As you said, they know their economy isn't fabulous, so they can't... Oh, Snacks with the wallbang. He's on the gear.
Snacks with the snaps, yeah. Oh, okay, he's going to do it again. Snacks, you want to stop this, buddy? He's desperate to try and land exactly this, and it would make one hell of a clip if he does. Please, Snacks, come on, deliver.
It would be sublime. It's not going to happen, unfortunately.
It could have been. At least Draken does die, but yeah. 7-1, and like you say, the economy now given that kind of chance to start to build up. Now we can see Bialy on, 5.5 grand. Taz getting some money under his belt as well, along with Snacks. Pasha still poor as anything, but he should be able to start to amount some, accrue some cash fairly soon. Draken will be picking up the Mag 7, fan of the close quarters for someone who's meant to be an AWPer. And while we're going to be seeing rifles across the board, Forest on that UMP. And they've actually put Draken back over towards B. Going to be taking the aggressive long angle. Now with the Mag 7, this is quite good. You could catch someone off guard, but Snacks, I mean, he's looking down range. Definitely going to win this duel, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, Draken shouldn't go for the peak here. He's not really trying to go for an information play. He's more just holding up close personal, hoping he will get at least a sort of trade or, do some damage early to at least slow them down if they go for the side push. So hopefully he doesn't, for some reason, peek into that and get punished by the AWP. Snacks is playing a contact style of CS, though, just slow approaching through. I mean, VP over into this round, just playing more of a default. This is how they've been playing it out, very slow style of CS. Then they go for the later round, encroaching towards mid. They do find the kills because they've been able to take control of side 9 times out of 10, which just means they have so much control. This time around, though, they have to brute force their way up through Matrix. There is going to be a crossfire that the Ninjas have set up. Let's see if it will work out, though. Get Right will actually try and open it. Peeks round, got the drop on towards Neo, was able to get an abundance of bullets into him before he could even try and retaliate. He does tag Get Right down to 33 HP, but that is one kill going the way of NiP. If they can try and keep these players alive at this point, though, this is going to be a good round for them. Forest as well, in position to try and do some damage here, Harry.
Yeah, NiP, they've adapted. They've already rotated 2 players over towards B. A great read on the scenario. Forest will go down, but they've still got 3 players here. Make that 2 as they're being mopped up left and right, courtesy of Bialy. Existing Get Right do some damage. Get Right going to take that much more as he finds himself the hat trick. 3 frags now, looking for a 4th. The nade doesn't do a lot of damage. It's Snacks versus 2. Draken and Get Right. Bombs down out in the open. He's got to go ahead and pick that up, but he snuck on by up through short. Get Right holding the angle as is Draken, and while they're going to hear him go for the bomb, he doesn't actually pick it up. Got to go back for that, and that might actually cost him the round because now Draken's been allowed to push on out and capitalize on this. Snacks going to go for the no-scope, but he doesn't connect it. Draken has no problem just beheading him there, and that is going to be NiP to find a second round. The AWP up on the CT side. Finally, we're going to see Draken with the chance to try and utilize it. But VP, I mean, money not going to be an issue for them into this round.
He's got the best spawn for it as well, for what he wants to do. You can imagine he is going to go for either a slower sort of contact style, just peek his way out, hold the tight angle, or if he does go all-out aggression, as it seems he has the knife out, we'll go for a fast peek out, go for the information play. It seems like he's just going to face it as well, so he's going to spot his way out. Doesn't actually find anyone early into this round. Meanwhile, the rest of VP setting themselves up towards that B bomb site. Good to see Draken actually being quite mobile as well. You can see him reposition now. He spots from side because he didn't see anyone. He's now going to peek from mid as well and just hold more of a passive angle. This will give a lot of information to NiP into the late round about where VP are actually going, as they're going to go for the smoke wall strat on towards the B bomb site, but there's always that moment of doubt, are if they're going to actually commit to it, or would they just be backing off? This is where Draken comes into effect with the early call.
Yeah, only thing he's going to watch out for is Neo's actually sneaking up through long, and he didn't spot him in mid, so potentially he could sneak into the backline, and that bomb's now rotating around. This is where Draken's position is going to be paying dividends if it does pan out. But as he hears that flash over towards long, he's got to be a little bit wary now, a little bit skeptical. They've already got players in through drop. Get Right's there to try and hold back the tide, but he can't, as Pasha finds that first frag. Now Draken does deal with Neo, at least over towards middle, but now it's him standing between VP and this A site. He's got to do some serious work to keep them off of it, and he's going to get tagged out in the open. Bit of a misread on the scenario there as Snacks finishes him off. You do see that Pasha actually falls as well. Snacks maybe biting off more than he intended to as he picks up the TK, but still, Bomb's going to go down. Bialy holding the push, finds that first frag on a Freiburg. Now it's Forest and Exist. And actually, things are going to get hot and toasty. Exist dispatches of Snacks, and in the fire and flames, Bialy goes down, roasted. And that will be NiP to find themselves a third.
An unconventional looking retake there coming out.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting. You got to wonder as well, actually, if that round had been any different, if Pasha was able to stay alive. Snacks actually punishing him, as you said on the entry towards that site. Seems like it was a very odd communication there as well, because I mean, Draken was dead at that point. It was quite a few seconds after he had been finished off. Then we see Pasha get punished. So interesting to see that was
maybe there's power struggles internally on VP.
He wanted the frag.
Yeah.
It's been stolen away from him. Definitely not the best case scenario. VP, though, as well, pretty broken into this round. They do have armor at the very least and a little bit utility to play with, a sprinkle, but it seems like it might be all-out aggression towards that mid area. They burst their way through, trying to use these Tech 9s and a Pain Trains. They sprint their way through. Draken will get the open of those there. Get Right with the backstab as well. But it goes neck and neck so far. Harry leaves them in a 3 versus 3 as they make their approach towards A.
Yeah, Get Right had to do more in that scenario, and he knows it now. It's a 3-on-3 Freiburg, and he has a auto shotgun to play around with. And actually now there's weapons in the hands of VP. The AWP and the M4, and Taz looking to try and entry out towards A. Bomb's going to get dropped back to Snack, so I imagine we're now going to see him peel back over towards that B site along with Neo. Now Forest is still ready and waiting there, but they hear the utility usage coming out from Taz. He's looking to try, I think, and just dip in through connector if he can. He will have to first deal with Freiburg, but I mean, Freiburg's already got a USP that can take these longer range duels. The crossfire going to be set up with Exist over towards long, but with where Taz is coming from, if he goes in through connector now, he could actually sneak over towards B, but you can see the bombs rotated back round. It looks like A is going to be the site in question, and the timing couldn't be better for them here. Exist is rotated over towards B, trying to play that float roll in between connector and A, and that means it's all on Freiburg with an auto shotgun and a dream on this A site.
They're going to set themselves up, ready to try and make their onslaught towards the site if they can burst their way through. Neo will the one leading the charge, but he might actually be the first sacrifices. Freiburg takes him down, then the follow-up as well. The double tap to remove Snacks from the equation. Taz will fire back, though, finds the kill on towards Freiburg, but he has to do so much more. He's had 2 kills into the round. Can he make it a quad to actually close this one out for VP? Unfortunately not. Exist will find his head and remove Taz from existence. They work their way through. They're keeping it going. Although it was quite a damaging round. I mean, VP, they went into it with nothing to play with. They were pretty broken. They actually got themselves back into a manageable situation. Quite a few casualties on the side of NiP. So you can see that economy isn't actually growing that strong. There has to be an auto shotty buyer going over on towards Freiburg. Weapon that he's been quite proficient with, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's been making it work as he does. And well, we got Draken now relegated down to the M4, watching mid, a buy on the cards from VP, and they're just going to go straight in with the aggression. Draken trying to get the hell out of there, falls back to the corner, but Taz more than aware of this. He does get the molly down at least, which tries to do some damage, but he will falter. Get Right. All that stands between VP and this site. Going to be able to pick up the first, goes for a second, looking for even more as he takes the angle wide, but it's Freiburg with the auto shotgun to find 2, and then Exist to get Neo. That round was quick. It was nearly clean. It could have been a little bit cleaner, but Freiburg really only losing the auto shotgun, and they do lose an M4 in mid. But at the end of the day, I mean, Freiburg's somehow making this buy with the auto shotty work. He might even go for it again, and there we go. What's going on? He's actually top fragging right now. Now, it's been a while since we've even seen him in that scenario, and he's doing it with an auto shotty. So is this the return of the man himself?
I mean, to be honest, it's actually quite a useful weapon, I'd say, over towards drop down. I mean, when you think about it, players just gliding their way down. Obviously, that amount of buckshot just getting pounded into you as you try and fall down to the ground can be effective. We see MBK actually also do the same kind of thing over towards this B bomb site. One of the only really other players that I see it use that commonly on, but it's always interesting to see it come out. It can be quite usable, so interesting to see that auto shotty still being played with. Actually, interestingly enough, it's got quite a long range on it, all things considered. So
yeah, it does. It's very irritating weapon to try and deal with. We've seen Pasha pick it up every now and again as well, but I think he normally tends more towards the Mag 7 on that CT side. Anyway, now we can see they're actually setting up over towards B. 3 players here. Freiburg watching for the push out in drop, and really only Forest and Exist actually on the site to hold back Virtus Pro in this initial play. And You can see they're just lining up the little bit of utility they have managed to scratch together. And it's going to go in, looking like a wall of smokes to cut the site in half to try and allow them some ground. And while now the push going to be coming on in, you can see Get Right very preemptive, looking like he might rotate on off, but they haven't seen anything just yet. Here we go, Exist with the mow down, gets one. Forest going to be complimenting him nicely as he gets two. Look for the third, and there's the flick around, and there we go. Forest and Exist, they just mop it up between them, nice and easy. Don't allow that eco to do any damage whatsoever, and that's perfect. We've actually seen NiP looking like they're in the driving seat from now on, and we were saying how they needed to have the resurgence. They've had exactly that, and I would say even more.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, when we looked at it, right, when we came into the, towards the first sort of the pause, we were like, right, I mean, they've not got too much to play with. They're going to lose that following round. This is going to get VP up into a very good situation. Maybe they can claw it back. They need to start now. And they did do so. They've denied the momentum that VP have been building non-stop. Now they're finally a good location. I mean, even if they go through just 6 rounds played into the following half, at least they actually have a buffer. If they come back out on top of pistol, they can very easily start to close down their T-off. So it's good to see NiP actually manage to get a bit of a resurgence to give them a bit more breathing room. Now then, slow stuff once again from VP. It's been very all over the place. We've seen a couple of fast plays where they've gone towards that mid burst, but it hasn't really been working out for them. They were denied both times. Now they've fallen back into their older style of CS. Just more of a split default, split and pick, see if NiP push into you. If you don't, go for the late round mid control. Then you have Pasha with the backup of his teammate as well to make their way through drop down, through connector, and you split push towards the A bomb set. I imagine that's what we're going to see once again. It's been fairly common coming out from them. This time around, they have been able to take down control of drop down, but can Freiburg actually walk them off? This is where that auto shot is actually very effective.
Okay, Snack's just going to get blown into another dimension. Down he goes. There's no to worry about Pasha, like you said, has made his way in here as well, but up against the might of the auto shot on Freiburg, I wouldn't want to be in drop down right now. We can see the bomb snuck out and over towards Long. Get right. And Draken here to hold back this A site, the dynamic duo of this A bomb site, trying to lock things down. Draken turning his attention over towards Long. Neo is still in mid, he's got to watch out for that, but relatively safe right now playing it through the double doors. Slow play coming in from VP. Now they're going to go for this push, and down goes Passion. Now they can afford to rotate players up and onto this A site. Freiburg going to be the first on the scene. Trades out the auto shotgun in favor of the AK to push onto the site, but they have to clear out Get Right there to be ready for him to be here, and I don't think they expect it. He peeks on over the top, misses a couple of key shots, finds the first, looking for a second, but Bialy quick to trade things out. It is going to be a 2-on-3. Bomb's going to get planted, but Forrest, as he mops up Neo, it's all on the bomb planter himself. Bialy, 1 versus 3. Make that a none versus 3 as he bites the dust. Defuse going to come in, and NiP, they tie it up at 7-7.
Going to be able to get themselves back neck and neck. It'd be interesting if they actually go through with a notch in their belt ahead. Look at this consistency here as well. 6 rounds on the trot to actually get themselves into this situation off the back of, I believe, the pause. So it's interesting to see how that has affected things overall in the NiP camp. Obviously, it wasn't even really a tactical. That was just a slowdown of momentum because Get Right had to reconnect.
Well, I mean, the other thing is we say how VP are a very momentum-based team, and that can be great if they're winning, but the second they take a huge deficit like this, they're going to have to really try and dig deep to fight back. Coming off the back and not playing too well, I'm going to be curious to see how this affects them, but looks like momentum going to be the order of the day as actually they send all 5 players over towards this B site. Neo's actually going to be falling on back over towards mid, just making sure no aggression has come out from the Swedes. And indeed, it has not. We can see Get Right looking to be a little bit curious. Might opt to go for something here as he gets pop flashed out into middle. But it's Forrest to find the first. Through the smoke, Bialy goes down. Nothing they can do to trade this out. So the man advantage going to be taken by NiP very early on.
Slow approach towards this B-bomb site once again. They do have that utility to play with. This is the penultimate round here as well as the first half. So it has to be something that will give them a slight advantage. The smokes will start to come in, so Neo can take control of wards, drop down, or at the very least just distract and confuse the opposition. Seems like he will try and take the fight in, but as per usual, Freiburg backs off, plays from outside of window, so if he tries to take that control, he can dispatch him before he can go for a backstab. Draken with the opening frag as well now with the AWP. There's a one going the way of Exist also, doing great amounts of damage with that rifle. Snacks will find 1 frag, but that's all he gets. Now it's just Snacks left. Forced to fall back. Freiburg is trying to take the fight towards him as well with that auto shot. This could be a very awkward confrontation if he spots him out, but the smoke is actually blocking it. Snacks tries to tiptoe his way in. Draken will hold in his angle as well. Has the backup of his teammates. It should be a fairly easy kill, but Snacks does another one. Connects the headshot on towards Forest. Can slip his way towards the bomb site now. Has utility to play with, but 20 seconds to think fast.
Yeah, we've seen Snacks do some amazing things though on this B-bomb site in the past. He's going to be 1v3, playing it over towards short, wraps around. Bomb is down, and they're going to be on the clock, but as he peeks out wide, Freiburg connects all the shots necessary, mops him up, and down he goes. Defuse going to come in, and actually we see NiP turn things around completely. They end it in the lead. What an incredible first half, and it looks to continue in the second. We'll be back after a very quick break.
Back. An amazing first half has just gone down. This time, it wasn't at one side of the fair. It was actually fairly close. I mean, NiP bring it back towards the end there and to actually take it in their favour towards the end. Very interesting to see that boiling down. We didn't expect they had it in them, and it didn't look like they did. I mean, the first few rounds were actually quite dominant from VP as well. So interesting to see it's boiled down to this.
Yeah, I mean, VP were looking incredible in the early stages of that. And then NiP, I mean, they've done what NiP do best. They go ahead and defy all expectations. They've actually been able to pull it back, so now they're in the lead heading into their T side. And, you know, I think as long as they can stay on top of things, then we could see this go very close. And, you know, NiP could potentially take it. VP, kind of this team that, like we say, can massively affected by momentum. They can very easily, you know, switch between being, you know, one of the best teams in the world and looking like one of the weaker teams. So, you know, curious to see how this is going to affect them, losing that many rounds consecutively to a team that they completely ruined on that last map.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd, right? Because you look at it and you just think, right, they should have taken such a big mental hit from that because they just got pounded on. But getting into this, it's actually been more so quite reasonable. We even saw Snacks whipping out some knife kills as well, so that's where I thought, right, this is going to hit them pretty hard.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to be happy at all, but they seem very consistent. They seem like it hasn't, you know, knocked them at all. Very happy. Draken's looked like he's been performing quite well as well, looking a lot better towards that sort of A site. We saw him actually start to do some work. I mean, more so than anything, Freiburg with the auto shotty was actually pretty interesting. You know, we have seen a couple of players do that. I mean, MBK used to do it quite a lot as well, but it's always quite a risk. But he made it work very, very easily.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I mean, speaking of shotguns, Pash is one who does like to pick up the Mag 7 on his CT side. Normally we see him actually use that over towards the hole in the wall, you know, the broken wall, sorry, as opposed to drop down. And, you know, I think that's something that we're probably going to be seeing now as we head into the second half. Curious to see if it can live up to the might, though, of Freiburg on that auto shotgun. Don't think he's going to be able to put it to as effective use on their T side, so I wonder if that will affect them. But yeah, I mean, you know, the Get Right and Draken hold on A was something that started off being a bit of a problem for them. I mean, if you remember in round 11, it was when they just kind of started to get some rounds underneath them. They actually started to do quite well. There was the hold in mid up against a 4-spy coming in from VP, and all the techs rush out through middle. Now, Draken connects that first shot, has the crossfire set up with Get Right, but Draken goes down straight away because he's on the AWP. Get Right had to be the player to find the frags on the players coming through the door, and he couldn't do it. Physically, he only got one, traded out instantly, and then we saw it come down to that very close 3-on-3 where they scavenged the AWP and the M4. Then all of a sudden, they went from looking very rigid, very stuck in their ways on that A site to be a much more fluid duo that worked out and complemented each other very well. As we head into the pistol round, though, let's see if this continues now on their T site.
Are going to burst their way down in towards that B-bomb site. They actually open it up very flawlessly as Freiburg and Get Right start to do damage, but here comes Pasha, the big man himself. Left, right as he takes down 2 of them. Can he find any more as he wants to box his way back to claim these frags? Spamming out a couple of bullets, but can't quite find the heads until he will dispatch off Forest. Also tags Draken down very low. Pasha is doing this hand single-handedly as he tears his way through. That's a 4K for Pasha. There's going to be Taz for the final frag on towards Draken. And VP open it up with the pistol round to equalize the scoreline immediately.
And that is the perfect start for VP. The thing to kind of give them their second wind almost, I imagine. A little bit more momentum, some wind in their sails to, you know, really ignite this second half. 8-8, all tied up. The 4-spy going to be coming in from NiP as they desperately try to cling on to this lead. Even if they let it go, though, VP only at most going to find themselves at a 10-8 scoreline, so 2 rounds ahead Nothing that NiP can't pull back. And already Draken over towards Long, looking to try and kickstart this round, goes aggressive and actually catches them off guard. Snack's going to go down, the traders to come in from Taz, and damage has been done to him. He's not looking too healthy as Freiburg's there to trade it out. Instantaneously, this A site looking juicy and ripe for the taking. They've already had to rotate round Bialy and Pasha though. This does leave Neo solo over towards that B site.
He's there as well to try and be a late round backstab, be a nuisance to come in and try and aid his teammates when they make this play towards the A site. They are still going fairly slow though. Bialy has the MP7, a weapon he can be so masterful with, but unfortunately for him, Freiburg's will be a little bit too strong. Now they push their way through. Let's see if they can actually swat out the rest of this round and close it down. Here comes Neo on the rotate with the MP9. He isn't going to realize that from his blind spot, that's where Exist has been hiding. And it all relies on Pasha now. He's at the back of the site, but they've spotted him out.
Yeah, 4K in the pistol, had to 4K again to win that one out, but actually the star of the show in this round is going to be Freiburg, picking up 3 crucial frags. The one that not only kind of kick-started that whole take in towards the A site, but then even when the reinforcements came through, he then picks off Bialy as well. So he does all the work he needed to do and more. And look at this buy from VP. It's a whole bunch of artillery, deagles for the long range, nades for the explosive early damage, and they're going to be taking them over towards B, and you've got to feel bad for VP here because this is such an investment, and the best they're going to get out of it is wrecking Get Right.
It's true. Those deagles in play. Very, very heavy on the amount of cash they've had to inject. I mean, they have to as well, because they won that first pistol round, but then get reset, and that's even worse for your economy than actually losing the first pistol round just going on normally. They have to pump the cash into this to actually get themselves back into more of a manageable situation into the later game, as otherwise they're just giving away so many rounds for free with nothing to really help them. Snacks is up close personal. Not even sure how he spots out Get Right there through that smoke, but will actually find the frag. Takes him down. Exist, meanwhile, over towards side. We'll push him with the rest of his teammates. They do trade back upon Snacks now, leaving a 4 versus 4. Good bit of damage already done by VP, though. If they can try and keep this up, get a couple more frags, at least force out a couple of rebuys, it won't be the worst round. Unfortunately, Neo's been sent off to the Burns ward. Bialy's going to lose his head as well. Things start to go very far south.
Yeah, I mean, this round and the previous going all the way of NiP. I mean, even if the damage had been done there by VP, the buy into the next round, the force buy that NiP would have done, if VP had picked that up, would have been great anyway. Somehow on the back of that force in the previous, they actually kept, what, 3 or 4 players alive and scavenged all the weapons they needed. So there was hardly even a reinvestment into that last round. This time, the money going to continue to build up that much more. Taz, the only player with anything to bring to the table, does have a deagle to play around with. Hopefully he can click on some heads with that. And actually we see Pasha boost 2 players up and over towards Long as Bialy and Snacks take up position. They take up their overwatch of Long, but already bombs out on the back of NiP on this B site. And with only one man here in the form of Neo, he's going to have to live up to that name, swerve around these bullets, and he can't as he goes down. The man advantage secured in this B site, overrun with Swedes.
Completely secured it. They've locked it down for their own. I mean, it's going to be their new home at this point. They can just hunker down, get the bomb planted. It's looking good. Virtus Pro do start to tiptoe over and hope to at least find a couple of exit frags, you'd imagine, as they know they're not going to do too much else into this round. They do have these USPs, the 1 deagle on Taz, but Taz is getting absolutely bodied right now. Left to 20 HP. Won't be long till he actually falls in there. We have it. Exist will kill him as well. It's the SMGs that are finding frags. That's the scary factor, is it's going to be even more cash going into the bank of ninjas in pajamas. Now then, Pasha and Bialy. They're spread fairly thin, but they actually do find a couple of frags here. Forest will go down, but there's a response from Freiburg. It's not going to amount to too much, though. It's only 1 kill. They will get that buyout into the following round anyway. NiP are going to be fairly happy. Not only do they win this round, they also get the bomb plant, and it's almost casualty-free, unless Pasha can make it better, but that will not be the case. Draken will drop him. Now, at least, VP have gone through the slew that they had to get through. They will be able to get their economy back. This is where we really see another, one of the first few sort of full buys between either side into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, just the worrying thing is now is how strong that T-side economy has been allowed to get to already, considering we're only 5 rounds into the second half. We'll be seeing a buy coming in from VP, but if they lose this, NiP are going to be just projected into the lead in such a big way. And it will be an uphill battle, to say the least, from VP from that point on. So this is a very crucial round, and already we can see 3 players over towards this B site for NiP. They leave 2 in mid to watch for any early aggression. And VP, well, they've hedged their bets a little bit over towards B with 3 players here of their own, and a third who can rotate in quickly in the form of Taz, as he does opt to play the double doors. It looks like he might want to try and take some control in mid. If he does, though, you've got Forest and Freiburg there to lock it down and swiftly send him to the grave.
See what the case will be though, as they set themselves up. Lots of nade usage now towards drop down as they want to try and slip their way through. Bayali will counter flash to try and slow them down, but it's not actually going to do too much at all. They can just sit there. They weren't even going to go for the full commit just yet. They were just trying to draw out utility from the side of VP. Freiburg backs off as well, expecting if there was going to be a rotate, it would have happened by now. So they all link up. They slot to slowly encroach. They're getting quite a few players down. I mean, that's 3 already taking control of drop down at this point. Taz is smoked off, so he knows it is going to be a commit towards the B-bomb site now as well. So there should be a rotate coming over. It is going to be a backstab. Forest gets the opener out on the site as he eliminates Pasha. Can they find anything else? Neo is blind, but he's doing work. That's 2 frags going his way before Forest will retaliate. Bayali, hungry for more as he peeks through, will find 1, but it's trades galore going the way of NiP. And it all relies now on the backstab. Sneaky Snacks coming in the rear. The man himself, will he be able to actually achieve anything, or will he be spotted out? Draken locates him with the AWP, but does whiff the shot, but not with a Tech 9.
And this is where things are going to get so problematic for Virtus Pro. I mean, look at the money situation on that, on both sides. I mean, for VP, they've got nothing. They will be able to buy down to about $2,000, and for Neo, that means he could potentially, go for the Armored Eagle, which I imagine is what we might see. But even then, on the side of NiP, they've got so much cash to play around with, and it looks to get only stronger as a result. This round, VP just going to have to eco it out, and that's going to allow NiP to pick up a 13th and potentially make that much more money. We have to see VP put some bodies on the floor. I mean, at this point, they've got to do some economic damage. We haven't seen much of that at all, and it is going to come back to bite them in the latter stages.
It's true. Definitely will come back to hit them hard if they don't adjust somehow. It's the thing, if NiP actually lock this down as you assume they would as well and get that fight in front of the board, they're going to be so close to match point that you just got to imagine that amount of pressure is definitely going to be pounding on VP. Scary to think that it's got that close already. NiP now taking control of Sword's side. They will be just making their approach free. Snacks is there, and everyone else is situated close by as well. I mean, they're in the prime time position, the perfect setup to try and deal with an A execute because they can slow it down so much, but Snacks fails to do his job. 2 frags going the way of NiP already, and it's starting to get worse by the second. Get right will execute by Ali. Pasha also hits the deck. It's just left on Neo. He has the Deagle in his hands. But what can he actually do with it? Trapped on the back of the bomb site, just hiding, hoping to find something, but it was not meant to be. Freiburg will connect the headshot onto him, and there's NiP getting the round as we expected.
And once again, that was worst case scenario for Virtus Pro. Even if they found 1 or 2 frags here and there, it would have chipped away at the economy. But look at this. You've got Freiburg sitting on $12,500, and that's without buying up an auto shotgun. I mean, the money on that T side is absolutely insane. It's going to take, what, like 3-4 round wins consecutively before VP can properly break it, unless, NiP do keep going for this AWP buy on Draken. But already we can see the aggression over towards B. The wall of smoke's coming on in as, look at this angle. Onto the site they rain, and that's going to just divide it. Means that rotates coming in through connector won't work, and we're actually going to see Pasha just opt to leave the site for the time being, feeding the rest of the guys to the wolves as Neo seemingly killed by a flying plant pot. Down he goes. Bialy next to Falter as the man advantage going to be put back into equality thanks to Taz. Does equalize it out with Exist going down. But bomb has been planted. The retake's got to come in. A nice flash to kickstart this and allow Pasha some presence out onto the site. With Draken locking down, drop down, it's going to be difficult for Taz to peek on through. Pasha falters, down goes Taz. It's all on Snacks, the man with a plan as he does find 1 on the back of the AWP. But he's still got a lot of work left to do.
Depends if he can actually get this job done as well, or if it'll be another failed attempt. All right, now just waiting for the peaks to come his way. Time is ticking down. He doesn't have the kit as well, so he realizes if they don't peek into me, I'm just going to have to back off and saves. And it seems like that is going to be the penultimate call as time is ticked over.
Yeah, I mean, they save up the AWP, and they've done a nice bit of damage to the economy, but damage to the economy is one thing, but that was needed rounds ago. I mean, at this point, they just need round wins. 8-14, they're 6 rounds behind, and what started as an unbelievable start for them, everything's gone the way of NiP, and we haven't seen VP even put anything on the board in ages.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, as you said, with that damage to the economy, at this point, it doesn't even matter. Because, honestly, even if they get reset here, NiP could still probably work their way through with the amount of cash they have saved up in their bank accounts to still close this one out before it became an issue. I highly doubt it's really going to even get to that stage. Splash damage has been done, though. At least this time around, there is a little bit more of a contest coming into it. Pasha will regroup with the rest of his teammates as well, but Bayali does the job all on his lonesome. This is the first time we've actually seen fairly effective drop-down control coming out of VP. Slows down Get Right. This also puts a massive hindrance in the works of Ninjas in Pyjamas. They have to reposition and really decide what they actually want to go for. That bomb needs to be rotated over towards the A site for a start at this point, as it seems like the second guess, the plan B, will be to just hit the bomb site a little bit later into the round.
Yeah, now VP, they are a team that can forge some epic comebacks, and they're by no means out of this just yet. They've already had a great start to this round, and you can see their hunch to keep 3 players over towards B is well-founded. And there's that play that we were on about earlier from Pasha with the Mag 7, playing it by the broken wall. Bialy's been boosted on up, and they're not going to see this coming as he finds himself a second frag. They have to trade him out. He's going to get 3. Give him an inch, and he'll take a mile. Finally taken down by Freiburg, and Snax next to fall. But it's Pasha with the Mag 7, looking to try and keep this in their advantage. Does the damage, and Draken going to bite the dust. Freiburg able to find himself a second as he entries in towards this B site. He's trying to do the damage, but he completes the transition from entry frag to entry frag. Down he goes, and VP, they find themselves a 9th round.
Good stuff for VP there, just what they needed. But the scary factor is, as we've been speaking about, NiP had a lot of money to play with. That is still very evident here. You can see they're at least going to get a sort of, another 2 sort of buys out at this point before it becomes an issue, because they'll get the loss bonus around that region as well. So they buy back into it. Draken is over on the AWP, the rest of them onto the T for these AK-47s. Let's see how they actually play it out though. The bomb's still taking over towards the B bomb site. They're going to set themselves up, just hold. Draken goes for the early confrontation though. He peeks out over by Broken Wall. This is more aggressive than we usually see from NiP. Let's see if this will actually help them or hinder them into this round.
Taz and Snax are over at long, and if they do opt to go aggressive, you've actually got 2 players there to try and counteract that for NiP. Similar to actually what we saw VP do on their T side, they're just waiting, and actually they opt to send Forest in now. They're going to be able to pincer out onto these guys, both of them over at long. And Molly's there to hold them back for the time being. You can see Snax has his attention firmly fixated on the push up through Matrix, but now they're going to fall on back, opt to rejoin their comrades over at B. Draken going to be the one to try and entry with the AWP. Smoke goes in, but it's a little bit late, and there's a gap in it, which is allowing him just to capitalize on that peeking round. Going to get a lot of information onto the site. 2 players here as well, as actually they rotate Neo off. A bad call from them as NiP. Okay, Draken, that flick was lovely. Down goes Pasha. Bialy to try and refrag, does get 1, but now he's going to be stuck here, roasting in the fire and flames. Get right to pick him up. It's Neo, the man who rotated off and left his comrades to die, coming back in to try and help out. Got to try and find these trades to buy time for the rotate, but bomb's already down. Neo doesn't spot out Forest as he blends in with the wall, and now it's Taz and Snax. Forest makes quick work of 1. And then Freiburg to finish off Snax. 9-15 as NiP, they arrive at match point. And the reset, it was looming. Now it's in full effect for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, worst case scenario there, because you get around, you get reset. Now you're absolutely broken. Things as well, it couldn't come at a worse time, because the thing is, look at this. NiP here, 15 rounds on the board. All it takes is to win this one up against an ecoing VP. And you win this game. You take the series 1-1. It would be a very interesting scoreline if they can actually do that. Let's see if that will be the case, though, as they make their play. Once again, same slow default on play. You have Draken a little bit further back this time, just scoped in towards Broken Wall. Pasha does try and peek up, which he shouldn't unless there's a smoke there and he has reason to believe anyone is up close and personal, but he would immediately be taken down if that was to come to effect. Draken as well, still just holding it, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they're going to make their play towards the A site. Doing as they usually do, seeing if any mistakes will be made from VP, if they'll get overconfident, make a play in towards mid, and then NiP will late round take control of mid and slip through Matrix.
Snax going to take the gamble, gets up and close to the proximity over in mid, waiting on this side of the smoke. Taz at long, going to be flashed back and has to quickly try and retreat. No one there to cover him or trade out in this scenario as Snax promptly leaves mid. The peek comes in from Taz. He does get 1. The trade instantly comes through from Freiburg, so it will be equalized back out of 4-4, and the information he got on the back of that peak was fairly monumental. He spots the bomb on Freiburg. You can already see it's tempted to rotate in from Bialy off of that B site. Neo slowly but surely making his way around as well. NiP, though, they're still fixated over here towards A, still making noise in mid that is going to be heard by Snax, and he's going to hear more than noise as he brings the noise. Draken and Get Right both go down, but Freiburg is just doing the best they can to equalize it into a 2-on-2. Now making their way over towards the A site. Bomb on the back of Freiburg. He's going to look to get that down. Snax and Pasha locked in this 2-on-2, and Pasha with the Mag 7, less than ideal to say the least, but if anyone can make it work, it's going to be him.
Very true indeed. Let's see if that will be the case, though, as he slowly slips his way through. Him and Snax need to try and do some damage, but Freiburg will get the opener, takes down Pasha, and all of a sudden it is just left from the sneaky man himself. They're going to peek into him. He can do some damage, but not a frag. Freiburg will overpower. And there you have it. They actually take a 1-1 scoreline, a map each. NiP close it out. I mean, that is crazy to see just how well they played on Cobblestone. They look like a completely different team.
Yeah, no, that was a spectacle to say the least, and I think that was probably one of my favorite games that we've actually had the pleasure of casting since we've been doing this. I mean, that was fairly an amazing return to form from them. VP were looking great over on Nuke. It was looking amazing for them in the early stages of this. I imagine that's what we're going to see as a lot of these kind of highlight clips start to play. Is utter domination from VP up until that point. I think it was in round 8 where we just saw NiP switch it all around, and suddenly they come back and we actually kind of see them looking almost kind of, like legacy NiP as opposed to the slightly more shaky Swedish team they are now. And it was just utter domination from that point on in. A great return to form, and resilience being the key word, I think, from them. They remained resilient, something that VP, they just couldn't do. They were at a huge deficit towards the end after losing many consecutively, and they couldn't come back from that.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, this is the whole turning point. VP gets 7 rounds on the board. NiP by an auto shotty on Freiburg. Freiburg gets 2k. Get Right goes crazy. They close the round down. From that point onwards...
That was my favorite kill, by the way, sorry.
When it just blows them out the server. They just didn't lose a round. I mean, everyone looked fabulous. They were just being able to close it down. It looked great. And then it didn't end there. That was the thing. It was continuation of hyping towards the second half, where they just locked it down very easily. Some great stuff coming out from them. It just looked like a whole different team. Honestly, it looked like they traded paces at that point. Because it's just a complete change of pace from either team. And it looked very interesting the way it actually boiled down.
Yeah, and I think, just coming into it was a map that they did just look to be more comfortable on. Everything looked a lot less rigid. We saw a much more fluid, comfortable playstyle, and I think a lot of that, complements the fact that it was one of Draken's kind of better maps back when he was in Epsilon. It's one that they've had a lot of success on recently, and the fact that they're able to get that many rounds in a row, if there's one team that, really kind of gets set back when you do a comeback like that, it is going to be VP. Who, they're normally the ones in that sort of situation where they have those big turnarounds. They struggle a little bit when the same thing happens onto them. But all in all, I think that was a fantastic series.
It's true. And at least VP are actually able to get their first map win in April on the board here as they come in.
There we go. That's another thing. Their first win for April, 1-1.
It is good to see him actually achieving something. But nevertheless, let's find out what we going on after this short break. There is still more to come, so do stick around.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful counter-strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. The first series has been wrapped up. It went 1-1. NiP were able to take the second map. Virtus.pro took the first. Now we're moving into our second series of the day. This is going to be an interesting one. Harry, why don't we break this down? Because it might be Mouse Sports, but there is a change. Rops is in the team. There has been, there's been a switch up. Spiddy, he's gone.
Yeah.
Long are the days of Spiddy, but Dennis is still there for some reason. But what's going on with Rops? What's he about?
Well, he's a very much an up-and-coming player, and he's 17. He's from Estonia, and he's fantastic. Okay, I mean, a lot of potential behind someone like this. Whenever you kind of find someone who's young and that talented, it's always great to see them make it into a team like this. And not get sucked into something like, an academy team or whatever, straight into kind of the big leagues along with Mouz, which is a fantastic thing to see. And I'm very much looking forward to see him perform tonight. We already have seen him play just a little bit, and coincidentally, I believe it was actually on the two maps we've got today, Cobble and Nuke. Once again, we've seen him play on already. And on both of them, his performance was fairly good. Nuke was one he struggled on a little bit, but Cobble, he did have a good performance on it, a very good performance at that. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he actually does perform on it.
That'll be interesting to see how that actually boils down then. I mean, getting into it as well, for people that don't know sort of who he is, he's someone that's been causing a lot of a stir, more so just off his individual talent. I mean,
in FPL, right?
Over in FPL, he has been tearing it up, looking very good. And this is the thing, sort of looking at this roster now, 4 Mouse Sports with him in there, you've once again kind of got more fragging power added into it. That was kind of the issue that they lacked. Everyone sort of stepped up since the departure of Nico, but now you also have another star in there. In terms of fragging power, it's pretty crazy to think sort of how you look at it, because obviously Lau is someone that is so individually talented. He's kind of, your primary rifler. He's going to be able to walk in there, always do damage. Oscar, someone that is just going to be this absolute monster on a leash that you're trying to pull back and actually get him to listen to what you want him to do, because he knows how confident he can be with an orb. But you lost kind of that sort of consistent fragger that you could just slot in there, which is what Nico was. You could always rely on Nico to get a lot of frags out. Now, once again, they've got the trifecta. They've got, Lau to just do the star plays. You've got Oscar to just be the big man, always opening up sights to him with the orb. And then once again, Rops coming in there filling Nico's boost to just be this consistent level of damage that's going to be going out. Dennis obviously still in that support role, and Chris J there as well. It's going to be interesting to see what actually goes through as we walk our way into that, though, because I don't know how this is going to go, because obviously Mouse Sports, they've been a little bit all over the place. Since the departure of Nico, we expect them to actually get worse, but they got better for some reason, and they start to look good. But past couple of days, it's been kind of, a little bit weak for them. So it'll be interesting to see if this change actually does affect them. Spiddy was someone, along with Dennis, that has been struggling. Both of them performing better since the departure of Nico, but I still feel like they were kind of dead weight in that lineup.
Yeah. A lot of people kind of shared that sentiment, and that's why this is a very much a welcome change for Mouse fans, bringing Rops in and seeing how he actually performs. Yesterday, when they played up against Envy on Cobblestone, the kind of the power trio that emerged was the Rops, Lol, and Oscar kind of combination that you're on about. The 3 players you'd expect to step up in a big way. Oscar was having a phenomenal game. Lol was doing good as well. I mean, he is someone who, like you say, can kind of spark up with a lot of fragging potential kind of behind him. And that was why it was quite exciting when he was originally brought into the team, if you remember. It's just, when you look at Mouse, since Nico was kind of on it, there's been a lot of changes that have gone on in amongst kind of the actual roster. There's only a couple of the original guys left. So, I do think that this new roster is one to be keeping an eye on, especially now with the addition of Rops. If they can kind of mold him, and this is the good thing about having an up-and-coming player such as himself, is that it's a completely blank slate. You make him kind of whatever you need him to be, because he's talented, he's skilled enough, and just needs to be refined.
It's true. He's quite, a very strong individual, but you can mold him to how you want him to play in that lineup and actually get him to the best of, benefits for you. It's interesting as well how Mouz has kind of become this sort of what Kingwin was meant to be, whereas, we hadn't really seen international teams for a while in CSGO. We had them in Source, and it didn't really kick off as much as CSGO. It was all very sort of, national. We'd see maybe one player from a different region that would slot in. Kingwin was that first sort of attempt to make it, where we sort of had the Scream, heightened sort of lineup like that ages ago. But Mouse Sports has kind of become just that now, along with FaZe as well. When you look at things, they're kind of the only 2 sort of real teams that are still out there with very mixed rosters in terms of sort of country base and how the communication works. So it's interesting to see these teams are actually still out there. It'll be cool to see if the same effect actually knocks on, because it is basically just a roster built off pure performance now. The only thing is that sort of kind of different is Dennis. I mean, more so if Dennis sort of refines himself in that support role. If he actually does do his job in a support role now, it would be good to see. The only issue was, even when he was in that support role, it didn't seem like he was really performing to the best of his job there. It always seemed like there were issues and cracks starting to show. So definitely an improvement for the Mouse lineup, because Spiddy, I mean, he even said so himself. He just wouldn't really, he didn't really have the motivation recently. He hasn't really been feeling it as much, which is why he has sort of been put into that 6th spot, bench from the team currently, until he can sort of, come back into the competitive scene. So it'll be interesting now if they have more passion behind them. Obviously, a roster change, as we said, sort of with NiP, usually does spell more of a honeymoon period as well, where everyone's actually quite bubbly, things start to work for them. So if they actually came in, shut this down against a weakened opponent, really. I mean, G2 haven't had the best couple of weeks. So it would be a good way for them to actually get some momentum behind them, especially a good starting point for Rops, right? Coming in there onto Pro League, immediately gets a couple of wins under his belt. He's going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. And what a way to kind of start your career if you are him. I mean, going, from playing relatively nowhere, kind of just really in FPL, and then coming into this with Mouz, a team that have been going from strength to strength, arguably since the departure of Nico. And, I mean, it was a team that I think everyone very much discredited in terms of saying that, the only reason they were ever successful, and this is for the most part true, was a lot of it was just down to Nico single-handedly. And once he was left, everyone was like, well, that's it for Mouz, I mean, what are these 4 remaining players really going to be able to accomplish? And, we have seen players removed, like you say. Now we've got this whole new lineup. But in terms of just it as a brand and kind of the players that are still in there, they're all still doing very well and have sparked up a lot since Nico has left the roster. It's kind of given them a chance to shine on their own, and they've been putting in some serious work. The exciting thing as well is if Mouz actually pick both of these up, I believe that's going to put them in first on the leaderboard. I think even if they get one, they're going to be in good standing to make it to first place, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty huge for them, right? This team that everyone kind of figured would be down and out once they lose their star player coming into this, and now they're on the cusp of being the team that's leading the charge.
It's true, very close to actually getting themselves up towards that top spot. If you guys at home are big fans as well, you head over to the store and grab yourself a nice jersey to pop on as the games are getting ready to get underway. It should be an exciting one. You can wear your Mouse Sports jersey, keep you nice and warm as you watch the action, obviously. Things will be heating up though. Only thing is, I'm worried for G2. G2, they've not had the best time recently, have they? They've been struggling. They came back into it. Everyone was like, damn, this is going to be one for the ages. This is going to be a true super team. Because you look at that roster and you think that. That's just sort of the common thing that you actually goes through your mind. Because you look, so you've got Kenny S, you've got Shox there. The duo that people have wanted to play together for a very long time, but have been unable to, right? That finally, they've aligned. They're back together. Shox arguably was one of the best riflers at one point in CSGO. When Envious was on that romp, just tearing their way up, Shox was unreal in terms of individual powers. Kenny as well, he was always up there with the Orb Gods, tearing his way through. Always such prowess when it comes to flicking as well. Such an aggressive AWPer, but such a good one when it comes down to it, And you look at both of them now, just underperforming compared to where we expect them to be situated. And it is such a shame, because those two alone could do so much damage.
Yeah, and you kind of got to feel bad for those on an individual kind of player basis. It always seems like they're at the target of any sort of Valve nerf to anything.
It always punches that
you remember when the CZ gets nerfed, and then all of a sudden, that has like a huge impact on them. Kind of pistols as a whole fell off a little bit. Then the AWP nerf comes in for Kenny as well, and he was suffered from that majorly, to the point where some people kind of argue that he was only starting to recover, coming out of 2016 into 2017, still feeling the effect of it then almost, but he is stepping up now once again. It's just since making this super team, and it's super for a lot of people now. It's very much kind of in quotation marks. It's not quite anything imagined it would shape up to be. They went through a very awkward period of transition. They had a terrible first couple of games. Luckily enough for them, is Cobble is one that they have been doing okay on, and it's one they opt to play on quite a bit. So coming into this, I do feel like it gives them a bit of a shot up against Mouz, and the potential for them to finally kind of break the curse that they're under. Because if you remember, not that long ago, they were right down near the bottom of the leaderboard, and they have since kind of worked their way up just a little bit. But I don't think it's doing them justice right now. I do feel like they should be higher, especially with the Shox and Kenny combo that you have. As well as that, you've got the likes of Apex in the team. Body's always someone who really impresses me as well. I do think they've got a lot of potential to be great. They just need to iron out the kinks, and they haven't been able to do that yet.
It's true. One of the ways they can iron out that kinks is with a few slight improvements. So why don't we show you guys some top things that might be able to help you out, just give you a little bit of an edge as you're playing those pugs over on Cobblestone.
Hey Future Pros, prone to getting pwned on Cobblestone? A site been overthrown, you left all alone? Well, here's a flash that could get you out of the danger zone. To do this, jam yourself into this corner and crouch down. Aim at this incredibly distinct dark spot and throw the flash with full strength. It's certainly a noisy flash, but the lineups are easy and consistent.
There you go, Future Pros. Trying to help you out. Hopefully this will help G2 out as well into this matchup, as they need some kind of competitive edge to help them close this one down. Mouz have been looking good. Sure, they've kind of stumbled a little bit in their last few games, but before that, they were absolutely tearing up. They're still very high up the leaderboard as well. In terms of standings, we actually might be talking about them a little bit too harshly, as they are towards the top end, as you said.
Yeah,
they have the potential.
they've been moving up, right? So yeah, I think they could take everyone by surprise and kind of do a huge turnaround and maybe even end up right near the top.
Yeah.
Where they definitely have the talent on an individual basis, and they've been getting better and better as a team. And this is the thing, right? When you kind of look at it, you have teams like NiP who the second they bring someone in, they hit that honeymoon period instantly. We just see like amazing things from them seemingly for the first couple of weeks or months, and then it starts to teeter off. Or you've got kind of this G2 approach where the period of transition is horrible. It looks like it's a bad investment. People are probably already kind of calling maybe for changes to be made. I know a lot of people maybe want Scream to be brought into things, but I think now we're seeing them start to cement their status as a team and really start to come together, get used to playing with one another and whatnot. I mean, you've got some big personalities in there, like you say, the Shocks and Kenny thing about how they never really had the opportunity to play together. So, both of them being two huge personalities coming in, it's going to be a bit of a clash on your initial transition. And now we're seeing them get over that and play together very efficiently.
It's true. We just need to see them keep improving, though. They can't have gradual improvement. It needs to be fairly quickly at this point. They need to start to switch things up a little bit. But it's going to be interesting to see either way. Obviously, the only thing is with Cobblestone for me, I'm kind of scared because Oscar can be an absolute mean machine on this map.
Yeah.
This is where Oscar feels very, very much at home. You're going to see a lot of him, even when he's in these eco rounds, right? Don't count him out. As long as he's got enough to buy that deagle, that is when you are going to be quaking in your boots about Oscar running up and banging on your door. I've always been a very big fan of his style of play. Obviously, it's very aggressive, sort of very reminiscent of your JW, Kenny S, and that sort of style. But the thing is, it has that Oscar twist, where it seems like his judgment calls are something that a lot of players would never go for, but for some reason, it pays off for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, another one to watch out for in particular on Cobble is going to be Lowell, because I think he does a phenomenal job on this map. One that in a lot of their recent performances, we kind of seen him up in the upper echelons of the scoreboard, really pulling his weight. And I think that's just because as well, on the departure of Nico, everyone did somewhat look to him instantaneously to kind of try and fill that void. And, I mean, while he has a lot of fragging power behind him, the addition of Rops into the roster is going to help so much. In kind of alleviating that pressure just a little bit. And then you've got Oscar, who, like you, I've always been a huge fan of. I think he can just decimate things. And like you say, his judgment call is impeccable. Both when, he's kind of got the AWP out, or if he is kind of on the deagle. He just seems to be a man of many talents, and he shows no sign of stopping.
It's true. He's a very, very aggressive beast. It is hard to tame him, and you've got to feel for them when they're trying to sort of actually get Oscar to listen for what they want to do, because he is quite a one-man army. So you imagine he probably wants to go off on his own a lot there in terms of his style of CS. But as we touched on, I mean, Rops is going to be that big factor. He's kind of the unknown quantity, right? We're not really too sure how things are going to go purely because now he's in the lineup. They might actually have a bit of a struggle today coming into things if Rops isn't really performing as well, if they're trying to sort of focus more heavily to him, if they've actually tried to switch things up to complement the lineup around him. But I'd say more than likely this is probably going to be going the way of Mouz in quite a dominant fashion, as honestly, I think this is probably one of the better lineups they've had. Obviously, they're getting back towards sort of that Nico era. It's nowhere near as good, obviously. Rops, though, big boots to fill, but I imagine that he will actually be able to come in quite strong. Let's see how this one will go. Shocks goes for the early information play. Will stick his head into the unknown. Gets a bit of information, but nothing too much that you can't get away from it. Starts to back off. Just going to play here now. Very slow stuff coming out. Mouse Sports, though, as they just hold their ground, seeming like they want to go for a late round, very aggressive hit towards that A site.
Yeah, as they wait outside of B here, that smoke going to go down, and that's going to render Shocks useless. As leaves the gap for them to maneuver around. That's going to allow them to gain control of plat. And you can already see there's actually 4 players within earshot, leaving Apex alone and over towards that A site. So they're not going to be short of men to try and hold this back. It looks like they're going to be employing a boost as actually they stick Lowell up on top of the head of Oscar to peek on over. Run boosting into the site, up on top of the tree, and that was very creative. They go soaring on in like fighter jets, but quickly shot down by the anti-air of Body and MBK as they just decimate this initial push. Body playing it around the fountain perfectly, isolating Chris J in a series of one-on-one engagements as he does peek out, but Chris J going to rip through the face of Body. That's going to open up the flank to come in from Dennis, who is heard at least by MBK. Well, actually, it's Apex to find Chris J first. Bomb's going to get dropped over towards platform, and Dennis, he's got a tall order ahead of him in a 1v2.
Dennis, let's see what he can achieve. Obviously, more so the support player of the side. You don't expect anything too crazy to come out of him, but potentially this could be where he proves the strong. Pushes his way in, struggles a little bit there, has to switch out to a USP, but MBK will take him down. He is going to be able to slay him. And G2 will pick up the opening round here. A much-needed pistol. Mouse Sports going to be slowed down before they can actually try and bounce back and take the lead in this one off the back of that. Let's see how it will actually unfold as we continue on.
SMGs for body and shocks. A couple of Famises here and there as well. And then the force buy coming in on Mouz. We can see attention over towards middle this time. Not sending anyone over at B. Curious to see if G2 do decide to go aggressive. As right now, Mouz, they're just soaring up through long, clearing out mid. And because they've opted to play this A site so passively, they're not going to have a lot of time for the rotations to come in.
They're going to push their way through into the bomb site. Let's see if they can actually burst their way in, though. Kenny Esco trying to ward them off. Apex will claim the first one as he does the damage over on towards Dennis. Drops also falls. Oscar, though, with his Tech 9 in hand, starts to do some deadly damage. Chris J in his element with a scout as well. He's always been so proficient with it, and he proves that as he takes down Kenny S. Shocks will be able to remove Oscar from the situation, though. Chris J repositioning, hoping to try and get an angle, whilst meanwhile, Lau is ready to try and be a little bit sneaky. Comes in with a backstab, transfers some damage over, but no kills just yet. Leaves them in this 2 versus 2. But look how low both of these G2 players are. It wouldn't take much for Mouse Sports to actually come out on top into this scenario. Lau can go for the backstab, but Chris J with the scout, so sublime. It's a hat trick from him as he's hungry for the quad kill. Just has to try and get the angle upon Shocks. Shocksy now trapped, posted up, finds the headshot on towards Lau. Damage transferred over towards Chris J. It's so close, but Chris J will do it. Takes him down. There's the quad kill with the scout. Always nice to see Chris J rolling back the years with a weapon.
And there we go. They find themselves the equalizer. They steal that round out from underneath G2's feet on the back of that force bite. The scout from Chris J, as you said, I mean, just worth its weight in gold to them there. 4 frags for him, as ultimately it's him being the driving force into that round. Now we can see G2 looking to try and replicate the results of Mouz with a force buy of their own. Whole bunch of Deagles in play, a couple of 5-7s, and some utility as well. The defuse kit's going to be up, but Apex, not really helped by this solitary flash that he has to fall on back from long. The rotate's already coming in from G2 as they take the gamble. He pop flashes himself out, goes in for the peek, and Lol going to hit the deck, as does Dennis. The 5-7 going to be doing work, finally traded out by Rops. Bomb going to be down and picked up on the back of Chris J, but this A site already teeming with players from G2, and actually MBK and Body going to completely annihilate Oscar and Chris J. Rop's going to find himself 1v3, and this is his moment to shine. Gets himself 3, but he can't quite find the ace. His Body does shut him down with the scout. They instantly take one back as we go 2-1.
Scary stuff there coming out. G2, that is an instant transition back into the driving seat. Now, the thing is, that's going to hit them quite hard over on the side of Mouse Sports. They're going to try and buy up around it, though, it seems, as Chris J will opt to go for the AK at first. There's the UMP over on Rops. The rest of them just grabbing these pistols. Lau the Tech 9. He can be a machine with that. We've also got Oscar over on the Deagle, and Dennis also going to be trying to wield that hand cannon. Meanwhile, G2 is a bit of a shaky all over the place buy, but it's still stronger by far than what Mouse Sports have to play with. Apex is a very cheeky early face and gets punished. Oscar with the Deagle, just what we like to see. We know he can be so absolutely deadly with a weapon, and he's going to be showing just that.
Now, already Mouse fighting back. They've found the early man advantage now. They've very quickly rotate around over here towards B, being sure to keep things silent though. They want to keep G2 guessing. You can see they've rotated a player around off of that B site. They've also gone and stuck Shocks by connector so he can quickly rotate over towards A. This leaves it all on MBK to hold off this initial push in towards the B site with the scout in hand. Smoke's going to go out to try and hold back the tide of Mouz, but they're already well and truly up and past it. MBK going to make the call for the rotate to come in, and it can't come fast enough, but he's going to go down. Doesn't buy any time for the rotate to come through from G2. Oscar's already up close with the auto shotgun, and this is a lot. You know, we're seeing this called out a lot today as he looks to try and do some damage. You can see 2 players going to be coming in on the flank, but already Shock's going to lose his head as Body and Kenny S going to find themselves in a 2-on-5. So much work to do and so little time to do it in, as that bomb has already been down for far too long.
Oscar tearing it up right now. He's playing gun game as he just switches out his weapon every time he gets a frag. Dennis will be waddling around as well, hoping to try and spot out Kenny S, but it seems like Kenny has actually been able to slip some wall over their eyes and get away with a Galil. Not the best weapon to scavenge, but at least it's something to try and aid them into these following rounds, as he will be able to stay alive with it. Now then, Mouse Sports bite back. This game very close right now. It's very odd how the rounds have actually been traded out between each other, as we're going 1-1 every time. as we follow our way through, obviously now over into round number 5. Let's see if they can keep this up. G2 aren't going to have too much to play with as their economy isn't fabulous. They can try and distribute weapons around if they want to and invest into it, but it's going to be a bit of a shaky one. It'll be all over the place. They are going to decide to do just that. Thing is, though, it does mean they're only going to have 3 rifles at the most. Also, utility takes a bit of a dent. Body has nothing. Luckily, they do have 4 smokes to play with, though. I mean, that's more of a redeeming factor. Only the 1 kit on Shoxy, though.
Yeah, we're seeing an unbelievable start to this, just back and forth. And I'm going to be setting up over here towards B. 4 players here initially with LOL to watch the aggression to come out from G2 and Body as he rallies some shots in through the smoke, trying to find just a chance bullet to take down one of the Mouse Sports players. Position will be noted. It's Shox, though, with the Deagle over here towards Plat that we're going to look to try and hold this down. Equally as much a threat as Oscar is with the Deagle. As now the smokes rain on in. The call should be made as the push more than telegraphed out to G2. You can see Kenny already rotating around with the M4. And now the push going to be coming on in, but they're taking it slow. And this is going to be much to the advantage of the Pistols. Body allowed to just work these closer angles. Finally going to be dealt with courtesy of Lol, but it's Apex to find the next 2. The Galil chiming in. And now they've got to worry because hot on their heels, it is going to be Shox up close with that Deeg. Still raining in death, and Oscar next to go down. Couldn't quite find anything there in that 1-on-4. 3 frags for Apex, and G2, they go ahead and take it back once again.
Which means that Mousesports should win this round, because that's just the way the cookie appears to be crumbling. But let's find out if that's how it is going to go. Very interesting that this is how the game has actually unfolded up to this point. Moving into round 6, let's see if that will be the case once again. Oscar is on the AWP now. Now, honestly, I'd say this actually does take it into their favor, as he can be such an incredible nuisance with a weapon. Going fast as well. Up close and personal. Going to hold here by Broken. We'll see if he can get the opening frag on the board. Does miss, though. Now, that's the difference maker. Elimination of Oscar that early into the round really makes their life so much harder. This is where G2 should actually start to link the rounds together.
Yeah, I mean, he came down long like a speed demon, everything in his favor, but he just whiffs that 1 shot, and that's all it takes. The man advantage is going to be capitalized on instantaneously by G2, who now have 3 players holding long. A very unusual hold, and that's because they know Mouz have been hitting this time and time again. MBK will fall, but they get themselves a 2-for-1 trade, further extend that man advantage, and now you're going to be looking at LOL to try and be the difference maker. The linchpin, as he does deal with Apex, quickly traded out by Shoxy, and down he goes. It's all on Dennis. 1v3 in G2, they might have finally broken the curse. Looking to try and pick up their 4th round here. Dennis with a tall order ahead of him. And he looks to fall back. Just going to save his AK and armor into the next round.
Going to run away. Try and hold on to that. I mean, seems like he will, because obviously G2, they've already taken 2 casualties into this round, so I don't imagine they're really going to try and hunt at this point, because they might as well just keep those weapons, right? Neither team's economy is that stable, because it's been going 1-1, 1-1, and everyone's been taking so many hits every time. You can see that in effect here as well. Look at that. It's not great. They can't really run the risk of pushing their way through and losing any weapons into this. So either team will get away with more of, you know, a respect save into this round. But it just depends how it will actually go as we boil down into the following half. Dennis is struggling a little bit here. Obviously, 1 frag on the board. Chris J currently leading with 8. That was more so just off the back of that individual performance with the Scout, where he really teared it up and changed things over. Not too much coming out from Kenny just yet, but the economy hasn't allowed him to get that AWP in play. That's more so one of the reasons why we haven't really seen him doing that much damage. Once they get a little bit of a stable economy built, possibly moving on to either this round or the following one, that's where we're going to see some effects coming out. As the AWP is in his hand, obviously the rest of his team can buy up around it. He recovered that from Oscar. Now, this is the thing. Kenny back on the AWP. This is what we might actually see him become a very impactful player for the side. Mousesports are only going to have the 1 AK over, and Dennis, the rest of the team has to basically eco into this. So they're going to wolf pack up. He'll be leading the charge. Kenny actually nice body there as well. Interesting. But yeah, they're going to basically just wolf pack up, try and take the fight together. Dennis will lead the charge. So you imagine that Kenny should be able to pick them off here if they go for a fast playthrough. Chris will flash. They'll push in.
Just waiting for that flash to rain through, but Kenny's going to be immune to it. Sitting on back. He's going to be at their full mercy as they rush on in. Let's find the first. Rob's going to go down. The trade looking to try and come through, but Dennis going to have to want to try and make it work with the rifle. Now they change route over towards long, but they're not going to be easing into that as Apex is there to hold them back. We'll just smoke it off and opt to play safe. Doesn't want to give away any sort of advantage to the side of Mouz here. That may going to do some serious damage. Dennis going to be tagged a little bit now on the back of it. You can see they did actually quickly rotate Shocksham, but now he's going to stick over towards B. And that's going to bode well for them because Mouz, as a result of just taking a while, giving G2 time to dig on in and predicting the fact they might have rotated a player around, they do try and switch things up and hit this B site. It's going to be fast and aggressive. And well, G2, they're positioned brilliantly to try and shut this down. MBK missing some key shots, will falter and he will fall. Dennis picks that one up. He's looking to try and get more work done, but Kenny S in the back, quick to eliminate him, and then Shox to finish things off. G2, they pick themselves up a 5th. But now Mouz will have enough money to buy up.
No money for the AWP though, so Oscar will be hindered as they work their way back through. He's just going to have to go for the AK buyer. They will work their way up around it. Dennis actually not enough cash as well. Because he had to get that extra bit of utility out, he does have to skimp on the AK-47. He's not going to have the rifle, just the Tech 9. No matter if they are just going to use him as more of support, but the thing is, it is going to slow them down a little bit here as well. Kenny and Apex going to be setting up. They're just going to be playing contact style, so Apex is basically just going to bait for him, and then he'll try and find the frags to push through side. But Mouz as well, still playing it slow. They just want to split and pick, play more of a default, wait to see if G2 are going to push in. Shox is in the elevated angle, actually pushes his way through. Rops catches him off guard there as well. He fires out the pot shot with the AWP, but Rops is able to take him down. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's the exact start that Mouz would have liked, and actually it's going to work even better for them as this bomb's now heading out towards A. They've had to rotate a player off the A site, leaving this all on Apex. He is alone and over towards Long, gets Lol, and the fact he's been allowed now just to fall on back, Chris J couldn't capitalize on the knowledge of knowing where he was, and this has given G2 plenty of time to rotate players around over towards this A site. Kenny rejoining Apex over on A as the dynamic duo lock it down, and Mouz just grinding to a halt.
Yeah, slowed down right now. They just have to kind of hold their own and wait for their own to strike. They are posted up just outside of side to try and take that hit towards the A-bomb site. Apex is there, playing over by Stables. The flashbang will go in. And they're going to smoke over as well. Interesting flash, actually. Not sure if he missed that. That's just a pop flash back to try and blind them as they push in. But let's see anyway as they will push their way through. Apex on the scene of the crime. Headshot comes through, takes down Dennis. Hungry for more as he just rattles away. But Oscar gets behind him, comes in with a backstab to pick him off. Oscar will fall though off the back of MBK, but it's 1-for-1 right now, leading things in this favor as Rops is all of a sudden left in 1 versus 2. Kenny in the elevated angle there, that double upset reigns supreme. They will take them down. And G2, this is a good streak now off the back of that.
Yeah, I mean, Mouz, they've kind of hit this wall now. They've hit the wall that it's going to be very, very hard for them to pass. They've kind of let G2 kind of set themselves up, become very comfortable, and the pause is going to be called in from Mouz, as we would expect. And I mean, I think it's just because everything they're doing is being countered perfectly by G2. Whatever they try, they've been struggling. And, you know, one kind of major thing we've noticed is whenever they find that initial frag, they get locked down by utility so instantaneously that they can't ever capitalize on it. And it's all on the back of that fantastic usage of their smokes and flashes from G2. It buys them time to rotate players between the sites. It holds back the pushes. In that last round, for example, we saw the frag take place over towards B, and that faked the rotate out from Kenny, who then ended up on that B site, leaving it all on Apex. But all it took was that one equalizing frag and then the smoke down at Long, and that push gets completely cancelled out. They've got no answer for it, and they've got to try and figure something out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they need to try and get some kind of thought process behind them to actually switch up their style of play, really adjust things here. It's good to see that because G2, I mean, at this point, they were going 1-1. They were never really getting themselves into an advantageous spot. Now, they actually lock it down quite heavily. There was always a scary factor of, oh, they're just going to get reset, but no, they got over that hurdle. And Mouz's economy isn't great. I mean, the pause most likely is going to be for the following round off the back of this, so round 10 into round 9. This is where they just kind of go, right, hit them hard, hit them fast. I imagine more of a shock and awe style play. Possibly again towards mid. Actually, depending on what they go on. Okay, yeah, this is probably going to be a B play. You can see from the amount of smokes they're going to go for here. The one flashbang on Oscar, the rest of them are going to go for the smokes here. They can try and divide that B site off and then go for the push in into the late round. You probably just send one player over towards A to just try and spot for the rotate, whilst the rest of them then burst their way in. But yeah, the following round after this is going to be the one for the pause, ideally. Let's see what they actually bring to the table here, though, on this B attack fast.
Long already down and out through drop. Chris J going to be able to find the trade back out on the body, but it's Kenny to equalize it out. Return that man advantage back into the favor of G2. MBK hot on their heels, coming in from high, but he doesn't connect the shots. And he's been missing a couple of key shots. That's going to allow Dennis to sneak on by and find Kenny. And Apex looking the wrong way. It's going to be saved by MBK. It's all on Oscar. He makes his way out through mid, but doesn't connect anything. Apex holding back. Now Sports and locking down the A site. They do find good damage, and I think that was quite important there for Mouz. It actually just allowed them to kind of scout things out. They saw the bare bones G2 setup very early on. They caught them as they only had just gotten into position. They know exactly now where Kennedy's playing and how to counteract that. They also kind of figured out how they're playing this A site in terms of having Apex to fall back more passively to back up Kenny. So, you know, I do think this change of pace from G2 once again, as you can see, the aggression from Kenny and Apex over the wards long is a necessary change from them. They know that Mouz have the info. And speaking of info, Shock's just got even more than that. Rop's going to go down. Man advantage secured early on for G2. And no equalizer in sight yet for Mouz.
They are just holding their ground right now. As you said, there is no possibility for them to really trade effectively as they just don't have any angles that really complement them. They will once again go for the El Clasico, regroup, try and take that mid control and hit the A. Bomb side of Kenny S is there, and he knows how to wield this absolute powerful weapon. Comes in with the opening frag back on towards Loud. There's body to body Chris J. Kenny gets the tag, but not quite a frag just yet. They are going to push into him. Somehow stays alive for a little bit longer than you would expect before he hits the deck. But Apex, this weapon in close range combat could be such a nuisance. He will find one frag. Oscar goes down from body. And Mouse Sports, they only create 2 casualties on the side of G2. They can recover the secondary op as well, so it's really null and void. That round didn't do too much damage. More so for Mouse Sports as well. Still no opportunity to get the AWP out. They have to reinvest, but they won't have utility to get this. They won't actually have enough cash to get utility out if they go for an all-out buy into this round. So they have to go for one of these again. Basically means that G2 are going to get a 9th round on the board. Mouse Sports will have to go for that same play towards B. This time it seems like it'll be more of a straight-up committal, though, with the smokes over to divide the site, as they haven't left the one player over the late round rotate.
Oscar, he's going fast. No care for the fire, and this actually might pan out well because they nearly catch the players off on the boost. MBK just going to be rattled full of bullets, and body next to go down, but the trade's going back and forth, ultimately going to be at the advantage of G2. Saying that, Dennis looks to try and make things costly, doesn't reach the dispatch of Apex, but it just frags aplenty for Kenny S towards the end. Finds both necessary frags, and that's G2 to pick up a 9th. Now, the worrying thing is here, is me and you were saying a couple of players would expect to see step up. This is normally a good map for LoL, and this is normally a good one as well for Oscar. Both of them currently residing, you know, down at the bottom of the scoreboard, and that's a very worrying prospect right now because in all the games we've kind of seen them lose on this map, and there aren't that many, it has been whenever these 2 players have been absent. And, you know, that being a necessary win condition and neither of them appearing right now is a huge problem for Mouz.
Sure, I mean, a lot of the frags we've seen Rops actually get as well, but more so in rounds that have already been lost. You know, just late round frags when there's really no chance they're actually going to win it. But let's see. Maybe they can try and resurge, get something else behind them, try and close this one out. Apex gets the opening frag once again. That's Dennis going to be executed. So this will actually slow down Mouz a little bit. They won't have as much support when they work their way in towards this bomb site. Chris J can fight back, though. Finds the kill onto the natural born killer himself and will eliminate him. Shock still just toying with him right now, though. Keeping those flashbangs over. He's just delaying this inevitable push towards the B bomb site, because that is the read they have so callously given away to G2, as they are grouped up. They still have an abundance of utility, really. You can see Chris fairly paranoid, though, about the late round backs had to come in. Body, actually, teaming with confidence. He's going to try and just hit them from the front side. Just absolute brute force on display. They smoke in. He's going to play around the smoke. This could be so clever, as they aren't going to be aware of where he is, but Lau will actually spot him out because he's just peering in. Takes him down. Body is going to go full and down towards the ground and just leaves them down this 3 versus 4.
Yeah, but are they going to predict Apex being this close to the smoke? Shocks as well, making quick work of Oscar. Well, they do actually deal with Apex. They find Shocks as well, so suddenly this B site is completely bare. It's Kenny to rotate on round with the AWP in hand. Wants an untamed beast with this in later times, though we have seen him fall off a little bit of a return to form as of late, and that's what he's going to need. We're going to need to see vintage Kenny, and well, LoL going to hit the deck already. He does deny the plant. That's bought him time. He's got to worry about Rops, who's going to be on the flank. Does spot him out, but he's going to be sneaking into the smoke. The timing just allows this play. There's only 10 seconds left. Chris J on the site does find the head. Down he goes as he wishes Kenny a sweet good night. A 9-3 scoreline at Mouz. They pick that round up, but it should have been a much more clean-cut victory for them. I mean, that plant getting denied because Kenny picks it up, and no one was there to trade it instantaneously. Even Rops on the flank seemed a little bit slow to get in a position, and it's just things like that, those split-second decisions that can make all the difference. We're not really seeing Mouz in the form that we've seen them in before.
It's true. It looks like kind of a different Mouz in a lot of these rounds. Let's see if they can try and at least link these together, though. At least get some more to play with. Rops, he's kind of been the main man to watch, actually, in a few of these rounds. Let's see if he'll keep that up. Headshot comes through, takes down Shoxy. Very nicely done there to actually get that opener towards the bomb site. That is good stuff. If they can try and keep that up, they might actually be able to overpower this and keep themselves going to get a stable economy. Rops, once again, just waiting for the right moment to strike. MBK is going to be coming close to the broken wall. It's all a matter of ifs and buts at this point if you will actually be able to find the frags, but it isn't going to work his way. Robs with a 2K, hungry for the third, but goes down body by body once again. Body now repositioned, just going to play behind the fountain as they all start to swarm his way. He will be taken down by Dennis.
Yeah, I think I mean, with Kenny being so invested into the site, we are going to see them have to go for this. If he could have fallen on back, I imagine that's what we're going to see. But instead, he's all the way up short, and it's going to pay off for them for the time being. Lol goes down, he puts it in with 2-on-3, and he spots out the additional player there as well. Chris J just playing it on the stairs. Keeping his attention, it's Oscar to find the next. And spot at Apex who just plays it around the tree, but no. Not a fan of trees. Dennis and Oscar, they combine utter deforestation. 9-4. Mouse Sports slowly but surely closing that gap. And in due time as well, as we do now kind of approach the end of this first half, round 14 does see the economy of G2 being bottomed out, which is a great space for Mouse Sports to be in. This is going to give them a chance to bolster their own economy on the T side, so they can buy in this next round everything they need, even if they lose a couple of players. Also, it means they should be able to pick up a 5th indefinitely.
It's true. This is when they need to try and get that around on the board. Let's see if it will be the case, though. Rops early, just going for the information play, just bobbing and weaving, sticking his nose out, seeing if he can actually spot out where the players are going to be coming from. He has those 2 flashbangs and a smoke as well to try and aid him if he needs to blind the opposition. They are just bobbing themselves, trying to see if they can actually find him. I mean, MBK and Shocks are 2 of the Deagles. Shocks actually going to be a massive nuisance if they make their play towards that B site, as he can be so crisp and clean with a weapon. Lau, meanwhile, is making his approach towards, drop down, finds the opening frag. So simple as he executes MBK there. You expect them to have the advantage into this round, but they're proving just how useful this advantageous Arsenal can be. As Oscar will take down Shocks as well. Now the all-out aggression comes towards the B-bomb site. They realize this is the site they want to hit. Yeah, I mean, if they don't lose anyone, that's going to be ideal for them. There are still these nades up for G2, which they can use to devastating effectiveness. But Chris J's been allowed to just worm his way onto the site. Apex going to go down, Body gets bodied, and then Kenny, yes, last to fall as Chris J padding those stats and only being on 2 HP while he does it. A true masterpiece. 9-5, and a chance for Mouse Sports to try and find themselves a 6th here as we head into the last round of the half. The AWP going to be brought up on Kenny. But when you look at the utility, they are looking a little bit bare. They don't have a defuse kit to play around with, so they can't afford to let this bomb go down. Yeah, they really can't actually, because it will be very hard for them to try and pull that retake off at that point. In terms of utility as well, there's actually quite a couple of flashbangs that are missing that might hinder them, but other than that, it's a pretty good buy overall. Let's see though, as they will be trying to situate themselves to get this defense over towards the bomb site. Body is in the elevated angle over by Tree. That's going to be quite effective, as we haven't seen that used too much, so could actually catch them off guard when they push their way in. Kenny as well just scoped in towards mid right now, so if they try and go for an aggressive attack towards the A site, he'll be there to try to dispatch him. Oscar will be the one locking himself in Mortal Kombat with him.
Fades in off over towards Long as they do make their way out. Dennis looking like he's going to be the first man around the corner. Bomb currently is fairly neutral as Rops has made a lot of ground over towards this B site, but he doesn't want to extend out any further, especially seeing as Shocks is in a great place to shut him down. Either way, if this duel does go off, whoever can find the frag are going to find themselves with a huge advantage if they end up going blow for blow, and that Molotov will be forcing Shocks out into the open, going to be smoked off, but now Rops knows he's there. That's a bit of information gained, and on the back of that alone, you can see it's actually forced the bomb to rotate back around over towards B. Reason being, now they know exactly where Shoxy is, they know what he's trying to do, and they already know they've made them waste one of their smokes, and they're in short supply. As a matter of fact, there's only one left on Apex, so actually the utility over on this B site is null and void. Molotov going to force him out into the open. That's exactly what they were hoping to do to capitalize on this initial frag. He does fall on the back of a nice pop flash. Body's been boosted up on the tree, but he's going to be the only real piece of resistance in towards this site. Finds the first, but the call comes in. The trade from Rops. And oh, okay, a nice quick flick from Rops to get himself a second. He's actually on 3 in total now. The hat trick well and truly in play. And now it's Kenny and Apex left to try and clutch this out. A long time ago, this would have been no problem, but Kenny, first of all, it's all on Apex, who does get one for his troubles, but that's going to be it. Chris J, quick on the return, an explosive first half, and it's set to continue in the second after a very quick break.
Good morning, e-gamers. Welcome back after an amazing first half. We are ready for the second. It should be an absolutely grandiose affair. I mean, Mouz Sports, they struggled to actually bring it back there, but at least they did get themselves in a bit of a better footing than we expected, right? I mean, G2 looked like they were actually going to lock that down even more dominantly than they did.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, after that initial kind of back and forth, Mouz didn't accomplish anything. And then they kind of went out in a blaze of glory, picking up a whole bunch of rounds consecutively to pull it back to a 9-6 scoreline, which I think was fairly essential if we wanted to see them have any chance switching over onto the CT side. They had to have a little bit more of a buffer than 2 measly rounds. Of course, you know, anything's better than that. But yeah, you know, I think a nice resurgence from them. We saw the players that needed to be stepping up, step up. Rop's having a really good performance just consistently, you know. And, you know, I think that's really good coming from him, kind of being at the age he is, how unproven, and still, even up against, you know, these kind of legends, still having that performance is a fantastic thing for Mouz.
It's true. He's ripe. He's fresh meat, and he's doing work. It's good to see. He's full of charisma, uniqueness. He's got nerve, and he's got talent. It's good to see him bring all of that to the table. I just wonder how much more he has to show.
Yeah, probably my favorite e-gamer to date.
Oh, yeah.
Well, as we head now into the second half, 9-6 is the scoreline, as we said, and to paint the scenery, we'll be seeing G2 over on the T side, Mouz on their CT side half, and looking to try and kickstart this in a big way, but already Oscar, he's had his face pummeled with bullets, picking the lead out. He's going to be on 14 HP. Dennis to try and remedy this affliction over towards Long, but he can't quite administer the medication just yet. Has to fall on back, relinquishes control of Long to the side of G2, but I don't even think we're going to see them use this, especially with the positioning of the guys over towards B. We could either see them double back or send these players out through drop to split on towards A. Lots of possibilities and plenty of time left for G2 to figure out what to do.
Oh, MBK, though, finds the head clean off of Chris J there as he actually connects that shot. Oscar is also fairly low, so this is very, very good for G2 so far, as they're taking their fight towards that A-bomb site as well. And Oscar is actually the only line of defense he's there. He's the frontline infantry, and he is limping, leaving a trail of blood behind him that will allow these hounds of G2 to locate him that tidbit easier as they push their way through. Kenny S going to lead the charge. It'll actually be NBK to take him down. Oscar will retaliate though before he's eventually traded out by Kenny himself. Leads them massively outnumbered. Rock wants to make the situation a little bit easier though, as he will take the head clean off of Kenny. Start to reposition as well to try and take another fight towards these Mouz Sports players.
Oh, but it's Long in the backlines. Down goes Shocks. A 2-1-2 ensues as he does equalize things out. And actually, they lose the kind of crossfire they had set up that would have been so incredibly strong. This has given them a great opportunity. And speaking of opportunity, Rop's trying to open one up. Does find the frag. Going to be traded out, but then there's LOL to complete it. Gets himself a second, and that's going to be the round going the way of Mouz. An essential victory for them to take things to a 9-7 scoreline. They win out the pistol. And now, on the back of hopefully converting the anti-ecos, we should see them spring into a 9-9. Sorry, actually, the buy will come in next, so it's going to be an 8-9 scoreline they should be able to achieve. And that is unless G2 decide to force, which they do. So there we go, trying to catch them off guard, trying to do something wacky, a little bit crazy. Let's see if it pans out for them.
It's true. Go if it goes a little bit sour, like an omelette that's been cooked incorrectly. You can't make an omelette without cracking some eggs. That's all I'm going to say about that one, Harry. Oscar, let's see what he can do, though. He's going to try and crack some heads towards mid, but unfortunately he misses. He's not a very good chef. He's not been given his PhD in chefology.
Have you seen Chef? The film? No? Okay.
No.
Well...
Oh. Hey,
there we
nice
go.
meme.
Yeah, that was terrible because you didn't get it, and now I hate myself. But anyway, a 7-9 scoreline is where we're at right now. And G2, they've tried to catch Mouz off guard by force buying into this. We can see Tech9s across the board, apart from the Galil on MBK. And currently they're stacked up outside of B. 4 players here with 2 about to make their venture down in towards drop. And while Apex is rotated around, Shox is already down in through drop, and actually Chris J, a lot's going to be on him to try and deny this early push on towards platform. Hasn't peeked out just yet, instead biding his time now, going to come in with the peek, and he actually just penetrates straight through MBK to find body first, and he's doing serious work. Shox goes down as well, and it's Rops to find the next 2, as Chris J and Rops close it out single-handedly.
You have it, going to lock that one down very easily. G2 as well, not a lot to play with. Their economy is pretty badly busted. So they will have to just try and work with what they can scavenge. A couple of pistols in play. We do have the Deagle over on Kenny S. He's got a little bit more firepower to his name. Shocks as well will also have one. Meanwhile, the rest of them are going to stick to those default Glocks. Apex actually going to go for the P250 as well. Can be a nuisance in close range, actually, but you imagine Oscar and co are going to want to keep them as far away as possible.
Oscar looking over towards long. Apex going to be going aggressive, trying to catch him off guard, but it's not going to be the case as Aim Punch plays into things a little too much, and he goes down, falling at the hands of Oscar. Now you can see that he was actually coming around to try and help out, but he's going to be at the mercy of the MP9. Meanwhile, this play in towards B just being ripped limb from limb. Body going to be picking up the bomb, but it's a little bit optimistic as with a Deagle and a Glock between them. A couple of hopes and dreams as well. Lol, the Dreamcatcher, looking to try and ruin any aspirations they ever had. And that's exactly what they do, shutting down the initial push. It's going to be the 9-9 scoreline. They find that equalizer. And at this point, you've got to wonder, would G2 have been better off to not go for that risky buy in round 2 and just admit the fact that Mouz would have been 1 round behind instead of letting them find this 9-9 scoreline? Because now when you look at G2's economy, it's not great. They're on the verge of being reset in a very bad way.
It's true. I mean, they're in a very, very awkward situation to work with. It's quite scary. I don't know how this one's going to boil down, to be honest with you. Could be interesting to say the least. Seems like it will be an aggressive hit towards that B bomb site. Let's see how that is actually going to pay off for them. Kenny S and Co start to push their way through. Dennis with a counter boost. Dead now, of course.
Yeah, they're just stacked up outside of B, waiting for these smokes to clear. Now, they are very, very advanced, very far ahead, which means they're being held back for the time being. Chris J's only got a scout to play around with, though. He's looking to try and just paint these enemies up, tag them down a little bit. Already over towards mid, you can see that Shox is thinking about trying his hand at some aggression, catching these players on A off guard, but it's actually Apex, the man down in drop, looking to try and kickstart this play. Now, if they can find something in towards this B site, it's only Chris J here. Lol's fallen on back to watch the window passively, and this leaves far too much on Chris J's plate. He can't cover both angles, so this B site just going to crumble around them. And as they come to look at the mess that they've created, you can see the 3-on-5 ensues, and already they're thinking about saving, falling on back, looking to hold on to the rifles. They didn't invest much into this round, but it will be G2 to pick things up.
Clearing their angles as they make their approach in towards the bomb site. They finally start to all shuffle their way through, and they get that bomb planted. Now, though, the remaining members of Mouse Sports just going to hold back. I mean, Lau just watching to see if they do go for a play through Connector and try and wean out a couple of players in Mouse Sports. I mean, if G2 do hunt here, he should get the drop on at least one of them. But most likely they realize it's not really worth it. We should just hold back, get through with a stable economy, get through with all 5 of us left alive, and then just keep the paint train going from that point onwards. So they're probably just going to all exit together back towards T-spawn as Body is clearing it now.
Yeah, keeping 5 alive for them is much more important than, you know, perhaps picking up 1 frag onto Mouz. And even then, if we kind of saw maybe 3 or 4 players alive, I doubt they would have cared as much. But it's the fact that they have the chance to, you know, actually start to build up this economy. Mouz can afford to buy regardless. It's just keeping 3 players alive going to significantly dampen that investment. But yeah, I mean, they had so much money. Even if they'd taken all the rifles at their hands, they wouldn't have done a thing. So it just was not worth going for the hunt. G2 now going to find themselves with a 1-round advantage over Mouz, but their economy still lackluster in comparison, never given the chance to grow. They've finally got that opportunity now with the potential to string together a second round. The full buy going to be on the cards from Mouz. The AWP up on Oscar. Let's see if this makes a difference.
I think Shox just missballed a Mach 10 start that round. That was interesting. Not too sure actually what happened there. Apex will take the first frag though as he works his way down, living up to his name. Here's the Apex Predator. He will be able to remove Oscar from the equation, leaving them just with 4 members. Not the best start to this round by any means. Body also takes a bit of a hit though, knocks him nearly below sub 50 HP, but he's holding on for the meantime.
MBK, Apex and Kenny over towards mid, going to be at the full mercy of Dennis. They have to clear this close angle, and actually as the bait and switch comes in, you can see Rops baiting them out, but they still check it. Dennis going to hit the dirt. And now it's Rops to try and trade things back. Does get the first, but doesn't expect Apex to be as close as he was, so he will immediately find himself relegated to the grave, and now it's all on Lol and Chris J, who are just going to fade away. Look to hold on to these rifles once again, and will allow G2 now to pick up an 11th, and this is where we're going to see their economy start to grow. Kenny gets that AWP for free, picking it up from the ravaged corpse of Oscar. And as a result, I mean, if they keep all 4 players alive here, presuming they will, because I doubt they're going to go hunting for these Mouse Sports players, then that's their chance now. This is where their economy is going to start to just accumulate a nice bit of money. Mouz is going to be struggling a little bit to buy. I think they had a little bit of money in their bank accounts to play around with. If we could quickly bring that up. Yeah, so they're going to be okay. Saving up these 2 rifles does allow them to get the AWP as well for Oscar once again. But still, I mean, this is a great spot for G2 to be in after what was a kind of rocky end to the end of that first half.
was very shaky, but yeah, they have actually been able to work their way back through. It's good as well. This is what G2 needed. I mean, more of a T-sided map as well, so you expect them to actually start to do some damage here. Kenny on the AWP, this provides them a lot of opening potential towards that B-bomb site as well. If he has confidence behind him, he can do a whole lot of work here. Has a good spawn for it also, so always nice to see. Let's see actually how he will actually play this one out, if he's going to take that flight there. Not going to. He was situated over towards mid more, so probably just going to watch for the cross, focus over, watch for the cross even, and focus over towards side and just see if anyone is going to push into him.
Yeah, Oscar doing the exact same thing as they mirror each other perfectly, but he's got Dennis here to back him up. 2 players in addition to Kenny over towards middle, and then actually Shox looking to try and get some pressure in drop down. No one here to watch it. And this has been something that we see quite commonly done now as players opt to play outside of drop. Now, while it does remove that ability for them to find an instantaneous frag, it does open up the possibility of them just ducking on in, and then you have a lot of stress on the guys on that B site to cover multiple angles. You can see the push coming in potentially over towards long. They get forced back thanks to some good utility usage from Oscar. But it's the push in mid. It does come into fruition. MBK just sneaking on by, counting himself lucky that that shot didn't connect. But already, look at this B site. You've already got the fact the body's down in drop. He's in a great place to try and mop up some frags. The rest of his team now rotating on round as well to push out over towards platform. Chris J's got a lot on his plate.
Slowly making their way in towards this site. They are going to try and execute at the right time. Shox will come out, but Chris J, meanwhile, trying to keep them back. He will attempt to ward them off, but MBK will crisply remove his head. Apex as well, doing work right now. That's 2 frags going his way. Shoxy will send her up off to the burns ward. Dennis will fall to the firepower of Shoxy. And there you have it. Another round going the way of G2. The damage has been done to the economy of Mouz Sports as well. It's not as good as it could be. And I imagine this is probably another Mouz Sports tactical pause coming out to try and discuss what they can actually do, is they need to make a change right now.
Yeah, and you know, last time we saw them take this pause, it did actually work out very well for them. So, you know, if they can try and switch things up, but right now, as we're being shown, Apex having a fantastic game, looking like once again vintage Apex in terms of just how he's finding these opportunities into the site initially. Shox as well, while his score now might not represent someone who you initially think is having too much impact, he's actually been kind of the thorn in their side, preventing a lot of rotations, getting in through drop, just being that player that they have to try and keep players around to deal with. Meanwhile, over on the side of Mouz, a couple of players really who you need to be looking at is the fact that Lowell and Oscar both have a very hard time with things. Instead, you're looking at Chris J and Rops, the two that we, you know, Rops is being someone who's kind of new, we don't have a lot to go on, but he's been doing very well. Chris J, a little bit unusual to see him up there at the upper end, but it's nice to see that he does still have that potential to kind of pick things up if the rest of his team fall quiet.
Well, it's been more so frags that have played to his sort of strengths at that point. We've seen a lot of scout usage. Cobblestone, a map that doesn't really lend itself as well to the scout because, you know, it's definitely a very effective AWP map. The range kind of cuts off a little bit with the scout. But Chris is one of the players that does play very effectively with the weapon. He always has. I mean, Dust 2, one of the kind of the hits to Mouz Sports, obviously, because of the removal of Dust T from the map pool. Chris can't really just play sort of scouts on those weird eco rounds on Dust 2, and that was where he was so effective because the map just lends itself to the weapon so much. And it's good to see him actually doing a lot of work though. 18 frags on the board. Rops as well. We've seen some absolute rifle prowess from this guy. He's been hitting a lot of crisp headshots.
Yeah, as we said though, in the games that they win, the kind of trio that you look for is the Lowell, Oscar, and Rops combo. And right now, we've only got Rob, so he's the only guy doing anything out of the three of them. Oscar and Lowell both falling so incredibly silent, and we saw them have a little bit of resurgence there towards the end of the first half. That was when they started to pick rounds up. Unless we see one of these two players come alive even, then it could be dead in the water before they get too much of a shot here in the second half, because G2, they're going from strength to strength.
They look mean, like a ferocious dog in a front yard. I don't know about you, but G2... they're an angry dog.
They are an angry dog. Mouz, like, this is actually tricky, isn't it, with the dog analogies. Like a chihuahua.
Maybe. Quite cute, but not that scary. You ever been attacked by a chihuahua?
I actually have. Yeah, I own one. He's horrible. But yeah, regardless of my own afflictions, we can see that already Apex making his way up towards long. The Chihuahua himself, Oscar, on the corner, waiting. But is his bark worse than his bite? As you can see, aiming downrange, looking to try and get the drop on Apex. I imagine we're going to see the usual pop flash that they throw come out, but he might just opt to peek it dry, and the timing is going to be great as Oscar now falling on back to watch mid. That's going to allow Apex to push up. And if he takes advantage of this, you can see the flashbang going to be rounding the corner. Shox finds the first one along. The trade's going back and forth towards B, but Oscar in this duel over at Long does at least deal with Apex. Still, this B site's been cracked in half. Rop's the only player here to try and bide some time for Mouz to rotate players around, but he's got to worry because MBK's in drop. Now he's in the grave as he gets sent there, courtesy of Rops, and a 5.56 round from the M4.
Pushing their way through, let's see what more damage he can actually achieve as he slowly ekes his way over. Headshot comes through, absolutely crisp stuff. This is beautiful so far from Rops. Such prowess. And there's Oscar as well, take down Kenny S. What a great round coming through from Mousesports. Only losing 2 players in Chris J and Lau. They can easily rebuy into this. But the thing is, G2, they are nowhere near running out of that economy anytime soon. They are living the high life right now. They're sipping some rosé.
Yeah, the nice thing to see here, though, is after that tack pause, we immediately see Mouz waking up once again, and that's what we saw in the first half. If we can see a similar sort of resurgence here, then this is by no means over and done with yet. Especially seeing as we've seen Oscar picking up a couple of key frags in that previous round. And, well, already 3 players over at Long. Going to be the order of the day for G2. They're going for a very similar setup where they just send Shox and Body over here towards this B site early on to try and expose some holes in the defense of Mouz. And they have been good at getting into drop and just being the problem in the backline. Meanwhile, the rest of G2, the brunt of their forces, over here towards A. Apex round in the corner at Long, going to be facing off against Oscar. He has to connect the shot and he misses it. Kenny, quick to capitalize, won't miss that shot if he's given it. Dennis going to go down in mid to MBK, and this A site completely open, all with the exception of Rops, who mustn't let these guys onto the site. It's all on Chris J and Robson at this point. Unless he has an amazing performance, he's dead in the water. Down he goes. Chris J too far away to rotate in, and in a 1v4, just going to look to hold on to the M4.
Starting to remind me now at the beginning of the game where it's going 1-1. I mean, this is scary to see. G2 at this point will also claim their 30 in front of the board. MBK somehow gets away with his life with just 4 HP. They're going to be fairly happy with it. Shox, the only one that actually was a casualty into the round, meaning that they can fairly effectively get that rebuy out because they had so much money to play with anyway. This does nothing to them. The bomb plant alone basically should bring them back to a fairly good standpoint when we actually work through into this following round, whereas Mousesports, they are going to be completely shattered. Their economy is going to be so busted. They're going to have nothing to go on. It's just going to be Chris J. Luckily, he was able to save at least something to bring into the following round, as they at least needed a lifeline. I mean, it's just the M4, not his preferred weapon, but at least he will actually be able to do some damage. Thing is, though, the round has to rely so heavily on him now as we work our way through. He's got to do all of the work. His teammates could opt to buy up a little bit, invest slightly around him, but it's still going to be so hard whatever decision they really go for here. Scary factor is G2 could actually get themselves on 14 rounds before Mousesports have a chance to retaliate.
Yeah, but that is going to be the better call to make. If they invest into this, we've seen them do very little on the back of these force buys on their CT side, so it is the right call to make just to have Chris J as that catalyst rifler. And well, we're going to be seeing him positioned over towards A. Now, I think the idea behind this is to try and catch these players off guard who have been playing over at this A site. We've noticed Apex has been here at the start of every single round, trying to open things up at Long, expose those holes in the defense of Mouz. So the idea being Chris J's here with that one rifle you got. You know Apex is there with a juicy AK that you could easily scavenge, and we might just see the bait and switch come out. But with where Chris J is playing, it doesn't look like he's going to be in a great spot to try and trade if Oscar does get taken down.
Oscar, he's just tucked in right now, just biding his time for the right moment to actually strike, whereas Body will be the one to kick it off. Finds the frag over on towards Rops, will remove the mad fragger for the side of Mousesports that could hinder them. Chris J, luckily enough, is still alive with the rifle. He's the only one with actually effective arsenal into the round. Look at this, the welcome mat is down on the B-bomb site. G2 have wandered in. They've rubbed their absolutely filthy shoes all over it, and they've actually walked in and just set up shop.
Yeah, we're not even going to see Chris J go for this. There's no point unless Oscar finds a couple of frags with his P2K and doesn't get anything. So I imagine we're going to see Chris J stay put. That's the one advantage of having him play passively over on A. If they came A, you had the rifle there. If not, he's already in a great spot to try and save. The crossfire is going to be set up between him and LOL as well. And it looks like Dennis is looking to try and go hunting or perhaps find a weapon left in T-spawn. Not your lucky day, Dennis. The players will be hunting him. Might be able to do something with these USPs. MBK's tagged down low, and he's going to be the one that runs into Dennis first. So they got to watch out, because there's a Dennis about. And as they make their way out, it does look like he might be able to do something with the USP. They're just going to hold their ground, playing it safe.
Ooh. Unfortunately for him, though, he will lose his head. It rolls off away from him. And unfortunately, this means that G2 have claimed that 14th round as we expected they would be able to. Mousesports do have cash to play with. Not as great as we expected, though. It's pretty bad across the board. They're going to have to invest around this. The thing is that hits them the hardest is the lack of utility, actually. They buy up a little bit more, but even then, it's 4 smokes they have. They're going to be burned pretty quickly. Rops, the man that has actually been playing so incredibly well with the rifle, the top fragger for the side right now, has been left with the Mag 7, straggling along with that weapon. Only beneficial factor is if they push into him, he actually should be able to do a fair bit of damage with it, just from where he's playing, over towards drop down. But even then, that is a shame to see.
Now, once again, we're going to be seeing Apex over towards Long, and he's just been this reoccurring problem that they can't physically deal with. No matter what they try and do, Apex is always there, and he always is winning these engagements. Oscar's been missing a lot of key shots on the AWP as well, and they just can't deal with this Long play. Now, Bomb has been dropped very neutrally. This is going to allow them to go ahead and pick that up and rotate swiftly between either one of these sites, because they're not too sure as to where they're going to head just yet. They want to see what Mouz has brought to the table, and already with Rops being tagged down low, you can see that's kind of made them decide to hedge their bets on B. They know he's playing with the Mag 7 as well, so they're going to opt to now head down in towards drop. Just setting up shop here for the time being. Shock's going to push through that smoke, and if he doesn't die, then they know that Rops is playing it by window, and that means there's really only 1 or 2 players within this site, so we're going to see them lining up the smokes and flashes necessary to go in. We're all going to be falling on back, desperately trying to buy time for the rest of Mouz to rotate on round, and he does succeed in that, at least on the back of that smoke, but this is where he's got to come up big. Finds the first, looking for a second, but he can't get it anymore. It's going to be Rops to find the next on the back of that Mag 7 into a 3-on-3, and Apex over on short with the bomb in danger of going down, but instead MBK is there to save his life. And next to fall is Dennis. It's all on Rops. 1v3, desperately trying to cling on to anything he can. Mag 7 in armor. Going to have to save that for the most crucial round in this game.
What could be potentially the penultimate round is G2. This is them claiming their stake, taking round number 15, getting themselves that match point situation. I mean, the thing is, Mouse Sports at that point, you've got to ask yourself the question, I mean, is it too far gone already? They need 5 flawless rounds of the road to get them back into overtime. Rops here going to try and take a little bit of a cheeky fight. Gets himself an AWP. Oh, but unfortunately for him, MGK was peeking, so he is going to go down anyway. Won't be able to scavenge himself through that. And he needed that, because look, the economy is so badly dented on the side of Mouse Sports, it's more or less just a jumble sale buy. Luckily, he actually gets a rifle in his hands this time around. The rest of his teammates, though, on the UMPs. Chris J's on the scout, though. So always potential for him to cause a little bit of a stir. But honestly, you would imagine this is going to be G2. Most likely shutting it down here.
Now already we can see 3 players for G2 over towards this B-bomb. It's like a little bit different from what we've seen previously, but as per Apex over at Long, Kenny to watch for any aggression in his blind spot. Now, it looks like it should be running a very similar strategy, although this time, normally we see a 3rd player over in mid, but I think we've got MBK joining the guys over towards B this time. And, well, Body to find the initial frag as Chris J goes down. The Scout going to have no impact whatsoever. They've boosted Lol up on top of Tree. Curious to see if he can try and do any damage from here. That smoke's going to miss completely. And utility is so important when you're on as much of a bare bones buy as Mouz are right now. Lol desperately trying to hold back G2 as they push into the site, does find some damage, but that's really going to be it. He tanks Body down to 3 HP. It's Rops to try and make some magic happen as he does find one. Peek it on out, gets himself a second, but Kenny in through Chicken Coop gets the revenge. And then going to immediately flick out on a Dennis, leaving this on Oscar. 1v2. He finds some damage on a Kenny, but doesn't quite get the frag. And it's Clash of the Titans here in towards this B site. Bombs looping all the way around over towards A, so it's going to go down regardless. Oscar has to win this duel. Kenny watching the angle will go down. And now Oscar has an AK to play around with into this one-on-one clutch. Apex all the way over on A. Going to get that bomb down. Oscar to try and retake.
Bomb has been planted, though. Apex potential as the smoke will go through. This is going to slow down the push from Oscar. Apex needs to have some kind of trickery up his sleeve, though. Has to try and catch Oscar off guard. He needs to make the fight here. And he is doing just that. Playing up close and personal. This is very smart. He could slip his way back through, get the late round backstab into this. Oscar is going to be so unaware of the trickery that has just gone on, the shenanigans that are afoot. As Apex knows everything that's going on. Easy kill comes through, finds the headshot, and there you have it. They do close it out. There's going to be a 16-10 scoreline. Mouse Sports struggling to close it out there. Just let it all slip away, and then they just lose it completely. I mean, yeah. G2, it looked like it wasn't going to be their game at one point, and all of a sudden they just locked it down.
Yeah, and Apex, I think he was in his element personally, even kind of showing off there with his crosshair placement through the swap van, just using the footsteps and game sense, knowing where that kind of corresponds to, and then finding the headshot. Just like, he was playing so well. He was the problem they couldn't ever deal with over towards long, and the fact that they had to dedicate so many men just to stop one man because of the possibilities he could open up from there, that's what kind of made it so incredibly easy for G2 in that T-side half. Great replay, though, of the run boost there. I mean, that was an interesting idea, run boosting those two players into the site. We saw some creative stuff from Mouz, but on their CT side, it all just felt a bit stale. Never really had anything to counteract what G2 were bringing to the table, and considering it was the same strategy every single round, they just couldn't figure out how to possibly play against it.
Very odd. I mean, we saw a lot of questionable stuff coming out, to be honest with you. I mean, that's all you can really sort of sum it up by. You've just got to wonder how they change things up now, because this is the first map here. This has not gone their way. Cobblestone, an interesting one for either side. You usually would say that this is a notch in the favor of Mousesports, purely because we have more that we've seen with them. But moving on to Nuke, I'm pretty scared for either side here, because I honestly don't know what we might see coming out. I mean, Mousesports, they have a lot of very effective riflers, but we only really saw one of them show up today, and that was Rops.
Yeah, and the scarier part being is normally when we look to Nuke, it's normally Oscar who has a really strong performance there. Rops last night struggled a little bit on Nuke when he did get around to playing it. It was his weaker performance in his kind of debut games. Meanwhile, Oscar was the one to really turn up, and that's a reoccurring theme. Normally you look to Oscar to make some magic happen with the AWP, but Nuke is one that, can be controlled by those AWP players. And when you look at it, the competition between Kenny and Oscar, there just wasn't one. Kenny was the clear winner time and time again. So coming into this, I mean, he can very easily nullify Oscar on the AWP, and it's going to leave a lot to question. I just think, hopefully, the main thing to me was they didn't anti-strat whatsoever on their CT side. They couldn't figure out how to beat the Apex Kenny combo in mid, or the Shock's body combo over on B. MBK was just allowed to float around kind of between, deliver the bomb very, very quickly, which meant their pushes were instantaneous. At least Nuke is kind of a different setting for them to try and remain resilient and take this 1-1. Because as we were saying, if Mouz pick up one, then they could very easily rise to first place. So
yeah. I mean, they need to, though. They need to do something here after trying to assert their dominance a little bit. Because going up against G2 right now, you'd say that Mousesports have had the better form. They should be the ones that, in theory, should be picking this matchup up. But it is not going that way so far. G2 have taken the first map. There is another map to come. It is going to be Nuke. We've had kind of a mirror amount of maps going through today. And that is going to be the one to finish it, much like where we started. Tune in and see that after this break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Pro League.
2 net shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's going to get it. It's a headshot again. Oh my god.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
back. There was the intro music there. I felt like there was supposed to be an intro, but I've come in early. I just wanted to give you an extra few seconds of me. So now I'm here, I'm in the studio. Get used to it. I'm joined alongside with Harry. For some reason I wanted to say Hugo. It was on the cusp. It was on my tongue. Nearly said it.
That would have been terrible.
I know.
Yeah. But
what a shame for everyone.
Wow, okay, there we go. Shots have been fired already, and many more are going to get fired as we get ready to get into the second map of tonight's second series between Mouz and G2, and just getting into the server. But yeah, before we get into this, how are you feeling? Based on what we saw on Cobble, there's a lot that has been kind of brought into question, and perhaps what we kind of thought Mouz had a much better chance in now is a lot more up in the air. So how do you kind of... what's your opinion on all that?
Yeah, it was kind of a shock for both of us, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at it, because you're thinking, all right, G2, they've had a bit of a struggle. I mean, sure, they have got good players, but no one's really been popping up as well as they used to be. And in terms of team structure, they just haven't looked as good on a team-by-team basis again, like as Mousesports have. And well, honestly, it was just a shocking result across the board, I think. We saw a lot more sort of communication in terms of teamwork that came out from G2. It just seemed a whole lot better in terms of decision-making. More so than anything, though, I think Mousesports just struggled because, as we said, the trifactor was not there. That Triforce was not there at all. It was lackluster. I mean, the only one that actually really popped off was Chris J. We saw Chris J and Robs. Like, I mean, Chris as well. He's not really one you expect to see up there. So it was very odd how things actually panned out. And I think more than anything, that was all it was. They just didn't have the individual firepower to touch yourself down. Oscar didn't have the greatest game. Lau had a few key individual moments, but that was about it.
Yeah, definitely. And, coming into Nuke, one of the things we were kind of saying is that, Oscar's someone who you look to on this map to really open up possibilities. You can't rely on Rops as much, and that's kind of what we learned the other night when we did see him play in their game versus Envy. There, it was kind of Lol and Oscar who were the two driving forces of the whole thing, whereas, Rops fell off a little bit. Not a map that he's perhaps as confident on, because, Envy certainly weren't the issue. In their previous game on Cobble, he was performing insanely well. So, yeah, I think you can't rely on the players that were stepping up in this game, on the last game, sorry, on Cobble. You need to rely on the two that were the most silent, and I think, that's a terrifying prospect, especially when you look across the pond and you see Kenny is a monster on this map, and that's what we're about to see now. Is actually we're going to be getting into this very swiftly. Let's see how this does pan out. We got G2 starting things off on the T side. Mouz going to be over on the CT side, so they do have at least the better side to begin on, which hopefully could yield them a bit of a home field advantage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a confidence booster early. They need all they can get to try and give them something to work with. Body with the one to kick it off, though, actually, as he takes his fight over towards ramp. Could be the first initial confrontation. They're playing more of a split pick style CS here, just actually grouping up, waiting by radio for a late round burst through. Kenny has actually lead the charge. You can see a little bit confused about the smoke here. He's not too sure if he has actually got through okay, but he has been able to slip his way down through that vent now. Relink up with the rest of his teammates as they're trying to make their play down towards that bomb site. Oscar actually blocked them, I believe. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Kenny couldn't quite figure out why he couldn't get down the ladder, but now it's Dennis over towards Hell. Quickly dealt with actually by Kenny, who are angry after he couldn't quite slide down the lubricated ladder a moment ago, courtesy of Robson. Well, now we're going to be seeing a 3-on-3 ensue. Oscar down in towards this B bomb site, trying to hold things back, and actually he does kind of force their hand. MBK opts to now leave and retreat to rejoin the rest of his teammates over here, as they look like they're going to push in towards A. Lol's already gone towards Squeaky's. Going to be right, just waiting in the corner. Going to be the thorn in their side. Rops is all the way down on B, very much dedicated to this one position. And Oscar, well, he's got aggressive injury. Squeaky to try and force the issue. Catches one player off guard as Apex goes down. Looking to try and bite off even more. But Kenny and MBK, they combine between them, turning into a 2-on-1. It's all on Rops, the newest addition to the Mousesports roster. Can he clutch it out 1v2?
Let's wait and see. He will start to reposition, try and take his fight through here. MBK and Kenny just going to be swarming around, trying to clear the angles. Not quite sure where the CT attack will be coming from. Sick headshot comes through, though. Kenny S has been dispatched. Rop's in a good situation to try and take both of these frags and actually close this round out. It'll be a huge opener for Mousesports if he can do so. Spots out, and MBK actually does find the frag. Somehow the headshot comes through. Rops, just what he needed. There's the 2 kills, and that is the opening pistol.
And, there's something oddly fantastic about watching a new kind of young, inexperienced player like Rops do stuff like that up against, these players that have been around for ages, have countless amounts of experience over him, and he still manages to clutch that 1v2 with the finesse of someone who's been playing this game for years, and that's why he's someone who is kind of in the spotlight so much right now. And you know, if that doesn't bring a smile to your face, then I don't know what will. 1-0 right now is Mouz. They do find the pistol round to try and kickstart their CT half. We can already see G2 force buying down Tech9s across the board, with the exception of MBK, who's got himself a UMP, and lots of aggression over towards ramp. Going to be the order of the day. And it's going to be on Rops, the man in question, to try and hold this back. Push comes in. He immediately falls back, looking to try and buy time for the rotate. Doesn't want to give up a man advantage as well. And we can already see the rotate in full effect. Players teaming in towards this B site as Rops finds the first. The trades come through from MBK as it gets put into a 4-on-4. Oscar smoked out, but he's still got the double doors, of which he can try and deny this bomb plant.
Smoke goes through. Actually, could aid him a little bit later on into this round if they want to try and go for a bit of a confusing play. I mean, potentially hit that. The audio cue could distract the opposition. He is going to peek from window, though. His teammates are doing work as well. Chris J finds the head of Shox. Unfortunately, Kenny S can retaliate. Oscar breaks the windows to try and give away his position, plant that seed of doubt. You can see Kenny now focusing towards it. Heavily locked in, eagle-eyed, as he waits for the push to come through. But they are actually all going to converge at the same time. Dennis tries to kick it off as he peeks through vents. The rest of his teammates now flood in towards the bomb site, but can they find the frags?
Looking like the answer is going to be yes. It's all on Body. Well, he gets Body. Down he goes. Defuse going to be coming on in from Lol. He didn't have a kit. It's going to be a little bit close, but there's still time left to grab it. Mouz to go ahead and pick that round up as well. 2-0. They maintain the lead, but they only keep 2 players alive. And Lol, taking up a sacred vow of pacifism, still has yet to deal any damage with that UMP. And only keeping 2 players alive. Not really the start they would like, because that bomb plant's going to allow G2 now to buy down as they try to catch Mouz off guard. And it might just do that. I mean, Chris J's only got the scout to play around with. Now, this map does lend itself a little bit better to the scout, arguably, than Cobblestone does, especially towards this outside area. But still, as they run on by, does find some damage. Lots of damage done, actually, as it's just a shooting gallery for him. Chris J lining them up, knocking them down. The nade looking to do even more, and there's the slam dunk. It's all on Apex. And no problem for him, Oscar and Dennis, to finish off the push towards outside.
I'm going to buy around that as well. Reinvest into this round.
Oh, look at that
good replay here of the Void, the slow existential crisis that is absorbing all of us and taking us down. But the deco buy comes out for G2. It'll be interesting to see what they can actually bring to the table with this. Obviously, Mousesports this time around looking to try and keep this going and get their 4th round on the board here. Chris J will fire out a juicy little tag early. There's the nade from Dennis as well. Good teamwork to remove Apex from the equation.
And then there's the aggression from Lal. Finds himself his first frag on the back of the UMP. Farms up some cash. MBK with the Deagle, not to be messed with. And it's unless you're Dennis. No problem taking him down, but then his Body to instantly return. The Deagle's actually putting a nice bit of work. They find themselves 2 frags, put it into a 2-on-3, and it's only Lol over here towards A, but he is looking to try and deny this. Finds himself 1 out of Kenny. Body going to be taking the peek. They know exactly where he is, and it's the USP of Lol to find the hat trick. 4-0 for Mouz now. They have a commandeering start on their CT side. Money aplenty, though, now for G2 as they buy down into this round. Going to have the AWP on Kenny, everything they're going to need. He doesn't have armor, though, so he will be at the full mercy of the utility outside, and that's something that's been pivotal. I mean, the scout's been doing the damage, but the nades have been getting the kills.
Yeah, that's true. He's been doing a lot of early transfers of damage to the scout. You nade in, blows him out the server. It's been good though. The the kind of 1-2 combo punch has been very effective so far. G2 though into this round have a lot more to play with in terms of their arsenal and utility. Actually, they're going to go for a fast play towards outside, trying to take that map control. Oscar is toying with them, playing around the smoke. Though Body is the first man to actually make it the whole hog through. They have slipped their way down secret, trying to take their fight towards every bomb site. No one to really try and ward them off and actually contest against them. And they are going to come up against their first target here, and Rops will actually find the first frag, takes down Apex, but Body can retaliate as he finds the headshot back on towards him, leaves them in this 4 versus 4 now. Oscar is waiting nearby to try and do some damage, but Shoxy takes a very sexy shot to remove him from the equation. Shoxy as well, 2 frags into this round, hungry for more.
Yeah, but towards ramp, you've got Chris J trying to peek out wider with the AWP. Wants to try and spot this out, and Lol, meanwhile, elsewhere, going to be able to dispatch of Kenny, so they have been able to put it back into a 2-on-2, and Shoxy can't connect these shots, gets caught out mid-air, and it's going to be tagged down low on the back of that shot from the AWP. MBK going to be the difference maker. Catches Lol out. Now they've only got to worry about Chris J. And I mean, MBK with the bomb in tow, just rotating up towards A immediately. You can see Shox is to take the long rotate. What this does mean is if Chris J gets there fast enough, he can isolate this engagement on site into a 1-on-1. Shox is tagged down low. He just mustn't take the peek towards outside. Now, hopefully he doesn't fall for this. And looks like he's just instead going to go straight in towards A. They do have a nice crossfire set up now between Shox and MBK because they've had more than enough time to get into these afterplants. But Chris J in the smoke, huge balls, no kit, going to be going for the defuse, and, well, does not pan out for him. MBK spots him there, takes him out, and that's going to be G2 to find themselves their first round.
Good stuff from G2. Just what they needed. They needed to start soon, and they were actually able to keep themselves afloat into this matchup. As early on, Mousesports were definitely dominating. Here he is. Dennis actually, Dennis is 6 frags on the board. First time we've seen him actually leading the charge out on the side of Mousesports in a very long time. Interesting to see that actually coming to fruition. Anyway, let's see what carries on into this round. Oscar will attempt to catch off the players that are bursting their way through. Expects them to once again go for a vent burst down towards his B-bomb site, but it's a little bit of a ruse. Oscar will play the smart play again though. He just parks himself in there so no one can actually push down through. He will just ward them off if they push into him. But meanwhile, they are trying to slip through the back door anyway.
They're already down Secret. Once again, going to be trying to replicate that strategy from the previous round. It's Kenny to find the first Oscar. Going to be hitting the deck. Dennis tries to do all he can, but that's only going to be one frag going his way before he is swiftly traded out. It's Chris J with the AWP coming in from ramp. He has to be the one to make a difference. He's going to get caught looking completely the wrong way. Just quickly snapped up there by Apex. He's now found himself 2 frags and the bomb plant. It's MBK trying to keep Rops at bay, who does connect a couple of shots downrange, and that's just going to force him on out. Lol's too far away to really have any impact into this round. They're already thinking about saving. There we go. They're going to fall on back out of the site. That's G2 to find themselves a second, and Shox jumping down from above. And we'll be able to deal with Rops. There we go. He pounces when you least suspect it.
It's true. Right moment there. Good decision making across the board. G2 being able to link the second round together as well is going to be very beneficial for them. No chance of the reset coming out. This is going to very much hinder Mousesports throughout this point. They can try and work their way back through. Wouldn't be surprised if we actually see them get, quite close to equalising the scoreline here. Should get this following round as well. Bring themselves to that 4-3 sort of scoreline. And it could get them the confidence they need as well now to start doing a lot of damage on their T-half. You can see the effects of the damage done to the economy of Mousesports. Not great. Most likely they just kind of invest tiny amounts, probably a little bit, a couple of pistols coming out. Just work around the one rifle they have over on Lau. And they need Lau to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on him. And at the same time, having the M4, you can do a lot of damage. And that's certainly what they need him to do. But this round isn't essential. It's one that, they wouldn't be necessarily planning to win anyway. Oscar's going to have the Deke. Already pushed up over towards Mini. A couple of players here outside, and Kenny with the AWP. Well, it's going to be nice and easy for him, like shooting fish in a barrel as he spots out the first. Chris J going to hit the ground. Apex, meanwhile, raining in death from afar as Lol getting nothing done with the M4. Now it's just Dennis waiting in the wings, keeping things quiet. Now peeking on out. Could do some damage with this USP as Kenny's there. And he's seen Kenny kill a lot of his friends at this point, so wants to try and get this trade frag. Spots out Body, spots out Kenny. Gonna land the shot. Kenny will go down. Now he grabs himself the M4. Body not fully aware where it's come from. Bomb's gonna get dropped out in the open. And there we go. Oscar to find Shox as well. Suddenly it's a 2-on-2. And this round is incredibly possible. Dennis gonna be tagged down low from Apex and will be finished on off. It's all on Oscar. A Deagle, a dream. And MBK, he loves to do nothing more than crush the dreams of those beneath him. 4-3 as G2 find themselves the third round.
Look, this is pretty cool though. Actually, Dennis being able to catch them off guard. Did find the opening frag. Struggled a little bit to get the second one, but was able to do so in the end. Unfortunately, couldn't get that kill onto the T player that did boost themselves up on towards red. Now, scary factor is, they've invested into this round. They do have a lot to play with, but again, this is kind of last chance saloon. If they don't pick this one up, G2 are going to move in their way through, get this fourth round on the board, then probably take the fifth as well. It's very scary because this could put G2 in such a good position this early onto the game over on their T-half. Mousesports now need to actually lock things down and somehow work their way through and close it out.
MBK removing Lol from existence. Rops over towards ramp, has a lot on his players. Players start to make their way towards him. Looks like it's going to be all on Rops. Can't get anything done. Fully flashed at the mercy of Shox' AK. Not the ideal place you ought to be finding yourself. He will go down. The push in towards B. Well and truly underway. Oscar does find one into MBK at least. The Lurk player up towards A eliminated from the equation. And Dennis opening up the double doors, trying to deny this bomb plant. Does exactly that. Apex dropped bomb down in the middle of the site. And a little bit of time left for G2 to go and pick this up. Still not on the clock just yet. And Shox finds Dennis. This round's just been made that much harder. It's all on Oscar. 1v3. We were saying how he normally has standout performances here on Nuke, and he's going to need to do that and much more as he finds himself in a battle against overwhelming odds.
Oscar will take his fight through events here. You can see trying to reposition opening to at least do some work if he can get the correct angle. The bomb hand's only just come down, which means he has a lot of time to play with, and this is good for him because he doesn't actually have the kit, so chances are if he doesn't find anything soon, he's going to have to back off and save. You can see he's quite confident as he is peeking round, hoping to at least get these opening frags on the board to try and start the potential retake into this round. He is going to commit and go for it. Actually gets the opening headshot back and towards Shox there, but Kenny had a better angle. Peeks over from window, will take him down, meaning that G2 now equalize the scoreline and should actually be able to go on here and get the advantage, get a 5-4 score on the board, because Mousesports, they're pretty broke. They don't really have too much to work with. They can invest, but it's just going to be upgraded pistols, CZs, 5.7s, that sort of thing coming into this. And you don't imagine they're really going to be able to pull this off the back of shenanigans as well, because G2 just have so much more to play with. They can just use their range advantage, hold further back, pick them off from distance. Shox actually goes to the Mat 10 as well. He just wants to capitalize. He just wants to play a bit of a game out of this one.
He wants to try and make some serious money, and he's looking to do exactly that. Finds himself 2 frags in this round. Over before you could even start to cast it. Chris J falls to Shox, and there we go. G2, they pick themselves up a 5th. They actually take the lead now, and they win 5 consecutively, I believe. So the money going to be looking great on their part. When you look over at Mousesports, really, it's all been the Dennis show for the most part. 10 frags to him right now. Everyone else a little bit absent. Oscar hasn't really had the AWP too much. Instead, they've been tossing it over to Chris. So curious to see if they eventually try and play the double AWP setup, as we do sometimes see teams do, especially when you have 2 competent AWPers such as Oscar and Chris J. I mean, Chris J, he's been finding the frags they need. So already players for G2 fast and aggressive over here towards A. They're showing no signs of slowing down. Shox is boosted on up at top of the marshmallow as well to try and spot some frags outside.
He's pushed to come through. I mean, Lau on the elevated angle here, just going to hold from rafters. It's a cheeky little angle, quite hard to spot him out, so he should be able to do some damage. Death from above, I mean, it's quite easy to spam to the hitbox from that angle. Then it's also going to peek through. We'll find the kill over towards Apex, but does get taken down on the trade back through. Leaves him in this 4 versus 3 situation. The only scary factor is that Oscar is low. Hopefully, if they do try and push their way in towards that A-bomb site, Lau can actually ward them off for quite some time, but he's going to get hit from either angle. That's the only impactful factor is, if they do pick at the same time, they will sniff him out and most likely find the kill onto him. But they actually peek 1 by 1. MBK will be capitalized because of this. Now they start to try and overwhelm him. Sick headshot from Shoxy there to put him down to an early grave. 3 versus 2. Oscar's trying to try and peek his way out. Actually just using it to try and keep his presence there. So they try and focus over towards him. Rops comes through with the first opening headshot. There's Kenny has to try and retaliate though. Takes down Oscar. Rops tries to do so much more. Will get the second. Flicks round to try and claim the third, but Kenny was too fast.
This is where Mouz really have to start worrying now. I mean, money once again isn't fantastic. They won't be able to really buy too much into this. We might see them force out of sheer desperation, but instead, it's going to be another forced buy down to $2,000. This is going to mean G2 should more than likely pick themselves up a 7th, and getting this sort of advantage early on the T side on Nuke is worrying to say the least, especially when you consider that it is, a very good map for G2. Even when we kind of think back to past lineups with these players on, it was always one that was very much within their repertoire of a map that they were strong on. And well, Body, looking to cement that idea exactly. Finds the early frag on a Dennis already around. It started off bad, looking to get even worse. Chris J, he's got himself the R8. What a trooper.
Very interesting that has actually come out. Let's see what he can do with this. Obviously, had quite a few changes coming into effect. Let's see if he can do some damage with this revolver. Is firing off those pot shots, trying to do some damage, but can't quite connect the shots just yet. Forced to fall back. Let's see if he's going to go Wild West on him. Unfortunately not. No chance of that to come out. Lau will find the headshot over on towards MBK though. Does dispatch him. Grabs an AWP as well now. And they're actually just hunting towards him. They're pushing in because they need to recover that bomb. He is in their domain right now. He has it on lockdown. He's taking the fight towards him as well. Could actually catch him off guard as they assume he is just sitting back in towards T-spawn. They're going to have to reposition, do a full loop around the map to try and recover it and actually catch him off guard. This is very interesting.
Yeah, now Body's waiting on the corner. They're relying on the fact that Shox can sneak in from behind. Like you said, he did a full lap of the map, but this has used up a lot of time. Lol isn't in a great place to capitalize on time, though, and Shox looking to drop in from behind. He's going to make noise on the initial fall, but Lol... Oh, he heard that. Lol's keen ears. He does indeed hear the drop. Now he's got to try and spot out where Shox is, but he thinks he's in vent. As a result, he snuck on by. They're going to be able to get the bomb at least. 20 seconds left to play around with. They're hunting for him, though, and this could actually come back to bite them as he's over towards A, finds that 1 frag. Now he's got 3, the hat-trick, looking for the 4th. It's all on Shox with the Mac 10, looking to try and be the Mac Daddy at G2. Lol waiting on the corner, time's running out. He's got to be fast here, going to be running onto the site to try and get that bomb down. Lol's got the Molotov, though, to force him out off the site. Will be forced back. It's a 1-on-1. Time is ticking and working against Lol now. He's got to try and make every second count. Spots out Shox, swaps out the AWP for the AK. Makes his way into the site. But Shox is playing this perfectly. A textbook hold, rounding the corner. Mac 10 raining death from afar. Down he goes. a close round, but G2, they picked themselves up a 7th.
Fair play as well. That's a huge shot of a Mat 10 to actually land. Absolutely insane that he's been able to do that. Very, very well played there from Shoxy. Just smart. Double up setup actually comes out as well. One of them on Kenny, of course, the other getting taken by Shoxy. Both of these players, unreal with the weapons when they actually are put into their element. Especially Shox as well. More of an aggressive style we're going to see coming out for him. So it'll be cool to see what they actually achieve with that. Situating themselves towards outside early. Kenny going to try and find the opening frag. Misses though, that is a shame. That could have been a very critical opener if Kenny was allowed to take that into the early round. Could have completely changed the pace of this one. Would have gotten that one-man advantage they need. Chris J though with the AWP is actually going to take it over towards Ramp this time. If they overwhelm him and actually push together, they could remove any potential benefits of him actually having that AWP in his pouch. He is forced to fall back though.
Yeah, now Rops falls on back in his usual position. Oscar being able to find one, but the equalizer comes through instantaneously courtesy of Kenny on the back of his AWP. This is a heavy investment, though, from G2, and I mean, is it going to pan out? Well, Kenny's trying to prove that it will. Finds that frag out of LOL, but it's Christian on the site to come up trumps with an AWP of his own, putting it with 2-on-3. We can see Shox and MBK grouped up together. Looking like they want to try and execute out towards this A site, but actually, as we see Shox with the bomb fall out and now start to make his way outside, looking like they're going to split in towards A. The option's still there for them to head down in through Secret, though, and as they find Oscar, they might do exactly that. We can already see that Shox now looking to try and cross. We can see MBK try and dive down the vents, but Chris J to find the first. Now this is where Shox has to trade things out. Got the AWP just homed in on the angle. Rops can rotate on round to try and reinforce it. There's only 30 seconds left. Both players from Mouse Sports on this A site, and Shox, with his back against it, going to be fading away down through Secret to try and plant on B.
Slips his way down into the underground, but can he actually pick this one up as he slowly tiptoes his way through? Trying to remain undetected, undercover. Peeks in with the bomb out, and we'll actually be able to get it planted just in the nick of time, obviously, as we get close. We'll back off as well. Starts to reposition, making an awful lot of noise. This will be toying with the players because the amount of audio cues they're hearing. They're trying to second guess, actually work out which ones are going to be real and which were just fakes, attempts to confuse them. Chris J will push his way in towards the bomb set though, but Shox will peek through, trying to go for more of a contact up with the AWP. Has to switch out to the side and one push his way in. Gets the drop on Chris J. Huge amount of damage transferred over towards drops. Swings his way through as well. Will execute him. I mean, that is insane. He's gotten away with it. A hat trick for the ages there coming out from Shoxy. Vintage stuff on display there. G2 tearing it up.
And you say Shox is more aggressive with the AWP. That's the best demonstration of it. Look at this jump through the smoke. Quick scope out on a Rops, and oh, there's a reason. There's a reason why this man is feared. And there we go. 4 rounds the advantage of G2. And at this point, Mouz, they've got to have all the momentum sucked out of them. You see Chris J's going to have a signature scout towards that side, trying to lay the hurt down. Apex going to be tagged down low, actually. Has to fall on back. So for once, they don't get control of here off the bat. And they will be playing with Apex tagged down extremely low, but still with that, all the firepower on Kenny S and Shox, they're not really feeling the effect of that just yet.
Oscar makes his approach over, just trying to tiptoe his way through, just having a bit of a sniff right now of what he actually wants to go towards, seeing if anyone's going to push into his domain. Kenny with an early smoke towards outside as well. This will zone them off a little bit, so they can try and push through if anyone was situated towards garage. It is fairly open though. They are basically given free passage, but Dennis is up close. He's going to be hearing a lot of information, knows vaguely what is going on towards outside, and probably has made the call that it is going to be a play down towards Secret. The headshots start to come through. Body will claim the opening frag. This is where Oscar has to perform. Kenny will be the one to try and take the fight towards him, but Kenny dispatches him there with that contact AWP. Nicely done.
Yeah, now that boosted players up over towards heaven. Chris J is completely blind. Down he goes. LOL next to fall. It's all on Rops, and Rops going to be on the ropes as he finds himself 1v5 over towards B. Bomb's gone down, and at this point he wants to try and save anything they can get worth its weight in gold into the next round, but morale's going to be low. The beast has awoken that is Shox, and it's going to be actually just put down straight away, but Kenny's there to try and refrag, and down he goes. At this point, I feel like, you know, Kenny S and Shox, I would argue, are two very kind of similar players in terms of themselves emotionally, and when you let them get into that kind of heightened state of, you know, they feel confident, they're playing in their element, that's when they're so incredibly deadly. They're so led by kind of their emotions in this game. And you can tell that they're confident right now. You can tell that they're happy with how they're playing. They're 5 rounds ahead right now on T-side Nuke. They've broken the economy of Mouz, and both of them just playing out of their damn minds.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal to witness. I mean, this is what we wanted to see, right? Just great stuff coming out. Incredible T-side performance. They've kicked us up to the CT half. I mean, God help Mouse Sports at this point. Because this is crazy to see from G2. Just round after round of pure adrenaline on show. Rops going to go for the early play over towards ramp, just having a little bit of a peek, seeing if anyone was close by. Doesn't get too much information for it, but G2, they're just holding firm. They're playing it smart. They realize they just post themselves up, wait and see if Mouse Sports will make the first mistake, try and push it potentially into their domain. They will be able to execute it. Apex as well. Look at this huge rotate. The flank coming around from behind. Rob's completely unaware. He should just slip his way through from the backstab, take him down. Now they've got complete control of this B bomb site. This is so smart from Apex here. Ready for the right moment to strike as he just walks his way through. He's going to go for the knife.
He was looking at that. I think he was thinking, how can I possibly get the knife in this situation? And sadly, throwing knives aren't a thing yet. Valve, please add. And he does just have to go for the headshot. Now we're going to be seeing Apex in his element down over towards this B site. He gets into the backline, and that's what he's so incredibly good at. He's still tearing things up, finally to be shut down by Dennis. But it might be too little too late as the bomb's been down in ticket for a little bit of time now. Dennis does find one more, but swiftly traded out by Kenny. Kenny's going to fall at the hands of Chris, but Kenny and Shox, just this dynamic tag team duo that have been there to trade each other out time and time again. Whenever one of them dies, you can guarantee the other is there to avenge him. And now it's all on Lol. Deagle in hand. Bomb timer ticking down. Goes for the headshot on Shox, and well, Shox replicates it straight back. Down he goes, and that's going to be a 4-10 scoreline. 6 rounds ahead now for G2 on their T side. A phenomenal performance across the board.
Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out. It's been very amazing to witness. Great stuff to see. You can see the buys coming back through as well there. They're going to go for these AK buys. We also have G2 going to be up in to pick up the AWP. That's going to be Kenny S for that, as you would expect. Let's see what they actually bring to the table here, though, because into this final round, they need to do something different. They have to get a little bit more to play with. I mean, sure, you got the double up set up on Mouz, and Dennis actually could be the critical factor. This is one of the most important elements. Playing around the smoke like this as he sits over by Red, he's going to hear all of those footsteps, knows they're brushing past. He's heard 3 players push past him towards Secret. Surely he should relay that information. Oscar's able to pick off one. That is huge, but he has to do so much more. Late on the backstab, he's just going to have to leave it all to Oscar. Oscar goes down. Dennis needs to try and react a little bit quicker here. Struggling, doesn't even find the frag. Kenny knows where he is now as well. That is very awkward.
BK, meanwhile, though, out towards A, going to be able to just dispatch of Lala. Kenny's still alive somehow, and actually still alive and kicking. Rob's going to go down, putting him at 2-on-2. Oh, okay, there's MBK Express delivery. He does fall down, his corpse mangled and bloody, falling in front of Kenny to motivate him to clutch this out. He gets to witness it, his teammate just torn apart by Chris J, but there we go. There's the revenge up the ladder. Okay, Kenny, that's what you're made of. But then there's Dennis, swift to trade things out. Mouse, they find themselves 5 rounds behind. Can they pull things back in the second half? Find out after a quick break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Pro League. What an amazing first half has just gone down over on Nuke. It's going to be a 10-5 scoreline. Mouse Sports struggling. I mean, at the beginning, it looked like actually they had a complete resurgence. We were like, damn, this is pretty good, right? This is vintage Mouse on display. And then it all slipped away. It didn't look that great. All of a sudden, G2, they are tearing it up. And I want to see quite scared, because this is the thing. Now they're on the CT side.
Yeah, and you know, when we've been looking at it, Shox and Kenny have been doing so well. They're the two that you really don't want to be, you know, saying that about if you're Mouse. I mean, looking at it on their CT side, they can lock down everywhere with these two players. They're so incredibly versatile. Kenny, you know, with the AWP just kind of dedicated to that. But the fact that Shox can pick one up as well, the double AWP set up on that CT side is something we've kind of seen used a little bit more now, perhaps having one over towards ramp, one outside. You could very easily kind of rotate them out as well to keep them guessing. And that's something that both Kenny and Shox are very good at. And so, you know, I mean, them almost single-handedly pulling G2 through this. And that's, before you even take into account how the rest of the guys are playing. Mouz, meanwhile, have had very little to really answer back in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's true. It's been very, very odd. I mean, to be honest, I'm quite scared because there's been a couple of rounds where Mouz somehow peek it out just at the edge, but they need really so much of an advantage to close these rounds out. It seems like they can't win in a neck-and-neck situation, which is odd to say. I mean, in terms of players actually stepping up, it looked a little bit better than the previous match. I mean, frag distribution's like kind of better, but I'm still scared for them. I just feel like they kind of haven't woken up yet.
Yeah. And, that does seem to be like a bit of a reoccurring problem. They kind of hit this wall, and then they really struggle to get over it. Now, they didn't call any pauses in, which, to me maybe suggests that they think they're doing a little bit better. Maybe they have got some fresh ideas moving into the T side, but still, a lot of this is going to be decided by the pistol round in a lot of ways. If they pick it up, it goes 8-10. If G2 go ahead and win it, though, it can take this to a 13-5 scoreline. At that point, Mouz is so incredibly far behind. And, the morale's got to be taking a bit of a hit from this as well. So heading into the pistol round, it is going to be crucial. And already just raw aggression out towards this A site. Rops looking to try and spill some blood. Does exactly that. Picks the first up, then does damage along with Lol onto MBK. The frags going back and forth. But ultimately, it's all going to be the Rop show as he finds himself 2 frags. Kenny, 1v3. It's going to require an eruption of frags in order for him to clutch this out.
It's what you sort of expect, though, coming into this, to be honest. I mean, Mouz Sports, so many fantastic pistol players on that side, and they have just lived up to their names here. Kenny, he can do damage with the pistol, but you need to give him a chance to actually get into the bomb site before he can, and Dennis will execute him. Very nicely done. More commonly what we expect coming out there. Would have been awkward if they weren't actually able to pick that pistol round up, but they do it. Now, obviously, as well, they have a lot of weapons to play with. That's going to be the 4 AKs coming out. They have the utility. Chris going to be the only one that opts to go for the UMP to try and get a cash builder out. 2 scouts in play, interestingly enough, for G2, though. They can do some damage, get the tags out, and those pistols can finish off the weakened players, or vice versa, just to make their lives a little bit easier.
Yeah, Rock's going to be tagged down. It's him and Body. They actually combine between them, and they're using this double scout setup towards that side like a budget AWP. Does work out as it nets in that initial man advantage. Chris J now over towards ramp, wants to try and peek on in, but look at this. Body and Shox both rotating around to try and take position here to watch this exact play. Body going to be tagged down low. Looks to Shox as they both run away, leave ramp, give that up completely, and it looks like they're just going to try and play on for the retake at B. You can see that they've actually got Apex down here lurking in the shadows to try and deny the plant, just biding his time, waiting for these guys in Body. Well, he's going to be the first to fall as Oscar, putting it into a 4-on-4. Bomb gets dropped in the middle of the site, and now Chris J trying to plant it. Apex to try and cancel it out, but actually goes for the wrong man, and then there's Chris J to cancel him out. Lol gets MBK in the meantime, and now it's all on Shox. 1v3, a scout in hand, a bucket full of dreams, and a push coming in from Secret.
Can't really amount too much to come out from this man. You'd imagine this will be a fairly quick round going the way of Mouz Sports at this point. Shox will take his time through, peering out to see what weapon that was, and it is just another scout. Realizes this and opts to just back off. Thinks he will just get out of there and try and stay alive into a follow-on. Probably a smart decision to make, as it isn't worth running the risk of actually taking the fight, where he will most likely lose this. There, though, means that now Sports have worked their way through. They're getting another round on the board off the back of this, which you would expect. G2 invested very heavily into this one, though. They went for those 2 scouts, a lot of armor, a lot of pistols, and a lot of utility. So their economies can take a bit of a hit. You can see sitting around 2k now after this round as we work our way through into the following one. Not fabulous, but it does mean as we work our way in again after this, they will be able to still get the buyout. This one, though, has to kind of be a little bit of a save.
Yeah, and the Scout is kind of the ideal weapon to have in this situation. Right? You have a bunch of pistols, the Scout can tag them down low, kind of hit for about 70 to 80, and then, you can pick up the frags with the pistols without even having to upgrade. So, not really that bad for G2 having that as the saved weapon. And it's Shox takes it outside once again. He's going to be facing off against Lol, who's already up on top of Marshmallow trying to spot him out, but Shox posted up to shut down this plate, and never mind, Lol going to be faster on the trigger. An instant peek, and down he goes. Well, now we can see Body outside. Lol just going to opt to retreat. They take the man advantage, and now they go ahead and leave. Apex going to be picking up the scout as it does get grandfathered onto him. But everyone else from Mouz grabbing control of ramp and making their way potentially down towards B. Although you got to bear in mind, they could still go hell and then split up in towards that A site.
Repositioning now as they back their way over down towards that B-bomb site. Going to see what they can actually find as they flood their way through. Kenny will peek straight out though, opens the door to try and create a little bit of a confusion, starts to reposition to peek with his teammates at the right time. Will take his fight through vents, but he's warded off right now as there is a layer of fire keeping him out of the sight. Dennis does well because he takes the frag over on towards body. Kenny will eventually get that bomb planted as they leave themselves now in a 5 versus 3. They make the situation better by the second as well as MBK will get dropped. Kenny spots out Rops, but Apex actually takes him down and quickly sprints over there to try and grab that weapon. They shouldn't know that Kenny's there. They don't, but Lau finds him in the end.
G2 now with the ability to buy on down. You can see Kenny's got the AWP to play around with. Everyone's going to have pretty much everything they need. Utility is going to be a little bit bare bones here for G2. Don't really have as much as they would have liked. When you look over at Mouz, they've got literally everything they could ever want. But Chris J is going to be keeping the scout in play. Interesting decision. I mean, he's someone who, like we said, is kind of renowned for using this on a lot of these maps and is very, very good at it. Let's see if we can put it to good use, though, despite the fact Kenny's going to be on that AWP. The smokes go down. Dennis pushing up outside. Bomb going to be in tow as well. Right on his heels, Oscar and Chris J here to join him. The rest of Mouz, I mean, looking like they're going to try and sell a bit of a lurk out towards A. Lol's up on Marshmallow, tag down low, but as Kenny goes to peek for him, Dennis pushing up through the smoke, isolates Kenny and finds him on his lonesome, grabs the man advantage. Outside control going to be going the way of Mouz. And no retaliation just yet from G2.
Sitting still right now, just waiting for the right moment to strike. I mean, Rops is just trying to clear these angles, just waiting to see the right moment to actually strike as he does peer his way through. Lau is in the elevated angle as well, though, just peering down. Chris J actually kicks it off, removes MBK from the equation. That is a nice opener with a scout. Look at this, there's already a huge deficit. Massive lead in the favor of Mouz into this round. It just keeps getting bigger as well. Rops the headshot over on towards Apex. Very quick reactions now. They can flood their way out towards A. Bombs over body with a 3K. Tears his way through. Crazy that all of a sudden one man has turned the flow of battle so quickly. Now these last two players have to try and close it out, but look how low they are. And Shoxy arrives on the scene. He's the classic member of G2. The one you expect to do so much damage in these sort of scenarios. See if he can pick it up here as he slowly makes his approach through, waiting for them to peek into him. Just tiptoes around, firing off these pot shots to try and draw them out. Has the Molotov to force them out of position. Look how low they are as well. If they actually have to wait around in that, they should be dispatched early. Shox, though, running out of time. He's going to have to react soon. Peeks wide, and Rops will slay him.
You just saw the effect that the one man could have had. They let the bodies hit the floor, and I mean, a standout performance there from him alone. 3 frags in a matter of seconds. Almost turns the tide of battle as well, but Shox just couldn't quite clutch it out there. Now going to be seeing the pause called in. I mean, right now, if you're Mouz, you've got to be feeling quite good about yourself, right? You've had a very, very bad start to your CT side, but coming into this now on the T side, they're looking to be fairly fantastic. Although, let's not forget, we did originally see this on their CT side start. They took, the 5 rounds very early on, and then were completely quiet throughout the rest of it. Meanwhile, this time, they've gone ahead and grabbed themselves 4. They're in good standing to go ahead and get a 5th now because the economy of G2 does not support a buy. But is it going to stop here, or are they going to bring a little bit more to the table on their T side?
It's weird, right? It's a hard question to ask. I mean, you can see G2 are actually going to force up around this as well, so they have something to play into this round. They're not just going to give it away entirely for free. But Mouse Sports, they're really going to try and pack a punch into this one. They've got a lot to play with here. Lots of rifles have been brought out. I mean, obviously, Oscar on the AWP as well. Someone that can just single-handedly tear them apart. The thing is, the following round after this, round 6, is going to be a very interesting one. I want to know what we spoke about there, what's going to go on in that following round, because obviously that's where G2 are going to try and really switch things up and start to lock it down in more of a dominant fashion.
Getting into this, so taking inventory, what we've got on G2 is 2 Deags, 3 5.7s, a couple in, well, just a single nade on body. Armor on the 5.7 and Deagle players as well, so they're not going into this with too little. MBK the first to fall in. That is going to be a pistol out the hands of G2. Lol making his presence known towards outside, sneaking on up. As Mouz, they're just looking to try and hold this for the time being. They found the early man advantage. They don't want to go rushing into these pistols, risk giving that away. They're just going to play it safe.
Body peering around, seeing what he can actually spot out there as the rest of his teammates do make their approach for him. I mean, you can see Shox right now trying to actually take that fight towards outside. He's actually going to fully clear it and try and push around and to go for a late round backstab. This is great as well, because the rest of the Mouse Sports players are situated outside of ramp and towards radio. They're going to try and go for a late round ramp here. He can try and speed himself up now as well and come in to try and slow that down. Meanwhile, everyone else is set up perfectly to deal with this. below ramp over towards that B site. Nice nade rolls out. Unfortunately, it isn't going to hit onto anyone just yet. Oh, Shocks though, in position. Sees Lau on his lonesome. Easy deagle headshot from behind. Grabs his weapon. That's how critical that backstab is. Now Apex as well, proving how useful we can be over towards Ramp as he finds a headshot back on towards Chris J. Slows him down entirely. They had to change their game plan now and commit towards an A-bomb site attack where Shocks, with the AK he scavenged off of Lau, can slay Oscar.
Yeah, they're kind of the fight advantage. They've been able to get Rops up in towards Heaven. He's going to be watching it from here like a Guardian, but no face makes that difficult. And actually, down goes Dennis as well in the blink of an eye. G2, they finish this one off. That's an 11-9 scoreline on the back of a round that really should have never been for G2. They invest into that very little, only buying down to $2,000. That's not only great in terms of them eventually finding a round and putting a stop to Mouz building up a bank, but it also means the bank on the side of G2 has now been given a huge cash injection because they already had $2,000 in it before they won that round. So you can see a couple of these players now are going to be sitting pretty on, what, $4,000, $5,000 left over.
Yeah, a lot to play with as we work our way throughout. And I mean, it's going to be interesting as well how this one actually does boil down though into these later rounds, because more so, this is where you expected the change in pace to come out for G2. This is what the pause was for, this following round here. But now they're even better equipped as well because they just won that previous one. They need to try and link these together though. We can't see them falling short here and actually, you know, falling at this hurdle. They need to keep these rounds going together and actually start to lock things down. Let's see if that is going to be the case though. Early on, Dennis and co have been able to slip their way down through Secret and towards backsteps and try and take this fight through.
Yeah, Shocks is posted up to remedy this exact play, and while he is there, peeking on out, going to be able to spot Dennis on that initial peek. Now falls away, smokes it off, and just retreating back a little bit more passively towards B. That smoke's going to buy them time to rotate another player down if necessary, but already you can see that Mouz, they're reconsidering their options here. Now the good thing is G2 prepared for this perfectly, have Kenny posted up ready to find anyone as they try to waver out through Secret. Oscar's rotated around towards that side, going to be providing the smoke necessary to allow the cross out of Secret, provide some safety. Kenny shooting himself up in towards Heaven to try and get a watch over the top of the smoke, but okay, then there's Lol with a nice crispy one tap. Down goes Kenny. And that's a man advantage seized here for Mouz. They're just going to grab that bomb, rotate on back, and look like they might make their way out towards ramp.
Yeah, it's looking good. Let's see if they can actually keep it up though, or how this one will go down as they hit them with that ramp push. Now they can slip their way down in towards that B bomb site. It's a very nice situation to be in for them now. It's actually not too bad at all. Shocks as well. He's here, ready to try and do some damage, but he aims a little bit high. We'll be able to adjust his crosshair in the end. Takes the head clean off of Dennis. And now it's a 3 versus 4 retake. Going to be quite hard for them. Body also dispatched. Can't really find his way through vents because of the amount of Molotovs they are lobbing in there to keep him out of position.
And BK making quick work of Oscar though, and actually going to be able to pounce on a Lol as well. The trade finally comes through from Chris J, but it's still a 2-for-1 courtesy of MBK. Body going to be 1v2 time taken away from him, and then there's Ropsin with the peek. Like a bit of an unconventional angle there. Does get spotted out, but he still finds the head. So that will be to find themselves yet another round, 11-10. G2 though with enough money to buy down as a result of having that extra $2,000 in their bank accounts a couple of rounds ago. And okay, it's unconventional to say the least. The double lot buy, Shocks and Kenny, everyone else on these pistols. It's a huge gamble, but it could pay off.
It definitely could. A lot of potential for this to actually work out. Shocks, oh, look at that. Opening shot on towards Oscar. That is to die for as he tears him apart there. Absolutely fabulous. Let's see what more they can actually bring to the table, though. They now have a triple AWP setup in the hands of G2. This is going to be very interesting into this round.
Yeah, Cyclops mode fully engaged here for 3 of the players. Shocks and Kenny never ever leaving the comfort of these iron sights. Body as well, not an exception to the rule. A team of 3 Cyclops is not to be discriminated against indeed, as we can see them just locking down multiple different angles across the map. Not peeking on out, not looking to give this advantage away. Molotov going to come in and to get anyone off rafters, but MBK isn't going to be capitalized on as a result. Kenny will be spotted with a nice fancy flick out onto Lol. Eliminates him. Body with an AWP as well. Removes Dennis, and it's going to be the Pistols now to chime in with some action as well. Rops hits the dirt. It's all on Chris J. A plethora of AWPs, and he can't do anything against it. The long-range artillery firing downwind and securing that round. 12-10 as G2 go ahead and pick up a 12.
It's True. A very, very good result coming through there, as obviously Mousesports had just started to nip at their heels once again. They did just bounce their way back through. Now there's an instant reset coming into fruition here. This is interesting because it just affects the flow of the game here a lot. As well, with that triple set that was actually saved, they are going to opt to just wean that down to the 2 orbs rather than 6 or 3. Would be a little bit tad risky. But I mean, it's interesting overall. I just don't really know what we're going to see from Mouz here. They seem like they have moments where they really do know what they're doing. They start to fight back, and then it just kind of slips away. And I mean, coming into this round as well, their economy is pretty busted. It's not going to be that fantastic. You know, they've got the AWP to work with, but the rest of it's just pistols.
Yeah, you know, that's been a bit of a reoccurring problem, as you said. It seems like they get a bit of momentum behind them, and then it all just starts to kind of slip through the net. Meanwhile, G2, they've remained resilient throughout this, and in spite of where things have got close, then we do just see them kind of fight back and then retake that lead. In that round, the double AWP buy, as we said, very risky, but it pays off, and they do go for these kind of risk-reward style of plays. Meanwhile, Mouz kind of playing things a little bit more safer, and I feel like that's been to their detriment in some of these rounds. You know, we've seen kind of them being a little more passive than maybe they should, lacking that sort of explosive play, which not only complements itself very well to the T side on Nuke, but also just to kind of Mouz as a whole. You've got a lot of players on there with a lot of firepower. Oscar's been missing a couple of key shots as well with the AWP, and I mean, they have finally got it onto him. We did see Chris J kind of pick it up in the beginning over Oscar, and I think that's because they realized he was missing shots earlier on Cobblestone. So now that he's got that back in his hands, it'd be great to see a bit of a return to life from him. A breath of fresh air into this T side is going to be underway. They find themselves 2 rounds behind G2, and Kenny trying to play up on the rafters here to watch outside Apex. Does find Chris J meanwhile, so already a man down. Kenny swept off his feet a little bit there as he does fall. Not able to equalize things back into a 4-on-4, and the push towards outside well and truly underway, but bomb's been dropped in the open. Kenny and Oscar go blow for blow, but ultimately Oscar emerges victorious. Rop's going to be doing some damage on a body, and it's all on Shocks and MBK. The AWP and AK between them.
Raining Hellfire from above. Nice shot from MBK there to actually do some damage. It is only just Oscar left, and he's trapped in a very awkward spot, and it seems like they actually know where he is as well. They've sniffed him out, and they know how to deal with him. He will back his way into hut, though, hoping to reposition, hoping to find some frags with this AWP, but he peeks into the waiting crosshairs of Shocks, who will remove him from the game. And there you have it. There's another round going the way of G2. They should actually get their 14th on the board here, you'd imagine, when you look at things, because Mousesports, they have around 2k each. It's just not enough.
Yeah, you know, the thing is right now for Mouz is everyone is kind of pulling their own weight. It's not like it's a bad performance from them necessarily. It does just seem like G2 are playing very well. Apex going to have the MP9. They're going to be at the full mercy of that. No armor on anyone on Mouz. Great opportunity for him to farm some cash, and that would just further bolster G2's chances of closing this out. Shocks to find the first as LOL goes down. Apex coming in 1 on the back of the MP9, looking to try and make some serious money as he gets a second. Continues his aggression, he's going to push right in. And oh, Dennis, okay, trying to spread butter on him or something, does go down, as does Chris J. An expert feat of marksmanship and money-making ability from the man himself. Apex to rake in the money, 14-10. 4 rounds ahead right now. No money for Mouz, meaning that if they lose this, their economy is going to be bottomed out yet again, and that could just pave the way for G2 to ease to a 16-10 scoreline.
Yep, you imagine this is going to be them just tearing their way through. Obviously, the only thing is they have a little bit of a all-over-the-place buy. Body is on the auto shot. You have Apex on the MP9. It's going to rely quite heavily more so on players like Kenny S to do the damage early, to make Mousesports a little bit softer, to tear your way through them into these later rounds. Shoxy could actually be such a huge player into the round, though. This is going to be fantastic. Nice headshot to kick it off. Plays around the smoke as well. They don't know really where he is. He's able to get into the backline, transferring damage all over the place until Chris J pops up and takes him down.
I mean, now they've got an auto shot in an MP9 is the brunt of their forces. Apex has to prove me right that it is the best gun in the game. Up close and personal here on the corner, going to be spotted out by Oscar, who does just snuff him out. Body and MBK, 2-on-4, an auto shotgun and an AK. A little bit of utility, actually quite a considerable amount, all things considered. The Molotov, flash and nade on MBK going to be worth its weight in gold. Body going to have 2 flashes, which is going to pay dividends when it comes to eventually retaking a site if it gets down to it. But they find themselves at a 2-man disadvantage. Mousesports taking things very slowly. Don't want to risk walking into any unchecked corners, being very slow and methodical in their approach. And as we see MBK rotate back up towards this A site, playing in the vents, Rops does spot him out, so they have an idea that he's there. He's just going to opt to play things safe. Fades away. It's Oscar instead now they've got to worry about. He's holding this angle, and he's going to go down. No mercy from Body, who now converts that auto shotgun into an AK. A 2-on-3 ensues. They've been able to close the gap, and now they try and retake this A site.
Body is going to try an entry here, see if he can actually find any of these frags. But Chris J, he's been looking to pop with this rifle, so I wouldn't be surprised if he actually does ward him off. I mean, MBK also falls towards Rops, but Rops is just going to keep the pain train going. That's a nice 2K coming out from him. Good frags towards the end of the round. They lock that one down once again. This is all over the place into these rounds. But the thing is, it was more of a scout buy from G2. They kept onto the weapons they had in the prior round because they felt comfortable with running the risk of being reset, which means they can now get these the AWP out over on Kenny and the rifles and everyone else. This is a very healthy buy. If they can bounce back here as well and nip at the heels of Mouse Sports, they might actually get themselves into that 15-11 scoreline.
Yeah, Mouz not out of the danger zone just yet for being reset. You'll have a couple of players with a little bit of money floating around, but here we go, smoke some flashes outside. The wall of smokes is there to box Shocks off, but it's Kenny rotating around this time into Secret to try and be the linchpin. Shocks just waiting on the smoke, actually going to just push straight through. I'm not sure they're going to see this coming. Dennis has gone aggressive in towards A, but now he's at the full mercy of the crossfire between Apex and Body, and it is working out for them. Kenny in the backline as well, doing some serious work, and down goes everyone on Mouz in the blink of an eye. MBK to find 2 huge frags, and 15-11. G2 arrive at match point in a triumphant fashion. 1 round away from closing this out. The money from our sports is nil. Dennis going to be able to afford himself an AK, but really that's about it.
It's true. It's looking like it's so close to just being shut down at this point. Very interesting, to say the least, that this has unfolded in this very timely fashion of G2 closing it out. Early smoke goes through everyone towards ramp there from Kenny S to at least ward them off for the meantime. Let's see what the T's are going to bring to the table here. I mean, they don't have the best buy at all. They are essentially broken into this round. They have a little bit of utility, and it seems like the call has been made to just go for an A site take, using skylights to flash and smoke their way through. But Body plays around the smoke fabulously, peeks out. That's a nice little opening 2K. Frag after frag goes his way. From the elevated angles as well, Shoxy finds one. There's Kenny for the final frag one towards Oscar. And a round that was supposed to be a quick A take is actually just a quick A slaughtering. And there we have it. Mouse Sports, unfortunately, not able to close it out. I mean, both maps go in the way of G2. Scary stuff, because Mouse had the potential to propel themselves up to that #1 spot. But now they lose 2 maps and are going to be actually knocked down a little bit, I believe, off the back of that result.
Yeah, and you know, what kind of crushing defeats they were, as well as that, an amazing performance from G2, I think, who are having that kind of final end of progression through the transition period. It seems like they've ironed out a lot of their kinks. I mean, Mouz are a team that have been very strong throughout this. That's where they find themselves kind of where they are now, right up near the top. As you take a look at some of these highlights, let's just admire the marksmanship we saw across the board. Everyone having a great performance here. It was a lot closer than Cobblestone. Mouz did actually feel like Mouz again, as opposed to some random imposters that had gotten in. But yeah, I mean, they did do a couple of things that I thoroughly liked as well. I thought they had some great ideas for Nuke. It seemed a lot more refreshing in comparison to Cobblestone. In particular, round 19, their strategy in that first rifle round of the second half, I thought was phenomenal. They knew exactly how to counter Kenny S's outside hold, and what they did, they smoked down from red to Secret, put up that kind of 2-smoke wall of smokes. Then they stick Lowell up on top of the marshmallow to bait out. They know that Kenny's going to be watching that one angle because he smoked off from Secret, and they just go for the bait and switch. Lowell shoulder peeks. Kenny's then focused on that one spot, and Dennis just pushes up through the smoke silently. They wouldn't expect him to do that, and he finds the frag on the back of it, and that kick-started a domino effect that let them win that round. A couple of innovative ideas, and I think, you know, a nice try from them overall, but G2 did just play things better.
I mean, G2 just looked better overall, to be honest with you. In a lot of performances. It just seemed like Mouse Sports took a little bit too long to wake up. They were, you know, they didn't set their alarm clock. They woke up late. It just plays like this as well. There were so many scenarios where G2 just got the drop on Mouse Sports. I mean, the thing is, we have to touch on it though. Mouse Sports did a good job to actually bring the scoreline back to a closer fashion. Yeah. As G2, they only needed 6 rounds to close it out from the start of the second half, and Mouse were able to get, you know, those 6 rounds to play with. So at least they did something better. But still, could have been a closer game. Just unfortunately, Mouse seemed to let it slip in quite a few of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is a shame as well. Like you said, we did kind of see the resurgence of Mouz. It was nice to see them, a welcome change from them in a lot of respects. But as you said, there were so many rounds where G2 just got in the back line, and it seemed like Mouz weren't ever really fully prepared for anything that G2 were doing. Once again, it's just the whole idea of, you know, being able to read your opponent well, and I feel like that's something that Mouz still have to try and adjust to. It's not just having strategies already kind of in your strat book, it's knowing the strategies of everyone else and how to adapt to that. And you saw a couple of examples where they had that down, such as the outside take versus Kenny. Countering him in that round worked brilliantly, but the second that G2 learned that was kind of the overall plan, they switched it up entirely. And that's something G2 were phenomenal at doing, remaining so fluid, remaining so adaptable. And I think that is kind of one of their biggest advantages that I expect to see crop into things a lot more.
It's true. It was very interesting. Let's see how that actually does affect the standings as well, because Mouse Sports, they were towards the top end of the board. Let's see where they are situated now.
Yeah,
still third, yeah.
But they had the potential, as we said, to rise all the way up to first. G2, meanwhile, they're going to find themselves in 6th, which is exciting. Currently just below Fnatic, but they have played 2 games less. That's something to bear in mind, and they can still move up. Let's not forget, they started this journey right down there at the bottom and amongst LDLC, Team Kinguin, and Envious. And since then, they've risen up to the top, up to the occasion, you could say, and now stand looking like they're contenders for the kind of top spots.
It's true. It's very interesting how this has actually unfolded now throughout today. I mean, throughout the week as well, it's been a lot of shifting around between these teams. With North now residing at that 4th spot. I mean, at the beginning of the week, they were claiming the champion spot over at
and they've been first for a while. So yeah, no, they were in very good standing. We saw that all get mixed up just the other day in that Astralis game. Of course, them and Na'Vi now residing in the top 2 spots. But yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the actual leaderboard shifting around, people were expecting it to be fairly stagnant at this kind of point in competition, but there's still so much that can happen, still so much that can change. And, you know, that's why this season of Pro League, I think, is so damn exciting.
It's true. It's been very, very heavy contested. It's been awesome to watch. And if you guys have only just tuned in, you've missed all the action, but you can still catch it over at the YouTube channel. Head on over there, subscribe, ring that bell to stay up to date with all the latest and greatest. But e-gamers, that is all we have time for. Get to e-bed, and we'll catch you next week.